Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap that screen and share the live. We are just getting started, but when we do, we'll be taking guests, not to argue or debate, to see if you can question what it is that you believe and why you believe it. Believe. You think that you can question that, then go ahead and request on up. I will be taking guests soon. In the meantime, though, everybody, let's tap that screen. We're at 2,500 already. That's really good. You guys are amazing. So we're already at 2,700 likes. And if we just keep tapping that screen, share the live out. Don't forget, you can always repost and a story. I know what I'm saying. Words just aren't coming out. But yeah, you can always do that, and that might help get more people to see that we're live, and maybe they'll be courageous enough or curious enough to question their beliefs. But I gotta thank Cat in a Vat and Anky Bubs for helping with the first goal. I do appreciate you. Let's see if we have any requests yet. Nope, none yet. But welcome in, Philly Red. Welcome in, Anky Bubs. Interesting, somebody in the comments heard me say that and still thinks that it's a debate. That's fascinating. I think that would be a demonstration of willful ignorance. Choosing not to know something that's been offered. This is not a debate. I'm not interested in arguing. I'm not interested in tearing down or seeing you crash out. We're not interested in the drama of it all. I just want to know if you can question what it is you believe. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Hello to everybody over on YouTube. Welcome in. I hope the stream stays steady. It may land us on TikTok, and if it does drop down, we should be back soon. But thank you guys for joining us over there. Really do appreciate you. Also, welcome in both sides, and good to see you, Jimmy B. Did I already say Yankee Bubs and Cat in the Vat? Because I see you both. Amore, good to see you as well. L. Ron Thuggard, good to see you. Love the name. Hey, Schweitzer, good to see you, friend. And Communist, interesting name, but welcome in. And of course, welcome in Smurfianity, good to see you. And anybody else who just happens to be scrolling in, if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, well then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not here to tell you that you're wrong. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Hi.
Hello, Communist. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Of course, 45.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like
No,
that?
because I think religion's used to subjugate the masses.
I see. So,
Yeah.
because you think religion is used to subjugate the masses, you therefore don't believe in anything supernatural.
No, because it can't be measured. It's not material.
Because it can't be
Materialist. It's
measured
not a
and it's not
materialist.
material.
Yeah, it's not a materialist standpoint. You have to be
Can't be
materialist
measured.
that these things exist in the first place. There's no proof of them.
I see. So what kind of proof do you think might convince you of the
Scientific.
existence of a god?
Scientific.
Can you be more specific?
That's
I see.
what it has to be, is scientific.
Can you be more specific? Elaborate on what might convince you that a god exists.
Well, to be fair, nothing can. Unless it was materially formed in front of me. And I can see it and sense it and actually, observe it scientifically and materially.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So by it, what are you talking about?
A so-called gods.
So if you could observe a god in front of you and measure the god, then you would believe the god exists.
Maybe, depending.
I see.
Depends on the scenario and the circumstances.
Sure.
It's a case-by-case thing.
Mm-hmm. So if you become convinced
Can I ask
of
you a
god,
question real quick?
No.
Can I ask you a question?
No.
Oh, okay. So this is a one-sided argument. Got it.
It's not an argument. I don't know why you think that. Were
It's
you
not a
here when I said
conversation.
it's
If I'm not
a
allowed to
debate?
ask you a question, is that a conversation? If I'm not allowed to ask you questions?
Were you here when I said this isn't a debate?
You said it was a conversation. In
Okay.
conversations,
So do
you're
you
asking
see
me the questions. Am I allowed to ask questions too to engage further in the
All right.
conversation?
So I'm just going to move on to a new guest. If you're
Of
going to throw a
course,
temper
because you just
tantrum.
want to talk at people
Because
instead of
you're
actually
throwing
having a
temper
conversation.
So you're just throwing it.
You said it was to engage.
You're,
So
you're who can have a conversation without throwing a temper tantrum. So if you actually are capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. If you're going to be a pedantic child throwing a tantrum because I said you can moment, then fuck off, child. So, if you can read the English language, you'll see that there is a phrase on the screen that says, "Can you question your belief?" There is a phrase on the screen that says, "Can you question your beliefs?" If you're capable of questioning and answering questions right now, because I find that when I do, people like you will turn it into a debate about my view versus your view, and that's not the topic of interested in answering questions like you. Topic of this live. That's not the kind of conversation I'm interested in having. Now he pulls the childish, "Can you question your belief?" as if I don't run this live every fucking night. So already, is going to have to take a time out. So if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs without throwing a childish temper tantrum. I often say that there is no winning or losing in this conversation except when you demonstrate the ability to question your beliefs. That's a win for me, and I don't know is a win. When you throw a tantrum because I said no, I wouldn't answer your question, that's a big fat L. That's a big loss if I ever saw it. I'm trying very hard not to call the guest a loser. How childish, though. Let's see if maybe one of these other requesters is capable of a mature conversation. Hello, Joseph. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
19.
What year were you born?
2006.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, but I just wanted to say your voice is like very nice.
Which god do you believe in?
Jesus.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I read the kids' version. Does that count?
I don't know. What do you think?
I'd say so, because I was a kid when I read it.
Do you believe the stories to be true?
Jesus. Read the
To be true?
honestly, not really.
So you say you believe in Jesus, but you don't believe this story? The stories to be true?
I mean, it's just something to believe in, you know? I'm not really sure. I'm not too religious, but like I believe there's at least something or someone out there.
Something or someone. Do you think it's necessarily Jesus of the Bible?
I'm not sure, honestly. There's only one way to find out, and well, I don't really want to find that one out just yet.
Do you believe that there is a creator being?
Yeah, I would believe in that.
Do you believe that it responds to prayer?
I'd hope so.
Why?
People pray for stuff and, you know, they think it's going to come true, and maybe it does, but it could help out some people.
So you don't have a reason to think that it actually works, do you? That it actually hears prayer?
Not necessarily. I'm not like extremely informed on the subject, but no, I don't know if it 100% does.
Do you believe that Jesus existed, died on a cross, was raised from the dead?
I don't think that happened. I'm not sure how it could, but if he had, you know, like if he's how they were in the stories, I could see it happening.
You're saying if he is, as they say in the story, if he is, do you mean the Son of God?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes.
No, not if he was just like, you know, a normal person like me or you. Then I doubt it.
Do you think he even existed?
I mean, I think he did at some point in time.
Do you believe that the God who created things and you think answers prayer, do you think that it has rules that you're supposed to follow? That it will judge you?
Oh, sorry. I'd say yeah, because like everywhere has rules more or less, or everything. So I'd see him having a rule system for who could get in and who could get out and stuff like that.
Get in or get out of what?
Like yeah, in the heaven or whatever's after this life, you know, the afterlife.
So you believe that there is an afterlife?
I'd like to hope, because if it's just nothingness, that makes it a lot scarier. So yeah, that's what I believe in.
Really quick, I'm going to speak past you, but it's not to be rude. I got to make sure and thank Philly Red, Jimmy B, Delilah's Scissors, also Anki Bubs, Artificial Red, and Danny Grax. Thank you guys so much for helping with that goal. I really do appreciate all of you. So, why is it that you think there is an afterlife?
I guess it's more just scarier to think about death if there isn't one.
Why?
I don't know, man. I like doing stuff, and if there's just nothing after this, I feel like that could get boring quick if you have a consciousness still.
Do you think it would get boring quick if well, I actually have to reframe that. Why do you think there would be a consciousness if there was nothing?
I'm not sure. I just said if there was one, because I don't really know what's up there, or I don't know if it's
there
up
was,
even.
sure, if there was nothing after this, wouldn't it make more sense for there not even to be a consciousness to perceive the nothing?
That would make more sense, but I can't imagine what it'd be like without one, if you know what I
You
mean.
can't imagine what your experience would be like without
Yeah, like
experience.
not having a consciousness or the ability to think.
Do you imagine it would be scary for the mind that isn't there to think?
So what do you mean by that one?
I guess I was kind of pointing out the absurdity. What is scary about not existing if there's no you to experience not existing?
Damn. I hadn't thought about it like that. I really hadn't.
Do you think that the afterlife you imagine, do you believe that would be eternal, unending?
I'd say so, unless you get reincarnated as something else.
Unless you get reincarnated.
Yeah, if that would be possible.
Why would you think that would be possible?
It's just...
There's nothing wrong with not knowing the answer. Do you believe that... Well, actually, it's sounding to me like your beliefs are not firm convictions, but more things you've been told, expectations, and more so hopes, ideas based on those expectations.
More or less, I'd say that's a good way to put it.
There's no firm conviction there is a Jesus, there is an afterlife, there even is. It's more an if there is, this is how you'd like it to be.
Yeah, but I still like to imagine there's something out there, and I still pray occasionally.
Why do you like to imagine there's something out there? Does that go back to it's more an if there...
And there's something...
like to imagine there's something out there. Does that go back to the idea of nothingness and the fear of that?
I don't know, I guess I'm just kind of scared if, one day it just goes black and nothing else.
Does it matter to you if what you believe is true or not?
Are we talking religious or just like my personal beliefs?
We could start with the religious and work our way.
All right.
Does it matter if what you believe in a God and afterlife, if those things are true?
I'd like for it to be, but if it's not, it's not. There's not too much I can do about it.
Mm-hmm. Does it matter if other things you believe are true or not?
To me, it would matter, but then to say someone else, it might not matter. To each their own.
To reframe that, do you want to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible? Or does it not matter if what you believe is false, if it's not harming you?
Not too much, it's like kind of like Santa Claus, I know he's fake, but I still believe in him just because I don't even know why, honestly. But no, I don't really. It doesn't matter. If it's not affecting me or no one, I'll believe.
When you say you believe in something like Santa Claus, are you saying that kind of the same way with God and Jesus? Kind of a hopeful, helpful thought that's not really necessarily true?
In a way, yes, but I do still think there's more of a God than there is Santa. There's got to be at least something out there that made all this.
Why do you think there has to be something that made all this?
Because I don't know how, like, nature could have evolved this far. I guess it has been a good deal of time, but I don't know.
Is it possibly a remnant of this Christian belief you kind of somewhat hold? Is that why you assume there must be something that made it, or is there some other reason?
I guess I'd go with it's more of like the Christian beliefs and that sort of stuff. Not too informed about the subject of it though, but I guess it'd be more so in that nature.
A sense of hope for what comes next. What do you mean? So you feel it's important to have something to believe in so that you have a sense of hope for what comes after, whether or not that thing you hope for is true.
I do.
What does the sense of hope do to serve you?
I guess it kind of like calms down the nerves and just makes more accepting of what's coming.
So you said you generally do want to believe things that are true, but for this it doesn't matter if it's true or not because it calms down your nerves.
Yeah, I guess so.
Hmm.
I think there might be other ways that are more productive to calm your nerves than to engage in belief in things you can't verify.
Could do research on it, but I don't know.
Do you think there's any sense in worrying about something that you have no control over?
Not really, because what's gonna happen's gonna happen, but also I am still a little worried just because I don't know what's coming, I guess.
Is not knowing scary to you?
It depends about what, but for this, a little bit.
Why?
I genuinely am not sure.
I appreciate your honest answers.
Thank you.
Yeah. Appreciate you being here, Joseph. I appreciate you answering the questions openly, honestly. And it sounds like you're capable of questioning your beliefs, but hesitant, mostly due to the fear of what may come. I would probably suggest that you question even that, what it is that motivates you to believe that, what it is that prevents you from questioning. But I appreciate you being here, answering the questions, and I think we are going to go ahead and move on. So
Thank you.
Keep asking questions. Appreciate you, Joseph.
I will, thank you.
There's an interesting kind of apathy there.
Very interesting kind of apathy. That's why I came up to ask questions this early, actually. It's because I like.
It is early.
Yeah.
It's very early. I usually make you guys wait an hour at least.
I know, and I wouldn't usually request up this early because I know that, but like I really wanted to ask him those questions.
Yeah, I was honestly feeling the sort of apathy as though it halted the questions. So I appreciate you giving an opportunity for me to see that from a different perspective.
Not a problem. Thanks. Thanks for giving me that opportunity. I thought he might have had the ability to like think through that a little bit, and he did. He did okay, you know. I don't know if he's actually going to question his beliefs at all, but at least he thought about why it might be important.
Yeah, I don't
That
know
it might
if
be
I
important.
expect that.
Have you been
Okay.
accepting ghosts this whole time?
I've accepted a couple. We're gonna see if there's maybe one that isn't a ghost. They get so impatient, though. They think that when they scroll in the room and click request, that I'll just accept them up, even though they have no idea what the conversation is, and it's not about them yet. So it is strange how impatient people get on this app. But if anybody has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I just want to know if you can question. And if you can, well then, what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Hello, worlds. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 27.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Not necessarily something like by denomination. I'm agnostic, I would say. But I do tend towards
Hello. And
I would say. But I do things which is something more than beyond our senses allow.
what do you mean by that?
Well, I don't know. At the end of the day, I'm agnostic. I don't know. And so the thing that led me there is, traditionally I was baptized Catholic, but we never really went. But I got into the Bible, and I had kind of like these existential crises when I was younger, like 8, 12, 13, of just like reading the Bible and getting into other things. And, like kind of how the person before was, of just like being afraid of death, religious. I don't know. I mean, I think they've identified a gene, but I'm just saying this kind of in general, like we have this reflex. A lot of people have had it. And a lot of people have, like girls I've dated in the past, or just people I've been close with, friends and stuff, that are extremely religious. They seem to have it even more of just like this reflex because of the fear of death, to believe in something and not really question things. Where I was, because of how I thought I was brought up, maybe in certain events, I always questioned narratives and authority, and that it was just within my nature. So I was already trying to pick things apart. And so I became extremely atheist, when I was like from 13 to 19 or whatever. But certain things that happened, and even just like, using like prayer and intention or meditation, whatever you want to call it, just strange things happened to me along the way and I'm into, I'm into music production and podcasting and stuff of that nature. So even just looking into the designs of things and like just how frequency and sound works, and like if you spheres or the Big Bang and all that, it kind of mirrors like my understanding of resonance and frequency and subharmonics and all these things. And trying to condense it all down into something, palatable for you guys, but not going on too long. I think there is something pushing things, and maybe there's something after this, and I don't know that. But when I've lived my life acting that way and thinking that there's more and trying to act moral and trying to interface with something higher, things have been better for me and worked out better for me. So maybe it's just a survival tactic. I don't know.
Could you be thinking of the power of positive thinking?
Well, that's why I've thought that as well. You know what I mean? Like, is it just positive thinking? Is it just, setting like, what's the word for it? I'm blanking on it. Yeah, but kind of like The Secret, whatever that,
yeah,
whatever.
Setting a goal and following through.
Yeah.
Could that be?
Yeah, 100%. And so, whatever. Yeah, 100%. And so I think there's something to that inherently. And I think I would put more stock in that. I think we could both agree there's something.
You say there's something more to that. You referenced The Secret. I did say setting an intention and following through, but do you think that is something supernatural, that if you set an intention, the universe bends and shapes to that will?
Yeah, in some strange way, but then again, there's a certain word for it, and it's driving me nuts. I can't think of it.
Manifestation.
Manifestation, thank you.
You think that manifestation is an actual mechanism that works within the universe as though guided without our physical labor?
No. See, that's where yeah, because that's where I think I had problems with that, because that guy was kind of like saying just like write it down and it'll come or something. And, I think you have to take action, of course. You have to carve your way through, but when you start to do that, and again, this might just be mathematical. If you start to do that, maybe it just starts to limit the outcomes to your favorable ones. I don't know.
Do you think everybody who sets an intention and tries to do something honestly and earnestly succeeds?
No. I know that.
That would kind of fly in the face of the manifestation, at least is the way it's...
Yeah, but how are you living? And so then that's where it gets into these things of like, how are you living your life? How are you favored genetically? And again, is that by nature or something else or whatever? And all these different things. Like, what are your gifts? And are you playing off those gifts as well? And then are you putting hard work in? Are you being like a good colleague? Are you sociable? All these different things play into it, obviously. So these are all different. These are all things I think about along the way to make me go, okay, maybe there's nothing. And all the time I question myself. Maybe there's nothing to it. Maybe it all goes black. And I've been through enough ups and downs myself that like eternal rest doesn't scare me as much as it did when I was a child, where I had those existential crises, like I said, and I would kind of like clamor onto religion but then as you kind of come down from that fear response and now you're praying and reading the Bible, you start to catch things and you start to catch contradictions and you start to go, okay. And you look elsewhere. And again, that's what kind of led me down to a path of like hardcore atheism. There's nothing at all. And then all that kind of seems silly to me. It's just the same type of like fire and brimstone preachers. Somebody that says that there's definitely nothing. Because evidence of absence isn't absence of evidence, obviously.
I'm not sure I'm sorry, you said evidence of... You mean absence of evidence?
Yeah, I say it backwards. Sorry. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, sorry.
Are you sure?
When you say that, that's like, inherently true. And again, it might be...
I'm sorry, you're saying it's inherently true.
Yeah, just by a logical standard. So that might be outside of our senses.
I have to ask what logical standard. And you're saying that absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. But I'm wondering, what logical standard are you using to say that's inherently true? Are you just saying it because it was quoted in a movie and it feels true?
It makes sense to me. It means that if there isn't evidence put before you that is not like disproving something, it doesn't mean that there's evidence somewhere out there that you can't discount. Right. So then that leaves us at the agnostic.
Does that mean, though, if there's an absence of evidence for something, does that not imply that there may be in some way? Does it not in any way?
Yeah, no, 100%. Right. That's why I'm left at agnostic.
What I'm saying is, though, if an absence of evidence implies or in any way increases the likelihood that the thing is absent, then wouldn't that then just by definition of the word evidence be evidence of absence if it increases the likelihood?
Yeah, and so that's why I don't discount that point of view. And I'm not
kind of right, that evidence of absence kind of quote, it kind of falls apart when you question it, though, doesn't it?
Well, can you hear me out for a second?
Yes, sure.
I am. So that's why I wouldn't ever try to like change your point of view or perspective on things, because I just
something have to clarify. Mm-hmm. I'm not trying to change your perspective. However, do you recognize what the prompt on the screen means?
Yes. No, and I kind of live within this world of going back and forth. I'm not saying that you are changing how I believe things, or I wasn't getting at that. All I'm saying is that I listen to all point of views and all perspectives constantly, and I take them in and I weigh them out and I feel them out. And so the atheist perspective, I understand, and I was there for a long time. So it's not like I don't understand it, and I get like on scientific materialistic level, of course, yes, like that's what you lean towards.
Do you think there is one singular atheist perspective?
No.
Then why'd you say
keep referencing it like it is? Yeah.
Well, because it's the belief that there's nothing, and then you go nowhere and you die, right?
I'm sorry, it's called nihilism.
So then, what is atheism? That there's just no evidence of a god?
It could be, but when you're saying it, is that what you think it means? Is the belief there's nothing?
Yeah, that's what I've always understood it. That's how it's always came off to me from every different way that people slice it.
So atheism would just be the lack of belief in a God. Some people may say it is the belief there is no God, but just by the definition of the word, it's the absence of a belief in a God.
Well, then some people might classify me as an atheist then as well. I would call myself agnostic, again, because I lean more towards I don't know.
Right.
And
Understandable.
through anecdotal and personal things that have happened, and again, just through like what some might call manifestation, through what I've, prayed and asked for help, and just in strange moments, things have come through. I don't understand. And again, as I've gotten into audio design or even carpentry and stuff like that I've done,
Right.
there's just it seems like there's a handiwork of something. And again, that just might
handiwork.
that might just be the pattern of a universe. And when you get into the Fibonacci sequence and all these things like that, I don't know.
I can appreciate the I don't know. I feel like if there were a few rabbit holes brought up along the way, I kind of want to question, but then you capped it with an I don't know, and I can appreciate that. So you don't know if there's a God. You don't know if there's an afterlife. You feel that there seems to be some kind of pattern, whether it's you recognizing it or it's there.
And something that I feel like has come through.
Could it be you projecting patterns based on?
Of course, because we're pattern-seeking creatures and all this. And
you kept mentioning audio engineering and frequency and things like that. Do you think that because of certain mathematical properties, I'm trying to figure out what is it about that seems.
Well, there's just like, again, the handiwork that seems that there's just these patterns, and once you get into music and you understand like just like the basic what do you call it, just music theory. There's a Aristotelian or whatever his goddamn name is, it's driving me nuts. Pythagoras. When you get into like the Pythagoras, the basic Western music system we use now, and stuff like that, and you learn about the Big Bang and how they measure that, and now we go on to question if the Big Bang is actually the beginning and is what we think, or what.
Big Bang is the beginning.
Well, that's what
said. That's a question.
That was, yeah, that they question that now if that's actually the official, start and whatnot. But that is a frequency and a resonance that has been ringing out throughout time that we can measure.
Resonance.
That's like what it, that's a vibration that they pick up. That's why they call it the Big Bang. Because like
sure?
God's, yeah, that's what they measure. It was a Catholic. It was a Catholic monk. It was a Catholic monk that found it.
That it was a frequency they measure and they call it the Big Bang.
Yeah,
it's a frequency
that has been ringing out for what they thought was the beginning of time. But
are you sure that's why they called it the Big Bang? Because there was a frequency ringing from the beginning of time.
Yes.
Where did you learn that?
At Berkeley.
You learned that a Catholic monk measured a frequency that's been ringing since the beginning of time, and that's why they called it the Big Bang.
Yes.
Do you know?
It's a vibration. It's just like anything else.
I've got to ask. Do you know like which Catholic monk this was? That
I can't remember off the top of my head what his name is. You could look it up. Catholic monk discovers Big Bang.
Yeah. Do you know what the frequency was?
Nope. But we can look it up, and it will tell you the story I'm telling you with that information added.
Why would we look it up if you brought it up?
If we want to confirm it further, the question he's asking.
Right.
But anyway, so My point
I'm
is
wondering
like,
if there's any
do you want
possibility.
me? Do you want?
Like, yeah, I want to know though. Do you think that there's any possibility that you could be wrong about this frequency ringing
I
since
could
the
be wrong,
beginning
but
of
we
time?
should look it up. That being the beginning of time, and they go, this might just be a major event that happened. This might be, you know what I mean, like a massive star exploding. That is, you know what I mean. There's different questions that have come up from it, but traditionally, the Big Bang theory comes from this. What I'm talking about, and we can look it up and double check.
Why did you emphasize the word theory like that?
Because they question it now. It's not, and it's always been a theory.
Do you know what theory means in science?
It's a hypothesis that's been tested, repeated,
Repeat it.
and you can't repeat it with. See, there you go. That's a good one. Because you can't repeat it, right? Because it's the one. People have called it like the one miracle that science asks for.
The one miracle.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, Worlds, if there's any possibility that, I mean, you said you learned it at Berkeley. Is there any possibility that the things that you're saying are science, are anecdotes told by those who actually didn't know, that perhaps...
Well, no, I mean,
you don't think there's any possibility that this story of a frequency that caused a Catholic monk to call the Big Bang, you don't think that that could be mistaken, that it was actually astronomer Fred Hoyle on a BBC broadcast who said Big Bang in order to mock an idea of a hot, dense beginning expanding?
Okay, so maybe he didn't coin the term Big Bang.
With no idea of a frequency involved in the conversation.
The idea where this comes from, I mean, maybe I'm completely wrong. Am I completely wrong? Because that would be crazy. Term Big Bang.
With no idea.
This comes from.
Yes, there's no frequency involved. There's no, I mean, they're involved in the conversation.
Completely wrong.
There's of the understanding, but that's
they measured the frequency, and this is where the idea came from, right?
What frequency did they measure?
I would need to look it up and double check all this, but like this has been my understanding for years. They been my understanding.
Are we talking like Berkeley, the Ivy League, or Berkeley School of Music?
Berkeley School of Music, which is an Ivy League, it's a college of music.
Right, but it's different than like. Never mind.
Berkeley in California.
Yeah, they're two different things.
College of music.
Never mind. Said it sounded like it was Berkeley in California, and one would not know about.
Oh, if I'm an audio
Berkeley
engineer, if I'm an audio engineer and a music producer, you would probably I don't know, whatever.
Right, that is what. Yeah, they're two different. One
producer, you would
Berkeley School of Music, but probably.
I thought, since I was talking that I'm an audio engineer and music producer, I thought
right.
It was implied.
So now that that's cleared up, do you leave any room for the possibility that you have a slight misunderstanding of the history of that scientific theory?
Maybe. Are you looking at it right now? Are you getting information right now? Are you?
Does the idea that there is some frequency, if there were one, which again I don't know if that's accurate, but if there were some singular frequency that measured from the beginning, or at least as far as they could measure, would that imply somehow that there was a God?
not in the sense of a man in the clouds, but this is what I was trying to get to at that point. I wasn't really trying to get too hung up on the Big Bang because that wasn't necessarily my point. I was just more getting to the point of vibration and motion and convection and all these things.
Exactly why I asked the question I asked. Does the presence of some underlying frequency or the mathematics of frequencies as we understand them somehow imply to you that there is a God?
Absolutely. It's almost I think it's probably I think a lot of us are wired for this, and it's probably my way of doing mental gymnastics to getting to something of order and there being sense to things.
Like you're somehow predisposed to want there to be order, whether or not there is, and so ascribe it based on understandings that you do have.
Yes. And that might be wrong and completely made up, and it's our monkey brain.
Do you think it's possible that and I'm so sorry if it seems I'm interrupting, whether or not there...
Yes.
And I'm so sorry. Do you think it's possible that if you were a computer...
completely
interrupting programmer, you might be looking for harmony between the frequencies?
Yeah, or if you're a physicist, a lot of them get into the simulation theory, right? Mm-hmm. Which is almost kind of the same thing going on.
I don't know if that's quite where all physicists, or if that's a trope even amongst physicists.
Well, no, but the people who come up with it are like philosophers, physicists, and computer programmers.
Mm-hmm. I do notice that programmers tend to look for codes, and musicians and engineers, audio engineers at least, look at frequencies, and they tend to look for some kind of underlying creator of that code or that system and wonder if that's a god. And I'm curious if that's what you're doing, though I would wonder if you recognize also that when we apply things like frequencies, like when we measure things in hertz, we're using a system that we designed.
Yeah. But even if you were to move without that system, like you would still see inherent patterns. We would still have the divisions that you have in between nodes. You know what I mean? Like if you were to move, have the divisions that you have, spaces that they do at some different proportion.
You mean harmony would still exist if we...
Yeah, harmony would still exist, and then like our level and the level of our hearing and all this, like our our threshold of hearing and what parts would be louder to us and what parts would be quieter to us would still emerge. All these things would still emerge just within a different system.
Can you tell me in what way that would imply that a creator or designer intended it?
Well, see, this part this is not where I get super hung up on this as well. The main point I'm trying to make is that through the vibrations that have existed through eternity, supposedly, that's where all energy is moved. That's how all evolution is created. You know what I mean? Like that's how atoms decay and stuff. It's through convection and movement and vibration.
Through convection and movement and vibration. It feels like you said that's how atoms decay.
Right, and that's how everything is colliding and moving. It's through vibration. If you go everything to
vibration.
Yes, when you go down to a molecular and atomic level, everything, the way that there's heat and movement is through vibration, right? And that's where the Big Bang comes into theory.
Are you sure that heat and movement causes...
yes.
Is it that vibration causes heat? Or
yes,
heat causes
vibration, yes.
Which way is it?
But you need, exactly, chicken or egg. It's the chicken or egg, right? And that's why you need a Big Bang.
Slow down.
Because I know where you're going.
Where am I going?
Because you're just going to hang up on these one little thing I say when we're looking at the bigger picture.
Holy fuck.
I know, but I've been trying to make this one point for 15 minutes.
Why are you trying to make a point?
Because I just want to get to the next thing.
Because you just want to preach a sermon about what you believe
No, I
and
don't.
not actually
You know I don't.
question.
You
No,
know I
want
don't.
I want to see if you can actually analyze and question the assertions that you're making.
Okay,
And you get
let's go.
defensive every time I question one of them, and
I'm
you
not
feel
getting
like, oh, this isn't
defensive.
where you want it. You're literally talking over me right now with a whiny child voice. What are you talking about? You're not being defensive.
Okay.
I'm not being defensive.
All right. What do you want to ask? We can keep
I think I'd
talking.
like to move on to somebody who can question their beliefs, unless Kat has a question. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning
What do you want to ask?
gods higher, go ahead and request on up. If you're just trying to make a point and state some sort of gods higher power, state some sort of then type it in the comments. Actually, don't make a video or something. You can always request back up if you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that, then thing in a god. But I felt like every question was met with a defensive detour that took us absolutely nowhere. Detour that we are at 13,000 likes. I really do appreciate you guys tapping the screen. Likes, I have a slow start and hopefully bring a few people capable of questioning their beliefs. You guys, so them capable of questioning their beliefs. Hello, me. Hello, me. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? And do you have a belief in a god or gods higher power or anything like that?
Yes, and it's a little bit of a piggyback off of the frequency standpoint, but I, uh, just to kind of carry into it, I think we are ultimately the gods, not in the like absolutely the god word, but our perception is what breaks down and recreates all of the stuff around us, and it gives it definition. That's where we got the word God from. So essentially, it's kind of a feedback loop. I kind of was jokingly putting it in the comments.
So you believe that we are gods, but not in the Abrahamic sense.
I was jokingly putting it in.
Abrahamic sense. You believe that we are I'm sorry, what did this have to do with frequency?
Consciousness, whether it's
We might
harmonics
need
or
to,
frequency.
yeah, we might need to understand a few things. So,
Yeah.
I mean. So, can you tell me what you mean when you say frequency?
Yes. I guess the most basic form of it would be harmonics or just resonance.
Harmonics. What is harmonics?
So as the guy was saying earlier, atoms and molecules, they're all vibrating until they reach their, I'm going to kind of condense a term, anthropic principles. So everything has its state at which it exists.
I'm sorry, anthropic principle.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what that means?
Yeah, let me go get the... Can you still hear me? I'm sorry. I was about to go grab the theory or
We can
the
only hear you while
definition.
you're on the app, but when you leave the app, we won't hear you.
Okay. I think it specifically is applied for carbon-based life forms, but I kind of use it as an umbrella term for circumstances that allow for anything to be possible. Or not anything, but the defined concept. So water being water, that has to meet our water, like on Earth, has to
Can you
meet
tell me
certain
what,
principles.
I'm sorry, can you tell me what the word anthropic means?
I don't know what that word means. I just know the term.
Anthropic, you know the term anthropic principle.
My brain is like a messy spider web of information.
So, are you sure the spider web is actually attached to information, or
Something?
is it imagination?
I think it would be easier for it to be imagination,
When
the
you say
lack of like specific
anthropic
terms.
principle, what is it
Yeah.
you're saying again? What is an
Uh,
anthropic principle? If we don't know what
so
anthropic means,
for
is it
specificity, it's applied, I want to say, to like carbon-based life forms. The qualities or conditions needed for those like us to exist, not
the
just us, but
qualities and
animals.
conditions needed for us to exist? Those are anthropic principles.
In the specific definition of it, it's like they're scientifically talking about all the things that are needed for us to be here. Existence gave us the right conditions for the right conditions to form for us to have evolved to get this far, and that is the baseline of it. But then
So you're
if you
saying there's stuff in the universe that lets us exist.
well, existence, it's a given. We can't be here if we weren't supposed to be to get this far, and
You're saying
it's
supposed to. I need you to stop for a moment. There's a lot of clicking. Are you doing something that's like
oh yeah.
repeatedly clicking? It's very obnoxious.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I had my Xbox on, but yeah. Essentially, what I'm saying
What do you mean
is
by
existence.
supposed to?
Well, it's the fact that we're here talking now. If we weren't supposed, oh, I'm so sorry. Well, it's we didn't have the
What do you mean by
capability
supposed to? What's intending? Like, what do you
There's
mean?
no supposed to is basically just a frame of reference. So we're supposed to be breathing oxygen right now. If not, we'd probably be suffocating.
A frame of reference. Are you
You said using ChatGPT to look up terms. No, my friend. I've actually like
me? I'm up here.
watch.
The chat down there, you can respond to
Oh,
in text.
my apologies.
So you keep saying supposed to. What does that actually mean? Are you just saying it is what it, like anything that is what's supposed to be?
You ever seen Everything Everywhere All at Once? It has a lot of really good philosophy inside of it.
Can you tell me what you mean by supposed to?
I've explained it already.
You haven't.
Yeah, I just said if we were supposed to be breathing oxygen, then that's what we would be doing. And if we weren't
So,
doing that,
in
we'd
telling
probably be
me what you
suffocating.
mean by supposed to, you just used the word again. Can you try it without using the word? How
I
do you
think you're being
define?
hyper specific. But what I'm
I'm trying
saying
to
is
understand
supposed
what
to
you mean
be.
because the word carries the weight of some kind of
What aren't you
intentionality, some
understanding about when I say
supposer.
that?
So if you would stop talking over me, you'd hear me explain why I'm being hyper specific. I
Well,
don't know why you're.
conversations are generally words traded between people, so we're just hearing each other.
Oh my. Kat, do you have any questions for this guest?
No.
Do you know what questioning beliefs means me?
I'm sure I have an idea, but I don't
So,
know where
why did you
you
request
would,
up here?
because I was enjoying the conversation prior, but the guy kind of stopped on one point with frequency. There's actually a scientific paper. It's called, hold on, I have it saved in my copy and paste.
So you came up here to share your scientific paper about frequency, not to
No, I
actually
came up
question
here
your
to.
beliefs. So
No, you
can you
asked if
question your
anybody had
beliefs?
any
Can you question your beliefs?
gods. Yeah, I actually enjoy doing that.
What does it mean?
To analyze. Here it goes. This is one of the papers
So
that kind of,
I didn't ask
yes.
you about a scientific paper yet. I asked you why you came up here. Did you just come up here to share your scientific paper about frequency?
No,
Or do you
I
actually
stated that
question
I
your
think humans
beliefs?
are gods by way of our ability to perceive.
By way of our ability to perceive, what does God mean in that context?
God is what we defined it as. That came from our imagination.
What do you mean, what we defined it as?
A human created the word that holds the term God.
When you say God, what do you mean?
Something that creates and destroys.
Creates and destroys what? Anything?
Ideas.
Something that creates and destroys ideas is God.
Yeah, it's the blind faith required to believe in God.
Why do you, why do you define God as something that destroys or creates ideas?
Because that's what we defined it as.
Why did you define it that way?
By
Who's we?
observation of from other people, but I didn't
Who's
never
we?
prescribe to. I didn't say we.
You
I
did. You
said,
said that's what we defined it as.
oh, sorry, humans across the
When
globe.
did humans across the world define God as something that creates or destroys ideas?
Well, you have creator gods, you have destroyer gods. It's an umbrella.
So why have you settled on the creation and destruction aspects, and why ideas? Don't other gods around
Extremes.
the world, don't other gods around the world create and destroy other things as well as interact in other ways?
Yeah, they have
So then
many
why would
different
you say that
functions.
the umbrella of God is just something that creates and destroys ideas?
Well, this isn't exactly a
Is it a
format where I
niche
can
definition?
expand
Is it a niche
as
definition
freely as
you
I'd like
use?
to.
Sure. Is it
No,
a
no, no, no,
niche
no.
definition that
Uh,
you choose to use in order to assert that a God of some kind exists, or to fit yourself into that mold of what God is?
hmm, so I like that question. So it's not to apply it to myself, it's just to look at the potential of life.
What do you mean, look at the potential of life?
Procreation, or where it happens. There's a word for it. Basically, where the cells inside of a something that can produce a baby, it makes its own from its own cells. There's a specific term for it. But I say all that to say people are born from nothing. They two cells come together, multiply, 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 and then boom, life. But that doesn't guarantee life. It just means there's a function that's being followed inside of a system that can follow the function.
What?
I know it's not nothing,
Okay,
but
so stop for a moment.
yes.
Yeah, so I'm going to talk past you, and it's not to be rude, but I need to
Yes, yes,
make
yes.
sure and thank Heather's Descent, Raccoon Trio, Forget Me Nots, Anki Bubs, Cat to Witch, and One Love Two Homes. Appreciate you guys so much for helping with that goal. Um, me,
Yes.
can you question your beliefs?
I try to.
And when you question, analyze, as you said, your beliefs, do you analyze them in order to verify them, or analyze them to see if they could be wrong?
That one.
And so when
To
you're
see if they could be wrong. Sorry.
and when you've analyzed this belief, in I honestly don't even know how to state it simply because you seem to be a little all over the place.
It's easiest to look at it as panpsychism. Panpsychism. Ah, that word always messes
Panpsychism.
me up. Yes, thank you.
You believe everything is consciousness?
That's why I referenced everything everywhere all at once, because the scene where there were the rocks and they were like, "So what is this?" Yeah, well, you just be, sweetie. You're a rock. You just sit there and be a rock. It's silly, but it's a good way to bring that into my personal frame of reference, because it's a situation where I never connected to most other belief systems. And through analyzing and trying to understand them, I, through observation, tested and looked at different things that just seemed to be a bit common sense, if you ask me. But that would be a
Common
little,
sense.
what's the word I'm looking for? Big-headed of me to say. Um, yeah.
What is common sense about consciousness existing in literally everything?
Observation, your senses. They say the easiest way to understand life is to go out and just watch nature be. You get everything in the world: life, death, love, suffering, happiness, joy, misery. It's all there because it's there.
Thank you, Danny Grags, for the air dancer. The wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube, man. I love those things. Appreciate you. Me,
That was funny. Yeah.
I'm not hearing the common sense part of it. I'm wondering what it is about the idea of consciousness permeating everything that seems observable to you.
This is where I would route back to the supposed to be part of the conversation. I'm not saying that our senses are guaranteed, but no matter how we sense things, something is sensed. And that is a part of the panpsychism part of this. Was the rock a rock before we perceived it, or was it always a rock? Obviously, yes, because it's a mineral, but it's not defined because we define it. It already is because it is. It's a little woo-woo in that regard, but it's kind of the paradox proving itself.
That didn't follow. I mean, those were words.
I understand.
And
I
you
understand.
sounded, confident, but it didn't follow.
It's not up to us to define something because we see something. Did a tree fall in the forest before we got there, or was it always knocked over?
Oh my. So things exist, and
Yes.
as far as you can tell, they existed before you perceived them existing. And because they existed before you perceived them existing, you believe for some reason that they have consciousness? What is that?
I'm not saying that means they have consciousness. I'm saying that they're part of our defined reality.
So they exist in reality.
For what we perceive, yes. Because our perception is different from a bee's perception, from a
What does
fly,
any of that
from
have to do with the rock itself having
God.
consciousness?
Well, the blind faith is that people say God put all this out here for it to be here for us to experience it. The same way the universe or existence put everything out here for us to experience. So I'm just collapsing the two into
Rocks have
ourselves, our
consciousness.
perception.
I'm not hearing how you get to rocks have consciousness.
I used the panpsychism term a bit loosely. I did say that's the easiest way to understand it, though, to be fair.
Well, and to be
But I'm not
fair, you
saying,
also went directly for an example of conscious rocks in a movie about multiverses.
yeah, it's a metaphor. It's like poems or something. Not to minimize the conversation, but to exemplify our perception of things. Rocks don't think. We may personify a rock if it looks a certain way, or it's shaped like our hometown or something. I don't know.
So then rocks don't have consciousness.
No, they don't have consciousness.
They just exist.
Yes,
And they existed before you perceived them. But what about any of that? What about any of that leads you to believe that you are God?
I didn't say I was God. I said our ability
Everyone
to perceive
was God.
Yeah, everything that's alive has the ability to perceive and interact with its environment in
And
a
so
way
you
that
define God in a way that makes everything perceiving God.
What I wanted to unpack with the creation and destruction comment I made, that's just the two extreme mess of things. There was Bacchus, the god of debauchery or like getting drunk or whatever. Then there's the corn, the maize god in the Aztecs. And that one was literally for like agriculture and stuff. And I get all those are functions we put into the world like that, but it's also our imagination putting understanding onto a world or concept we may otherwise not have words for. And so in that's what becomes the gods. It's our imagination flowing through existence.
So just to clarify that if everything that is layered or can be described as layered as a sandwich, and everything is either layered or can be described as layered, from the smallest gluon to the universe itself and time and thought and whatever your definition of God today is. Each of those things are layered or can be described as such, and so are therefore sandwiches, and therefore everything is a sandwich. I'm a sandwich, you're a sandwich. Sandwiches are sandwich.
Precisely.
Gotcha.
It's about how we how we come to understand the perception of a thing, of our lives. If a person is colorblind and they come to you and say, this blue spray bottle is actually green to me, does that discount their reality?
I think you're shortcutting a lot of very
I'm not.
interesting
I'm speaking about perception.
philosophical thought. I'm still speaking.
I'm sorry.
I think you're shortcutting a lot of interesting philosophical thought experiments and applying them to your understanding of what is and what God is and how to define these things in order to make it sound more mystical than it might otherwise be.
Sorry.
You might not like that word, but it does kind of, the way you've been presenting it, come off as a sort of quantum woo. I appreciate you coming up and sharing what you shared, but I'm not seeing you demonstrate questioning your beliefs. I'm hearing doubling down on assertions and twisting definitions to make it sound more interesting than it might otherwise be. And if that fulfills you, then great. But I wonder, does it matter to you if what you believe is true or not?
Well, I'll end it here. Perception doesn't matter to be perceived. And thank you for having me.
Perception does it matter to be perceived? perceived. I mean, I feel like I just had a conversation with a book of shorthand deepities. I don't know. I mean no insult, though I can't see how I can reframe that. Yeah, Jack Handy, exactly. Hello, Demon Collector. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 40.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like
Here it
that?
is. Short and sweet. There's no fucking God. There's no God. There's no goddesses. It just
Why do you believe that?
my beliefs are my way of life. My way of
I'm
living.
sorry, I was asking you about your god belief. So you believe there are no gods, no goddesses. You're also very muffled, so when you talk over me, I can't hear you. But you said there are no gods and no goddesses, and that's your belief. So I'm curious, why is it you believe that?
Why do I believe that?
Yes.
Prove it.
I'm not here to prove anything. I'm asking people about their beliefs to see if they can question them. You stated that your belief is that there are no gods or goddesses. I'm asking you why you believe that.
The answer
You're
to
talking while I talk, and I haven't heard a word you've said because you're so muffled. If you use headphones, it'd be easier.
Look, the answer to life is 42. That's all you need to know about it.
It's an answer that begs a question. I make it my gift goal almost every time because I find it funny and I like to search for good questions. But I feel like you just came up here to drunkenly declare things and not question your beliefs. Well, thank you, One Love. That was an interesting interaction. I didn't remove him. He left after he made his declaration. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief. Well, I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to debate or tell you that you're wrong. I think I did slip in one wrong in one of those conversations tonight. Yeah, the Big Bang guy. But only because of the way he stated that. But I tried to question him out of it. I'm kind of glad you didn't, Hammy. I mean, not to say I don't want to question that, but I don't think he would have questioned that. He couldn't even question why he believed there were no gods. It is and should be questioned. I even question the lack of belief when you come up here and that's what you have. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, then go ahead and request on it. If you can question that. Your power, not question that. It's interesting. Why would you spam that in chat? That seems kind of useless. Seems to fit for someone who couldn't question. Hello, Myron. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I am 19.
What year were you born?
2006.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I'm a Christian.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No,
Why not?
I'm not. I need to be. I'm trying to commit fully to a full Christian, but that's something I need to work on.
Do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
Yes, I do, but I have like questions about why does a lot of this stuff, Proverbs happen like early times, but nothing's like really happening now.
You wonder why miracles happened then, but they don't happen now?
Yes.
That is a good question. I wondered, do you...
Also, I would say I believe in it, because I'm scared about the afterlife, what happens when you die.
Oh, I see. So you believe in Christianity mostly out of fear?
I would say I've been taught in the household, like to my family's never really forced it, but my grandma's really, like told me about Christianity, and my family's pulled Christianity, but I've never really been pushed to believe in. My family believes in Christianity, but I've never been, you have to believe Christianity. That's what I would say. It's not like mostly on fear, but I would say a little bit is.
A little bit is fear.
Yeah.
I'm,
I, I would say like I don't know what would happen when you die. That's why I believe in like heaven and hell, you know? What is your religion?
what my beliefs are don't matter to questioning yours.
Just ask. Good.
Fair enough. Do you believe the 6-day creation?
Uh, yes, I do believe in it.
Do you believe in Adam and Eve?
Yeah, but I think the story is exaggerated a little bit.
You think this story is exaggerated?
Yeah.
In what way is it exaggerated?
Uh, I would say that the apple part. It's like it's just all too. I don't know how to explain. Like it's an eerie feeling about like the apple that she ate, the snake told her. Yeah, I just have so many. Like it's just I'm not explaining. I have so many questions.
You have questions about the apple.
Yeah, that she this snake tried to after God Jesus told her not to eat it. One
I
fruit.
feel like there is an elephant in the room, and I'm going to need to ask about the elephant. Um, you have a name and profile picture of somebody I'm going to guess is not you. So, do you have beliefs in common with that person?
Just like his debates about certain things
Which things?
against trans people, I would say.
So you're
Uh,
anti-trans.
I wouldn't say I don't like them. I just don't like the things that they do.
Hmm.
Not all of his takes trans. I don't. Not all of his takes are good, but I would say some of them are pretty accurate.
So you're anti-trans and you support him in his misogyny, his anti-Semitism, his racism as well.
You see, you're trying to manipulate my words. I never said that,
I'm asking.
and I'm telling you no.
But yet you put on his face and name.
Yeah, I did, as you can see.
Which take is it of his that you think is accurate?
Like I just told you, his trans belief. That's the main reason I have him on my profile.
In what
Like,
way
oh,
is it
trans.
accurate?
They should not be playing women's sports at all. They should. You were getting off the topic. We need to go back to topic. I mean, what is what is my profile and who I think has to do with my religion? Except what he's
Because
talking about.
having his face and name on my live is uncomfortable. Not interested in promoting bigots,
You're
and that
offended?
seems to be what you like to do. So why do
You're
you
offended?
promote the bigot? I didn't say I was offended. I said I prefer not to support bigots. Why do you?
I'm support bigots. I just told you. I like his takes on things. Are
You
you
said
What is
are
it?
one
you are
take.
you even listening? I've told you multiple takes at this point.
You said one take on
Mhm.
trans people in
Oh yeah,
sports.
rephrase me. I've told you one take that I like. Because that's the mainly only reason I have them. I also like
How
that.
does how does
What do
his take affect your life? How does that particular take, like, how does that play into your life?
it not even necessarily plans my life. It's just how I view people and certain things and how
Okay,
I
what I'm
get a
saying
take on
is,
situations.
how do people with different gender expressions affect your life?
Oh, because if it's a trans woman and a woman and she transforms into a man, which I don't know how that would
Mhm.
be possible, but she does that and then she comes into my sport that I play, I would be offended because I don't want to be playing a girl in
What
basketball.
sport do you? First of all, what sport do you play?
I play
Second of all,
basketball, sir.
okay, and you're concerned about a trans person taking your position on your team.
Nobody getting my position, sir. I'm just saying playing with them. I wouldn't be afraid. Like he said up there on top of me, I don't know how to pronounce his name. He said having my profile makes him
Are
uncomfortable,
you
would make me uncomfortable
sorry? Are
also.
you worried? Are you worried about you're going to get your butt whooped by a trans person? Is that what you're concerned about?
No, sir, you can look me up on Google.
Look you
I'm going
up.
to look up Myron Gaines on Google. What am I
No, you
going to
can
look
look
up
up
on
my
Google?
name. I'm the number one prospect in Indianapolis.
Okay, and so when you go to Indiana or wherever you go to school, you're concerned that you'll play against a trans male in basketball, and what will happen? What's the worst that
No,
can
I'm
happen?
not concerned. Do you think, like, I'm not trying to say anything negative or be disrespectful. Do you think a trans person can beat me?
You're the one
Could
who said that you're
you're
concerned about
you're you're
playing with.
sounding you're
Hold on,
sounding like it. You're sounding like it, bro.
listen,
You
listen.
said that you
You're the
were
one who
offended
said,
that
yeah,
a
you're the one
Not
woman.
who
not even
said that.
necessarily that. I just have to word it different. It would make me feel uncomfortable.
Okay, so you feeling uncomfortable in what way? What would make you uncomfortable about that?
that I know. Like, it would just be weird knowing that this person was a woman and then
You'd be
transformed
uncomfortable.
into
You'd be
into a
uncomfortable
dude.
playing basketball with somebody with a vagina. Is that what would be concerning for you?
Uh, no, not at all.
So seriously, what is the problem? And I'm not.
Now then there's a female. Let me put it into words of yours. I wouldn't want a female acting like a man, transitioning and playing basketball with me. Yeah, you blocked me.
Actually,
What does that have anything to do with you, though?
Thank you.
Oh,
yeah,
Thank you. Ah,
I'm just not. I'm just not
but it didn't
interested
make
at
any
all.
sense. It
Yeah.
wasn't. It wasn't logical. It didn't make any
no, it's not.
sense.
It's not logical.
Let's find out who the top prospect of Indiana is and see how that affects his prospects from here on out.
You have fun with that. If anybody has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or any of their beliefs, that is what the fuck we're talking about. I realize I didn't change the screen. That's because I was too busy debating whether or not to block them right away or just kick them off the panel. Um, I'm just not interested in those kinds of conversations, and I knew that that elephant needed to be addressed. Because nobody in the comments was paying attention to what they were saying with that profile picture. But if you have a belief in a god or god's higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief. Go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue. We just want to know if you can question. And what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? Rob, if you meant to be up here, you have a lot of background noise, so I muted you. I'm going to need you to take care of that background noise before you unmute again. Right. So I'd asked you to do that, and you couldn't do that. Apparently, Danny, he's in a magical place.
It sounded very magical.
You to do that, and you couldn't do that. Apparently, Danny, he's in a magical place.
It sounded very magical. Some things aren't worth being patient about.
Patient tonight. Feels like I've been
Patient about.
Yeah, I felt like my patient.
But it just doesn't make any sense. Like it's just not like it just doesn't make any sense. It's like not rational.
It's
It doesn't
not.
make any sense.
Yeah.
Does it make? And it's also like not going to fucking. It's just so dumb. It's just dumb.
Mhm.
Rob, you definitely had background noise. Like it sounded like chimes, like a bad cell phone ringtone.
It did. It sounded like you were in. I don't know. I don't want to stereotype anything. It sounded like you were. I don't know, playing meditation music.
Yeah.
Very, very loudly.
I got a belief, man. I got a belief so bad. You know me, I can't complain.
I saw you saying that in the chat. You have a belief so bad. What do you mean by that?
No, it's just I got a rash, man. I got a rash on my ass so bad. You know me, I can't complain.
Please tell me you're quoting something.
Yeah, no, of course. It's Big Lebowski.
It's been a long time.
Sorry.
I forgot that was Big Lebowski. So when you said it, I'm just like,
What the hell is he talking?
it's just you saying it.
Oh my goodness.
Cozy believes in hydrocortisone cream.
That's important.
I believe that we are here to question beliefs, not to argue or debate.
Actually, I know that's why we're here. Sorry.
I wouldn't be dogmatic. I'm willing to question it. But I do believe that we are here to question beliefs, to see if what it is you believe in is what you believe in, or if you can't even question it, if it's true, if it holds to any scrutiny at all.
Thrayle, what is true?
That is usage dependent, so wherever we're using it. In the case of, is your belief true? I think I'm meaning, does it comport with reality?
I'm sticking with my beyond a reasonable doubt.
What a reasonable doubt is?
Yeah, I think it's important to question things. And if given an appropriate amount of evidence, but to continue to doubt something past that would be unreasonable. Some preponderance of evidence. And so the reasonable Goldilocks zone exists between those extremes.
The Goldilocks between the extremes. The Goldilocks between.
Analogy are perfect.
Reasonable-ish.
Well, I mean, I think that some people have different thresholds, but at unreasonable. Like, just, I mean, I guess you have to, like, ask any, like, you know, for a specific example, like, I'm just thinking the Big Bang is what comes up the most or something like that. It is reasonable to ask, where did we come from? It is reasonable to expect or ask for some sort of body of evidence to demonstrate that. It is unreasonable to look the corpus of evidence in the eye and the people that built the James Webb telescope in the eye and continue to tell them that the Earth is flat and that the Earth is 6,000 years old. Those are unreasonable things. Frankly, disrespectful.
What do you mean? What do you mean it's not flat?
Sorry?
The Earth is flat. You know this, Rav.
This is gaslighting. And it's not cool.
Sorry.
No,
Sorry.
no. I was trying to be deadpan. I came off way more serious than I meant it to be.
But if you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, or a mermaid, a lion man, what do we have in there? A leprechaun, wormling dragons, anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request Donna. We're not here to debate you or argue or tell you that you're wrong. We just want to know, well, if you can question it, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Cozy believes that more people need to use their blinker.
Oh, you're telling me. More blinkers, stay out of the left lane, it's for passing, and let people in. Assured clear distance is good for everybody. When, in the year 2000, when they were going from New Year's celebration to New Year's celebration, on like the TV, they cut to Fish performing at Great Cypress. They were doing a all-night concert, and when they cut to, they asked everybody at these different sites to give their message of peace and love for the new millennium. And Fish appears on the screen, and they go, "The left lane is for passing, the right lane is for traveling."
That's great.
Yeah, I agree.
The people needed to know.
They still do, unfortunately. Actually, the state that I think that does it the best is New Jersey. People really stay right in New Jersey.
Was it a political joke?
Oh, no, wasn't intentional. Seriously, people really drive in the right lane and pass in the left lane on the Jersey Turnpike.
I've never driven in New Jersey. Wouldn't
Can't
know.
say anything about the Parkway, though. I'm working on the
Hazel's got a
WTF.
flashlight out looking for believers in the chat. I'm just here.
Thanks, Raccoon.
Where are the believers? Are there any believers? I don't think we have believers anymore. It's not yet a belief, but
An
Cozy
inkling.
believes a believer will come.
Have you ever considered expanding the
The
scope?
beliefs.
Yeah.
To question. I mean, I do question other beliefs when they come up. I just prefer to start with the God one.
Mm-hmm.
But
I guess sorry. Well, just when I was doing those, political stuff, I just always noticed that there was a one and the same. Like the um, the most extreme beliefs were often the most extreme political beliefs, and that they just went hand in hand. And it was funny, like most people on the religious side of things don't want to talk about politics, and most people on the political side of things don't want to talk about religion. I'm just like, well, where do I fit in? What about me? And I don't have the time or wherewithal to start my own, you know, thing.
I've tried using political topics before. did not go well. It drove a lot of the audience away.
Mm.
It was very hard to get oppositional. I don't want to say oppositional, but yeah, oppositional guests. I mean, in politics, it kind of is more oppositional. Belief in this vein kind of has a little less. It doesn't have to be, oppositional.
Yeah. I wish politics didn't have to be oppositional either.
I mean, I've used political topics as well, like, well, it was still Socratic, like what is gender, or what is a man, I think is what we did. We did, what is justice?
That's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
It's certainly cold. Because it's just ice. I'll be here all week. Try the view.
It may not have been the laughter you wanted, but it was the laughter you deserved. Hazelnut says 3 out of 10.
Hey, I'm on the board.
But here, I mean, it's way too early to talk about poetry, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody has a belief in a god or gods or power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up, because I'm not ready to read a poem at all. It's way too early. I could do a... It might be the mermaid. Maybe the mermaid is scaring them all away.
The
It might be...
The mermaid? Why are you blaming the mermaid?
Well, I don't know. It seems...
You blaming the mermaid?
possible. Beavers aren't requesting.
I know. It's because I'm on the panel. I'm scaring them all away. You better drop me.
I'm sure it's not because you... We'll ask Peter. Hey, Peter, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I am over 18.
How far over?
I'm 29.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do not believe in a god.
Why not?
Because I know there are Gregors, and I do not wish to participate in that belief and pour into something that doesn't pour back into me.
You said you know that gods are egregores, and that you wouldn't put belief into something that can't put anything back into you. Do you believe there is anything godlike or higher power-like that exists beyond whether you believe it or not?
I know there are things that are older, but I wouldn't say godlike, no.
What do you mean by older?
Things that have been here longer than humans have been here, that have roaming the earth, that yes. but I wouldn't say there's anything like a godlike power. No.
What do you mean older than humans roaming the earth? Do you mean animals, biological organisms, or something else?
Something else in the above. I don't know the exact names for them, but they've been here for a while. Like, I don't know, conscious plasma maybe. Like, I don't exactly know the science behind it. So, but I don't believe in it. It's like, but science has proven it.
Science has proven that there's conscious plasma.
Yes.
I'm sorry, when did science prove there was conscious plasma?
I'm filling myself in a hole. I like your question. By the way, good job controlling the frame. I'll keep going down this road. So So when you see like it's like Gettysburg, and you see something that's like a ghost or something, but it's really like it's not conscious. Versus, or like in the hillside when there was a mountain there, and they blow it apart so they could put a road there. Well, that when you like, and it's stormy out and a certain biome, whatever, certain atmospheric pressure, and then you see something in the road, but it's really this thing that used to be there. So that's not consciousness, but it's like it could be like plasma, but it doesn't have consciousness. And there's like entities out there that are in fact conscious, but I wouldn't call them gods though. Saying that would be like gods though.
Okay, just to clarify,
Conscious.
when people see what they think is a ghost, they're seeing some kind of plasma.
Possibly, yes, like some sort of energy that's like.
And that the plasma that they're seeing is somehow conscious.
Not every one of them, no. I would say like ghosts, no, it could just be like frozen in time or some shit.
Frozen in time.
Yeah, your mirroring is pretty good. So let me just really quickly pivot to what gods are actually for, like the purpose. So I mean, if someone's to believe in them, if you're okay with that.
Why? Why would you want to believe it?
What? Okay, so someone who believes in God, I see the purpose in it. I just choose not to participate. If we go across all the pantheons, they're all saying basically the same shit, which is prayer, song, dance, hymns. It's all about external regulation, and so that's its purpose. So if you go back hundreds of thousands of years with humans, the Venetians, Homo sapiens, Homo erectus, doesn't matter. It's all, we all have a nervous system.
So is there a reason why you avoided my question just to answer your own?
Go ahead and ask that question again.
I asked why you would want to pivot away from what we were talking about.
It's a good question. Well, I understand communication. You're effective at it. I'm playing along. Because I might be going down a road I don't know how far I can go
By
down.
playing along, do you mean that you're not actually communicating, you're just cosplaying as a communicator? Because it does seem that way.
Not at all. I understand like how to control the frame in conversation, which usually I'm not on the receiving end. I'm usually on the dishing end, but I'm on the receiving end right now, and I just recognize it. So it's not often this happens.
So
Another pivot though, wasn't it, Thrayle?
yes, it was. I'm wondering why you were avoiding questioning the plasma
Very
going
knowledgeable
deeper
on.
into. Okay.
We can, but I might get into beliefs, but I don't actually know like further
Well,
than that.
you understand that the topic of the live is, can you question your beliefs?
That is fair.
That's why I keep framing, keeping us on track, right?
Okay. Appreciate that. Okay, we'll keep going.
Okay. So you don't believe in gods, but you believe there may be some kind of conscious plasma. Do you believe that, or is this something more that you just kind of musing as a familiarity with some pop science topic?
That's fair. actually don't know much about the conscious plasma, so I guess it's more belief if I was going to go down that road. I definitely do not believe in a God, though.
Mhm. What do you think would convince you that there is a God?
Nothing, because I know the truth.
Nothing could convince you that there's any kind of godlike being because you know the truth. What truth do you
Correct.
claim to know?
I know there's several truths, one of them being there is no great purpose to life. There is no meaning to life besides that which you make it. I know that gods are egregores, which means to evoke or pour into. That's what God means. I choose not to do that.
I'm sorry, that's what it means?
God,
means?
yeah. The etymology of God means to evoke or pour into. And I don't want to play that game.
Which language is that derived from?
Old Germanic.
So in Old Germanic,
To pour into, yeah. But I see the purpose in it for external regulation for people who believe in it, and it makes them a better person. Whatever, that's fine. I just don't need that to regulate my own nervous system.
right. But because you say the word means something in Old Germanic, then therefore you don't need that. But I guess what I'm asking is, what would make you, or that there is something like that, not necessarily whatever it is you've got in mind with this etymology that you've
If the
decided.
like spoke back to me, is like slapped me around a little bit, and was like, "Hey, I'm fucking real, and I have effect on your reality." Then, like physical, then maybe, yeah. I'm like, oh fuck, the egregor God concept is real. Don't get me wrong, but people believe in it, so that makes it real. I
I'm
just
sorry,
choose
when you talk about egregores and God concepts, when people pour into, people believe in a thing, do you think that makes it become its own
Yeah,
sort of conscious self?
100,000%. So what the fuck are we exactly? So what the fuck are we creating? Like, what
Why
is
do you,
because of
why do
what
you
we
think,
think?
I'm sorry, so you think that if people all believe in a thing, then that thing becomes an actual entity?
It takes
When you
When
say
you
takes
say,
on, yeah, go ahead.
well, it's the same question. When you say
Takes on a
take,
life of its own. I'm sorry. Philly, go ahead.
Yeah, is there a question? I wasn't sure if you both were
yes,
asking something.
Yeah, we were
yes.
both asking the same thing.
The question is,
I got you.
when it takes on a life of its own, does that mean it's actually a being in existence?
It means the concept is very real. Yeah, it
The
is real.
concept is
It may
real.
not be the very much so. Yeah, it takes a life. It's like the really gross example would be Santa Claus. It's like you believe in it, so it's real, but he's not real. It's a Grigor, but like gods are like the same. It's the same mechanism.
So there's no real Santa, but the spirit, the idea, the concept is takes
It
on a
affects
life of
people.
its
It's
own.
real.
It
It
affects.
takes
Okay.
yeah. It has an effect
Okay.
on reality, but it's not real. But it has an effect on reality.
The concept of
Not everyone's reality,
belief,
but yeah,
the belief in it has an effect. Sure,
correct.
sure. But it's not an actual being.
Yes, correct.
Mm-hmm.
But I know this to be true. I don't believe this.
Is there, how do you differentiate between something you know and something you believe?
I have a couple different ways, but I don't. If I believe something, I don't like to indulge in it. I just stick to what I know and grow from there. So, like peer-reviewed science, if there's no peer-reviewed science on this, then it's like logic.
So you believe that if somebody puts importance on an idea, then it has an impact on reality.
Maybe as a collective, possibly, but not just no, not just in general. No, it has to be probably like a people's thought that create this thought form thing.
So if my 6-year-old child suddenly started believing that Santa Claus has a little elf that lives in Santa Claus's hat that rides the rainbows every day, and this is brand new belief that only my child believes, it's not going to have an impact on him, or it's not what you're talking about.
It's not exactly what I'm talking about. It doesn't matter if it does. It's isolated. I'm talking about when it's not isolated. So if now millions of kids thought this shit, yeah, that's probably gonna affect a little bit how, like, whether that time of season or how they act or what they do, how they treat each other, like whatever the fuck. Like there might be a real impact in physical life to
So
some degree because of that influence.
what's the difference between, like, where's the line? It impacts one child, it impacts a million children. Like, where does it actually become what you're talking about?
I don't know the exact number. I would say though, self-awareness. It's like we're all participating in these illusions. And then do you have enough self-awareness to know what you're participating in, not just unconsciously?
I mean, if my child suddenly realized there is no elf that rides on the rainbows, that would be the self-awareness.
Yeah, your son can know or your child can know like that's not real, but he chooses to participate in that. But he's well aware like that's not real, but everyone else is doing it and it's fun, it's whatever. So I'll participate knowing that it's still not real. So there's self-awareness.
And
So
that's,
for God, I know God's not real, but I can still participate in these activities or whatever, but I know the truth. I don't have to be a weirdo about it. I just like keep it to myself.
you don't have to be a weirdo about it.
Like I don't have to like ruin. I don't have to shit on people's parades. I can still like participate in their beliefs, knowing that it's not real, but whatever's like culturally like custom to them is fine and respectable.
Do you think that there are any beliefs that are harmful and are worth not participating in and maybe are worth shitting on? Not participating.
I would say yeah, there's definitely examples out there for that. Yeah, 100%.
So how do you determine if somebody's belief is harmless or is harmful?
Is it okay? So like for example, for me, because I know that God doesn't exist, I don't go around telling Christians your gods are fake because I understand that the purpose of it is for emotional regulation, and I'm not stripping that from someone to have nothing better to replace it with. So I don't really touch that topic. I just know the truth for me. They have to come to their own conclusion. So I would say if I was going to do what I'm doing and then actually harm people by stripping their external regulation away from them, but not replace it with something and just leave them fucking like wounded, it's like, well, or whatever, like, what the fuck do I do now? And I don't have an answer. Well, that's harmful. You're leaving somebody worse off than you found them, even though it is true. Well, that's
Are you
fucking,
saying,
that makes the
Peter,
situation worse.
that you've come to the conclusion that all belief in God is about regulation?
Yeah, external regulation. If you're going to, you're pouring and devoking into this egregore.
Peter said it,
But I
so
think
it must be true because he knows the truth and doesn't question it.
in this scenario, correct. Just this one. Like I don't know a lot of things. I just know what I know.
This is the third thing that you've said that you know. You can't be questioned on. What do you mean it's just this thing? Even God for emotional regulation.
Yeah.
You know these things and can't be questioned.
God, take this sin away from me. God, do this. God, do that. Oh, I'll be like, whatever. It's like, oh, Jesus will help me. Like, I don't know. Just you're taking away this dysregulated state, and then they believe and put trust in them, or they're re-regulated.
You think that describes all believers in all gods?
Not quite, but like a grossly simple way, sure. There's a demon on me. Well, that's just your neurochemicals in balance, and you're calling it a demon or your sin or whatever you want to call it. It's a dysregulated state. God, take this thing off of me, whatever it is. Well, you're just fucking upset about something, dysregulated for whatever reason, and you want that to go away, re-regulate. Like, I really think it's that simple.
And you think that's where all belief in all gods comes from?
No, the origin of it, I think it's been bad. It's been perverted since then, but the origin of it, yeah, for sure. Because when tribes were small, and then there were shamans that were the first ones to take on the emotional regulation for the tribe, and then it got larger and larger, and so they created this religions. That's a systematized way to take on that for other people because they weren't doing it themselves. I think it's been perverted for sure. I believe it's been perverted. I don't know. I believe that. That's a belief I have. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. You seemed certain before that you know no God exists.
Strike me down if he does. You know what I mean?
How is it you are so certain?
Because I look at life, maybe this is fucked up, but I'll tell you, I also know that we're biomechanical. And so we're organic material. And I know that we have a nervous system. And most people who have emotions have neurochemicals. And those are manipulatable. And the point of life, not the point of life. There's no point. It's just whatever you make it. We have survival instincts, but like, I just reduce it to that. Does that make sense?
You just reduce everything to survival instincts.
Well, not quite. But yeah, it's predictable. It's pattern recognition, sure. That helps recognize patterns. If you know other people's beliefs are, you know how yourself acts in situations, and it's pattern recognition, so you have a better way to understand reality.
I had asked you what would convince you that a God exists. After a few attempts, you did say, if it came down and slapped you and said, "Here I am." I imagine, I can assume the answer to this, but would you worship a God just on the basis of it existing and verifying its existence to you?
Yeah, highly likely. I'd shit myself. I'd be ripping with cortisol, like, oh fuck, I got this all wrong. If that was like really the conclusion.
So, just because a God exists and proves itself to you, you think you would worship?
I don't know if I'd worship. That's a good question. That's actually like, I don't know if I'd worship. I would definitely reconsider my position. Fucking ask everything all over again. I might worship it. I might be dumb enough.
Is there an ideal God that you would worship?
Ideal God. I mean, if I know what I know, which is like I'm pouring into something, I want to know what I'm pouring into. And if it doesn't give me anything back, why the fuck would I waste my time on it? So ideal God would be something that pours back into me.
Does it matter to you if what you believe is true or not?
Yeah, because that's how I would say the answer is yes to that, because that's how I live my life, and I do I wouldn't say I manipulate reality. I would say I like to understand reality enough to be able to predict things. I don't know how to explain it. So in my business, yeah, it matters for my line of work. So yes.
Does a God have to exist for a God to be meaningful?
No, not at all.
I don't think I have any more questions, Peter, but I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions you did. I think we're going to move on to a new guest, but I hope that
I
you
appreciate
keep
you.
asking questions. Yeah, take care.
Do we have somebody who believes anything of the like, who is willing to question their beliefs in the requests?
We did have someone in queue, and as soon as I hit accept, they disappeared. But that doesn't mean that there isn't A-Ray. Hello, A-Ray.
Can you hear me?
I can. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 39 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like it?
Well, long story short, I did grow up believing, well, in church, made to believe in being afraid of the God that we call God and Jesus, and or the Old Testament God, basically. I don't want to be afraid of God, so I went down a bad path. So I believe in the more Greek mythology, and I believe in the mother being my higher power, and because a creator, mother, and I believe in Nyx, the goddess of night. And I believe that she, is not God, but more of she's a deity, so to speak, and she helps me, and she's helped me for the last 2 years. I'm recovering alcoholic, and anything you want to ask me?
I feel like I've asked you a few questions before, A-Ray. It sounds familiar. If we haven't spoken before, I'd be surprised. You say that you don't believe in the God of Christianity. You believe in Nyx, the goddess of night, and that she is helping you with your recovery. Is this your higher power for a program of sorts? And you're off app, so we won't be able to hear you.
Maybe A-Ray got a phone call or something. We can't hear you if you're speaking.
There we go. Now you're back.
Sorry, I'm in a holler. I live in Deckard, Tennessee.
I see.
So, no, I do not believe that Nyx is God, but she's not my higher power. She's more like a spiritual guide, but I believe in the feminine. More or less, when we say the father, I believe in the mother.
So you believe there is a God, just
Yes.
not in the masculine sense. It is a mother creator.
Because I relate to that better.
I can understand how you might relate, but does relating to it make it true?
It just depends on who you are. I relate to it better because I lost my mother. So God comes to me in a mother figure.
You say
because
God comes to you.
Well, God, to me, God is a mother figure because
Okay.
I feel comfortable with that. If I did not believe in a God, then I might as well say I'm God, because I can't I can't say that there's nothing higher, a higher power than me, because I would be completely lost and I would completely be empty if I didn't have some sort of spiritual connection to something greater than myself.
Why? Why would you be empty?
Because I would be saying that I know all the answers. I don't know anything.
Why would not having a spiritual connection to a higher power mean that you must know all the answers?
Because Amanda's best thinking, well, my name is Amanda, but my best thinking got me to where I was at, and that was jails, institutions, and almost death. So whenever I didn't have a belief in a higher power, I was very empty inside and very lost. And so therefore, something had to happen. And I needed to find something greater than myself to believe in, so that I was not running on my own self-will.
And so that something greater needs to be a divine, motherly creator.
Nope. To me it does. To me it feels good that way, but no, this is just me and me alone. Now this is just me. I cannot speak for anyone else but myself.
We're questioning your beliefs.
Right, I know. I just want you to know that, like, this is not me trying to put my belief on anybody. Like this is for me.
I understand, but for you, that's something higher that you feel you need to rely on, needs to be a motherly creator, and you feel you need to
rely. I need to trust in something greater than myself, because
trust in, what does that mean?
It means not run on my own self-will, not make decisions. Amanda doesn't need to wake up making decisions myself, because when I make my decisions, when Amanda starts making decisions, that's when my whole day messes up. I start getting in trouble and I start messing up whenever I don't let something.
Are you separating the way that you make decisions? Sorry,
pretty much.
Sorry, I'm not quite finished phrasing the question, but are you separating the way you make decisions when they're self-indulgent versus when they're not? Is that kind of what it is?
Self-indulgent? Like, be a little bit more specific. Self-indulgent when they're not. Like, explain that a little bit better. Like, break it down just a little bit more.
Making decisions that seem geared towards...
I understand.
Okay.
Okay, so I can't make when I start making decisions based on doing them just automatically and not taking the time to ask another human being, and also the way that I pray. And I take 2 weeks before I make any big decision, so that I
feel
have...
like when you make decisions impulsively, you use the third person. You say Amanda makes the decision,
and
that's an impulsive decision. But when you take your time, consult others, think about it, that you say that is God guiding you, or Goddess.
I ask another person, and I also take 2 weeks and I pray to my higher power. And then the decision will always, 99% of the time, work out.
Always 99%. So there's a 1% margin of error there.
Yeah, I mean, we're only human.
Are there times it doesn't work out?
Oh, there's been plenty of times where it hasn't, but there's been more times where it has.
Do you know what confirmation bias is?
I'm sorry?
Do you know what confirmation bias is?
I'm sorry, I do not. No, not the two words together. Tell me.
They kind of mean what you think they mean when you hear them, right? Confirmation of your own personal biases. Looking for things that help you feel like a thing you already assume is true. In this case, saying that you're, when you take the 2 weeks and you talk to the people who matter and you pray about it to your higher power, then it works out 99% of the time. It feels like it's not the actual percent because you say
Well,
it really, it's just more
because
than it doesn't, right? Works more than
yes,
it doesn't.
right. That's better than me doing it by myself.
Do you think that if you were to analyze it, to actually write down every time you prayed and see every result and catalog it,
I
do you
do.
think that do you think that it would bear out that it is 99%, or do you
I
think
do.
it would be? You say you do catalog.
I
it.
do. Yes, I'm an AA, and I write down. I write down everything every night before I go to bed. Who have I hurt? Have I been selfish today? Have I hurt anybody today? Do I need to make amends? Was there something different that I could have done?
You're saying
every single
you
night.
write these things down, but that's not what I was asking. If you were to write down the things you pray about.
Yes, those two.
Okay, if you were to write down the things you pray about and write down the results, write down what happens after praying about it, after making the decision, you said it would work out 99%. Do you think that I don't know why you won't let me get to the end of the question, so I'm going to go ahead and just stop. If anybody else...
Well, I'm sorry.
I was just
going to say I've been doing it for 5 years, and it does.
Are you inebriated right now, Amanda?
No, I'm not.
Okay. If anybody else would like to ask questions, go ahead.
I'm sorry that hurt your feelings.
When you are making the comparison between God the Father that others speak of and the Mother that you relate with, is it the same God?
Oh, did y'all want me to hang up?
Philly just asked you a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, ma'am. What'd you say?
I was curious if when you refer to the Mother,
Mm-hmm.
the way others would refer to God the Father,
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious if it's the same God, just with a different name.
Yes. I feel like it's two sides of like the same coin, but I do feel like I don't know, but I just know to me, I do feel like it is the same God, but to me, this is more feminine because I lost my mother very tragically, and it comforts me to feel this way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Does it matter to you if there is a Mother God or if there is no God?
I would hate to know that when my life was over, that it was just dark and dirt, and that was it. I would hate to know that.
Would you, if you had to choose between, hypothetically, a comforting lie or a harsh truth, which would you generally choose?
I am very capable of handling the harsh truth. Because I have to deal with people every day because I'm a certified peer support recovery specialist counselor, and it hurts. It hurts.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to deal with the harsh truth every day of my life, and it hurts, but I get through it.
Mm-hmm. Would your life change if you found out today or tomorrow that there is no Mother God?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. It would not change. It would not change at all, because there would be nothing that would stop me from ruining my life when I was ruining my life if I found that out.
There's nothing that would stop you from ruining your life?
No, if I found out that there was no God, because I have learned to be happy with Amanda no matter what my outside circumstances will be, could be, or may be.
Are you...
Like, I'm going to be happy no matter what.
Sure, yeah. Are you saying that if you found out there was no Mother God, then you would still live as if there was a Mother God?
Yeah, probably so. Probably so. Probably so. Even if it was a lie, even if it was a lie, even if it kept me, if it kept me every day being happy, which it doesn't keep me, which it doesn't have to keep me happy, I can still be happy no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
But if I did find out it was all a lie and there was no God, then I would still be okay yesterday, just like I am today. Now, considering it would suck, it would hurt my feelings for just a moment, but I would get over it very quickly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hear you. As a peer support, do you... How do you help others who don't believe in a higher power?
I tell them to do this. On the second step, I say, get a piece of paper and put a line right down the middle of it. And whatever, if you don't believe in God, or if you want to believe in a God, or if you, whatever, something bigger than yourself, those characteristics. I want God to be all loving, all forgiving. And then on the other side of the paper, put what you don't want God to be. And then that will help you start to get sober throughout the rest of the steps, because at the end, there's a spiritual experience. And that is helping other people.
Helping other people is a spiritual experience.
Yes, helping someone else, no matter what it is. Picking up cigarette butts, making coffee, doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. Is it necessary to believe in a higher power in order to have a spiritual experience?
No.
Is it necessary? Maybe I don't want to go there.
Do what now?
I was just...
You okay, you were going to say something and you said never mind.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand.
Stopping myself.
That's okay. I don't take things too personal. I can't in my line of work. If I did that,
It wasn't something that I think you would have taken personally. I think it's... I appreciate your answers, A-Ray. I think, Thrayle, I might be done with this line of questioning.
Okay.
Appreciate you, Phil.
All right. Thank
Aaron,
you.
I do appreciate you coming up and answering the questions you did.
Yeah.
Um, I would wonder if, well, actually, I think Philly did ask most of the other questions I might have. So I really do appreciate you. I think we're going to move on, but maybe another time if you find new answers and you're open to questioning those.
That'll be fine. I've got to go to bed and get up
Yeah,
early in the morning. So good night, y'all.
appreciate you. I hope you have a good night. I hope you keep asking questions. And if there is anybody who has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your belief, go ahead and request up. We're not here to argue with you or debate. We're not here to burgle your gods. We just want to know if you can question, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? Hello, Siobhan. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
My age is 46 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like
Well,
that?
can I be honest and say that I have many beliefs?
I prefer that
Would
you do be honest.
would it be wrong of me to be not only a Catholic, a Christian, but a spiritual person who also believes in karma and freaking
I'm not here to tell you whether
positive,
it's right or wrong
you
to
know,
believe in what
and
you believe.
agnostic consciousness, collective consciousness, and
Collective
positive
consciousness.
outlook, and that God lives within all of us, and therefore we are an extension of God, and then through God, anything that we want is possible.
So, Siobhan,
But
did you
also
actually
being
come up here to question your beliefs or just kind of give me a
to
quick
question my
survey?
to question my
Cool.
belief,
So,
to question my
I'm not
beliefs,
here
because
to.
I don't want to come. Because sometimes I think that me believing in too many things is like making it hard for myself to fully focus and be truly happy with one belief. And so then I will change my beliefs daily. Like today, I believe God loves me. Jesus never leaves me. I'm always safe.
Yeah, ask any questions.
Yes, sir.
Great. So, you said that you're Catholic, you're spiritual, you believe God's inside us. Sometimes you change your beliefs. Um, do you believe that Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior?
Yes.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
It was read to me, but I started reading Genesis chapter 1 and chapter 2. And once I read those, and then I stopped because it made me think that the Bible was a pedophilia or incestual document.
Okay, so you stopped at Genesis 1 and 2.
I read Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, then I stopped.
And so you haven't read anything else from the Bible?
Well, I went to church on Monday nights, Wednesday nights, Thursday nights, Friday nights, Saturday nights, and Sunday mornings as a child between the ages of 6 and 12.
Great. So you were in church a lot.
Yes.
Do you believe? I guess here's the thing. I guess
I've always believed that
So I'm asking a question. You believe in Jesus, but you say that the Bible is a book of I'm not going to say that word again, but of problematic things. Do you believe the Bible?
I believe the Bible 50-50.
50-50, so some of it's true and some of it's not.
I believe that some of it may be construed in a wrong way.
Construed in a wrong
or
way.
believed in a wrong way, or acted
Believed in a
upon,
wrong way.
or followed in a wrong way.
So the words can't be wrong, just the way people read them.
Right. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Then Genesis 1 and 2, was it just the way you read it? Was that the problem?
It could be
Or is it
possible.
true?
But when I read Genesis 1 and then I read Genesis 2, Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, especially the first six verses, are exactly the same. And I was like, what the heck is going on here?
The first 6 verses are exactly the same.
In the beginning, God created
the heavens and the earth. It sounds like you used a King James version. So in the King James version, does Genesis 2 start the same way?
Exactly the same.
Really?
But I'm not sure exactly what version I used. Sorry. I looked on the internet.
Can you read the first few words of Genesis 2 to me?
I know about God.
I think she's looking it up. She may not know that's true. Siobhan, when you're off app, we can't hear you speak, so you'll have to come back to the app before we hear you again. The silence is kind of nice, Hazel. Sometimes I like the silence.
Sorry. Genesis 2 says that for all the heavens were done. I don't know. Sorry,
So
I forgot.
It's not exactly the same then.
Yeah, not in this version.
I see. So if they're not exactly the same, is it possible that you've misread it?
Well, I was reading out of the book version, or maybe I wasn't. Maybe I'm just confused because I've been trying to find God and trying to follow Jesus and trying to do everything right according to his will, because people made me feel like at first I always believed I was a Christian. Ever since I was a little child, I've always felt that I known Jesus and I known God and that I was protected and safe in his place.
Do you think that could be because people have told you to feel that way?
And yes, it most definitely is. And they're like, well, how come you don't read the Bible? And I'm like, I don't need to read the Bible. I know that God loves me. I know what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to follow the 10 Commandments, which I know the rules, and also to love God as I love myself and love my neighbor as I love myself and treat my neighbor as I love myself. That's the most important golden rule. And so those are the things that I live by. And then they're like, you're supposed to do works. You're supposed to tell people they have to be Christians. I'm like, I don't want to tell people they have to be Christians.
Okay, so you want to live by those things, but you don't want to tell people to do that, right?
I don't want to, yeah. Because they should be able to believe in what they want to believe in.
Mm-hmm. So I hadn't asked you anything about proselytizing or telling other people to believe it. I was asking you about what you believe. So can we move back to why you believe anything from this book would be true at all? Is it because you were told to as a child, or do you have some reason now as an adult to still believe?
Before I answer you, are you a deconstructionist?
Am I a deconstructionist? I don't know if that's an
Would
apt
take
title.
the Bible and tear it apart and then show the wrongs of it.
Is that what a deconstructionist is?
I don't know. That's my layman's version of.
May I introduce
what
you?
it is.
Go ahead, Philly.
Hi, Siobhan. I was a Christian pastor and I started doubting and now I do see problems with the Bible, but I think that letting people come to their own conclusions can be a helpful exercise. Do you feel defensive right now, or do you
No,
feel like okay?
I feel fine.
Yeah. Are you comfortable if we keep asking you some more questions about your beliefs?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm sorry if my views are not the same, or they're stupid, or whatever, or they're misguided according to your beliefs and my belief, because I swear to God, I change my beliefs every day. Sometimes I think Jesus was Satan. Sometimes I think God is God killed himself and put himself in his only son in Jesus, and then therefore killed himself to save all of his children. It's weird things that I think about.
Just watch out
Oh,
for
sorry for the
the
words. I'm
TikTok
sorry.
friendly. Yeah,
I'm sorry. I forgot about the bad words. I'm sorry. I'll be careful.
Is it when you say you change your beliefs almost daily? Is it like you're thinking of what possibly could be, or are these things that you're like, oh no, it's true that Jesus is Satan on this day, and it changes a different day?
Yeah, pretty much like what you just said.
What makes you change your beliefs?
Basically, whatever I hear and see and read.
Do you automatically accept anything you hear or read or see?
No, I don't. But then the fact that it makes me question my beliefs makes me feel bad about questioning my beliefs, and therefore I'm like lost.
Why do you feel bad about questioning your beliefs?
Because some of the people that I listen to on TikTok or on Facebook or read, and if I do take a chance to read the scripture from the Bible, which I'm currently on Proverbs 3:4, is something that I want to read that I've been hearing all day today. Proverbs 3:4 I'm supposed to read. Then it makes me feel like, why do I have to read this? And if I do, why do I have to tell people that I read this? And I don't want to tell people what they should believe. I want them to believe with their own free will.
That makes sense to me. How do you determine if something is worth believing or not?
Belief, this is how I use belief. So I know you guys would probably make fun of me, or probably make me feel stupid, or probably say I should pray for something, this, and that.
We're not trying to make you feel stupid. We're not trying to laugh at you.
I know, I'm sorry.
We're sorry.
Those are my own insecurities and fears before I say this.
Okay.
Everything I have prayed for to God has come true. And I don't pray very often.
That sounds like it must be comforting for you.
No, it's scary.
Is it? What makes that scary?
Because sometimes I have bad thoughts. And some people and who are doing bad to other people. And I've always wanted to think that we should be living in a harmonious world, in peace, without war, without hunger, without, discrimination, without prejudice, in harmony with love, together, always. And then I'll see something on the news where a mother does something to her children, or a father does something to his wife, or a country does something to another country, and it makes me so angry, and I just want to wish that the whole of them was unalived or whatever. And it makes me sad because then I think about praying to the Creator, God, Jesus, Kashana, our ancestors, etc., all of the above, because I do pray to all the above that I just said. I just have different prayers for each and every one of them. That bad things will happen to those people that did those things to those other people, and I don't want to feel that way because that's mean, and I don't want to be mean, and I don't like the fact that I think that way, and the fact that in my own personal opinion, the fact that I believe that every single prayer that I said out loud comes true, and I've seen it come true, makes me afraid to pray.
I hear you. Kat, did you have a question? Do you think that God is good, Siobhan?
Sometimes he's not good. Have you read the Old Testament?
Yes.
The Old Testament, he's so mean. He's so mean. And then I personally think that he loves us so much that he thought that being the hard parent and being the, rule sticker, being this and this and that, saying you got to do this, you got to do that. If you don't do this, you're going that. And then over thousands of years over time, we showed him over and over and over again that we couldn't follow these rules, and that there was going to be no people left for heaven. There was only going to be everyone was a sinner. So everyone was going to hell because his rules were so strict. So he decided that he loved us so much that's why Lucifer and them got in that big old fight about why do they get a second chance? Why do you love them more than us? So why does, so he said that he would send us his son as a way for us to make our way back to salvation and back into his grace. And then when that happened, we all cried, the world cried, and angels cried, and everything fell apart, and we fell into this fallen world where we live right now. And it's just too much. It's just too much because why? But then at the same time, I'm also like, thank you, God, for giving us a way to salvation. But not everyone will be saved, and I want everybody to be saved. That's the bad thing. I want everybody to be saved, no matter what religion, no matter how many sins you committed, no matter what you did, or how you
Why?
spoke, or what you believe, that you could be saved.
Why?
But that's not the truth. The truth is that
Why is?
we can't all be
Why is it a?
saved
Why is it a bad thing that you want everybody to be saved?
because everyone says you can't save them. We're the chosen people. No, we're the chosen people. No, our religion is the right religion. No, their religion is wrong. Except that
Siobhan,
we always want to separate each other, but we're all one nation, one people.
Is that who you have a problem with?
why?
I'm listening. Sorry.
Is that who is causing you the most amount of problems?
People.
What were you meaning when you said the chosen people?
I don't know who the chosen people are. I think we're all chosen. I'm just saying that it seems like everyone wants to be the chosen. The conscientious people, the agnostic people want to be
Chosen for
right.
what? Chosen for what?
To be saved. Chosen to be in God's
Rav,
favor or whatever.
I don't think that she meant it in the way that the direction that you're
No,
going.
what I'm asking is, I guess I don't understand the concept of chosenness.
No, I was just saying that that's what people say that they are. I'm not
Chosen by
saying that
what?
anyone is chosen.
Kat, hold on one second. Siobhan, what do you mean when you say chosenness? What is that?
So I was listening to some people, I think they were the Hebrew Israelites or something, talk about God and Jesus and how they said they were the chosen people and that only they could be saved through Jesus and salvation and stuff like that and through doing good works. And so that made me really sad because why is that? And then I also heard some stories that the Jews were the only chosen people and that they were the ones who were going to be saved. And then I heard that the ones who believe in Allah and Islam, they were the chosen people and they were the only ones who were going to be saved. And
Well,
then
that's what I'm wondering. That's why I'm wondering what this definition of chosenness is. And you said it means to be saved. And I guess I'd be curious to know where you, like, I guess you heard that from other people. But is that what you take chosenness to means? Is savedness?
no, I think that chosen is a word that people use to separate themselves and make themselves better than other people on the earth. Because we're all the same, we're all equal. We're all God's children. If you love, you're a child of God. Anyone who loves is a child of God.
Chosenness. Um, is it possible that somebody could be chosen for something else? Like, is it possible that, like, I really appreciated your notion that everyone is chosen or something like that. And I guess, like, what does it mean, like, with regard to, like, the text itself? I mean, you clearly, like, what does chosenness mean within the text itself? What's the implication there?
I couldn't say for honest fact. All I know is that in what I read and what I heard and what I believe in my heart and soul is that Jesus loves us all unconditionally and he will forgive us unconditionally for our sins and he will save us from the fire.
What is a sin?
Oh, there's so many sins.
Well,
There's so many sins, it's hard to say.
What defines the general category of sin?
Basically, a sin is something that.
And how do you get that understanding of sin?
Because if you don't listen to your mom and dad, like one of the 10 Commandments says, honor thy mother and father, then you're hurting your mother and father by not listening to them because they're only trying to teach you stuff so that way you don't hurt yourself.
What if they
But as a child, you don't understand that.
told me to do horrible things? Wouldn't I be honoring them by not doing those things?
It depends on if it violates one of the other 10 Commandments.
Why the 10 Commandments?
But I was just trying to keep it simple. Such as thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not lie, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor, thou shalt not have no God other above me. But I don't like that one.
We don't need them.
I don't like that one.
We don't need them listed.
Yeah, I don't know all of them.
That's okay. Why? I guess why point that out as the code for sin? Like, does that help me understand sin in your world?
We are all born sinners.
We are?
We're born sinners. We're born in sin.
Why were
born
we born
of
in sin?
because we were born in God's image, and God doesn't realize that He is imperfect Himself.
You're saying that
That is
God's
why.
you're saying that God's image is sinful?
Yes, I know exactly. See why my mind is not right. Or I'm trying to find people who have belief and faith and who can like help me to understand why I
Siobhan,
should think like
you're saying that God is sin, and that we
He
are in the
innocent.
image of
He,
God.
I know, right? That's
Um,
wrong. Right? That's so wrong. I'm wrong.
yeah, Siobhan, I've got to wonder, are you feeling actually up for this conversation, or are you just kind of feeling like you need to defend something?
I don't need to defend anything.
Do you know? You say that God is sin. Why do you
No,
assume
I
there
said
is
that He
a
is
God at
sin.
all? Why do you assume
Like
that there
He is,
is a God
He is
at all,
goodness.
though?
He is light.
Why do you assume? This is why I stopped talking a while ago. Um, I don't have any more questions. If anybody has any more questions for Siobhan.
Can I
Mm.
just Siobhan, you have named several like different groups or different like people's ideas that you've heard or listened to. Um, so when you take in all these ideas about God, how do you how do you decide which one is true?
I don't have discernment because that is judgment. And one of the commandments is thou shalt not judge.
Okay, so do
So,
you just believe them all?
so no. So what I do is I use deductive reasoning.
Um, have you ever sat down and formulated your own idea or opinion about what God is instead of listening to others?
Yes, I have, actually. God is love, God is light. God is always there for me and all who believe in him. And even if you forget him for a little
What
while,
about what about what
he'll
about those
always accept
phrases
you.
were your ideas? Sorry, I'm confused. What about like God is love, God is light? In what ways are those your novel, unique ideas?
Because God is everywhere and everything. And he lives in all living things. And he is in the air. He is in what we can see and what we cannot see. And he
Thrayle,
is in our belief and our unbelief.
that was it.
Nobody has any more questions. All right, Siobhan, I appreciate you being here. I think
That I'm
we're gonna.
confused. Yeah, I
I,
know. No, I was hoping for a little.
yeah, I think we're gonna move on.
I was hoping that she would like actually think about that for a moment.
That was not in the cards.
I quickly realized that. I left
Well,
right before
great
you
to see
guys
you.
got here, but it is great to see you.
It is. I don't know if you heard me, but I also said great to see you.
I did. I
Okay.
did.
We have Jane joining us. Jane, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 55.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
A recovering Catholic, and I'm just a free thinker. If that makes any sense to anybody.
Mm-hmm. So, you believe there's a god out there,
Oh, absolutely.
Is it the Catholic God, Christian God?
I don't think there's any one religion for it. I just think, quote unquote, the word God is just the higher power and the universe, and I don't try to put the word God in any kind of religion. I
So,
think the word God is above all.
what do you mean?
I just think, God is the universe. I think God was never meant to be in the male form or the female form. I just think God is just everything that is good out there.
Just what's good.
Yeah, that's how
So
I
none of
feel.
the bad stuff.
No, well, I don't want to say it's all about the bad. It's, God is just all good. I think when it comes down to, if you want to put God in a box, and I think we as humans tend to do that, we put God, the word God, in a box to make it
So,
for our own understanding.
are you saying that you don't put God in a box, and so you just think
No, I don't.
God
I
is the
don't.
universe, God is
I think
everything, God
Jesus was
is.
in a box. I'm sorry?
Isn't good a box?
Yeah, of course it is. Good
When you
is,
said that,
good is just good. I
when
don't
you
think it's
said
in a
that
box.
God is
I just think
everything good, isn't that a box that you're putting God into?
no, I think God is what we want God to be. Because as free thinkers, it could be whatever we want God to be. And it goes on. It goes with the individual. It's how
God,
I
kind of
think
like a
it is.
Starbucks or like a Burger King. You can
No,
have it
don't
your
do
way.
that. Please don't
No, I
make a
mean,
mockery out of it.
no,
That's
I'm
not
not making a
right.
mockery. What I'm saying is you can have it any way you'd like.
Because that's where we come back to free will and free thinking.
But I'm
Because we all, as humans, we all have a way of thinking.
so how does that help anybody gain an understanding of what
It doesn't have to be a gain of understanding. It just has to be what makes you a better person at the end. I hope it
No.
does.
So why do you assume that God has to make you a better person? Like, what
God
is?
doesn't have to make me a better person. It's just me, myself,
Are
as a
you just
person.
saying words and not thinking about them? Are you
No,
feeling
no,
defensive?
no, no, no. I'm not doing that at all.
Okay. What is God?
For me,
Yes.
God, I'm not trying to put this on anybody else. This is just my own understanding of the way I think God is.
Yeah, that we clarified
I
with the
think I
for
think
you.
God is all universal. I think God never intended to have any interference with this life as we are having this human experience on this earth. I think he left it all up to us.
He.
Well, if I sit there and say that, I'm not going to say he or she or, I just think that God is in everything.
What does all universal mean?
I think God is in the trees. I think God is in I think that when we
I'm
we
sorry,
want to
is
put
this what
label,
all universal means?
I think so. Doesn't make me wrong. This is just my belief system.
I didn't say you were wrong.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
I'm just trying to understand. I don't understand how this mean, like how all universal means God is in the trees. I'm not making that connection.
I think for the way we label the word God, you know, I am love. I am the trees. I am the grass. I am the air. So for me, the way
That's a very Christian way of looking at that, isn't it?
It's really not. It's
Yeah,
not
I
being
am.
Christian. It's just being, you know, I don't know.
It's just
It's what makes me feel better at night. You know, it's because I don't want to label anybody. I don't want to put a label on anyone. You know, if Jewish people think, you know, their God is the way they are, or Muslims think that their God is the way they are, who am I to say that they're wrong? You know, this is
nobody
just my
said anybody was
Nobody's
wrong.
asking you to stop talking while I'm talking. Stop talking while I'm talking. You understand that this entire conversation is, can you question your beliefs, right?
I don't question my beliefs.
Why would you request up here if you don't question your beliefs? Did you read the prompt at all?
Okay, I see where this is going. I'm sorry I came on here. I apologize, and I will leave.
You don't have to be sorry for coming up.
No, it's okay.
I just wonder why you would request if you can't question your beliefs.
I thought we were questioning other people's belief systems. That's all.
Well,
I'm sorry.
If
The audacity.
Will.
right. Hello, Will.
Hello.
I'm not looking at my phone, so it was good to hear your voice.
I know you sounded very
Well,
excited.
the audacity, that's all. To want to question other people's beliefs and not be able to submit your own.
And not have her own questioned, like, right?
I understand wanting to question other people's beliefs. It's not like I scoff at that at all. I just wonder why, during that entire conversation, did she think that was the goal of each of those questions, was to question other people's beliefs? While
Did she think you're just
about
like
her God.
inviting random people up here and be like, yeah, let's question somebody else? Everybody on the panel has had their beliefs questioned many times, I think.
Mine have only been questioned twice, but they're kind of boring.
That's fair.
I mean, you studied dirt, Will.
I think that's interesting.
I think that's way more interesting than most of the beliefs that we question. That might have been not an out loud kind of thought.
Certainly more consequential.
It can be. It certainly can be. Well, we are at 33,000 likes right now, and I appreciate everybody here for tapping the screen, for sharing the live. If we all tap just a little more, I bet we could double that number in no time, and who knows, we might have somebody come along who is curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs.
Yeah, God willing.
Some God somewhere willing, maybe. But I do need to thank Joe, Philly Red, Heather's Descent, Smoke My Taco, A-Ray, Jimmy B, Danny, Grax, Enki Bubs, Everlasting Godstopper, and Cat DeWitch for helping with our previous goal. Thank you. Go ahead, Cat, sorry.
I am looking at this chessboard, and that wasn't checkmate.
It glitches like that sometimes.
No, it's an actual physical chessboard.
Oh.
And I just realized it. So we just stopped playing the game. I feel indignant about it.
Are you saying your chessboard, designed to be able to play chess against you, doesn't know what checkmate is?
No, I'm saying we were playing chess with his silly magnetic chessboard. That's just a regular chessboard.
Oh, okay. And he declared victory too soon. I got you.
He
How
did, and I
Byron
didn't
was
see
able
it
to
until
sing
right
those
now.
Popped up here. I do need your age for TikTok, TOS. JJ,
What's up?
Yeah, he's a
need your age.
Oh shit.
35.
I have a lot of background noise there, JJ.
Oh, yeah, I know. The story of my life.
Who the fucking hell are you talking to?
So anyway, about my chess game.
When JJ sorts out his background noise, he's welcome to request again, and then we can question his beliefs. But it sounded like he was about to have a conversation. If anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. You know, request on up. Yeah, some people do that, Kat. Some people declare victory way too soon and walk away.
He doesn't usually do that, and I didn't see it either, in all fairness.
Well, then
the board's still there, right? So the game's still going.
Yeah, the board's still there, the game's still going. Yes. And now I have the upper hand of having had all this. He went to the store. Of having had all this time to sit there and stare at the board and think it through.
What board?
And you could rearrange a few pieces if you wanted to, too.
I could.
So, JJ's back again. Hey, JJ. If there's more than one of you, we're going to need everybody's age.
It's just me and my friend right now. Well,
How old's
she's
your
comfortable telling her age to you, then yeah.
Yeah, I'm 28.
28.
I see. And do you both believe in gods? I really only want to actually question one of you at a time, if that's all right.
Me, do I believe in gods or do I believe in one god?
Do you believe in any god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, there's a lot of higher powers out there. I believe that there is an almighty one. That's my belief.
You believe that there is an almighty one?
Yeah. The one that created the universe, that created everything. Well, just basically like the universes and stuff like that.
Is this almighty one written about in any doctrines or scriptures, or is it something that you've thought of?
It's just something that came to mind when I was finally waking up.
Finally waking up, what does that mean?
It just means you start to realize life the way it is, and it's all just a sham, an illusion.
You realize that life is a sham and an illusion. What does that mean?
Yeah. That means that we're right here sitting down, being watched by other people. People just fucking telling us what to do, what to eat, how to live, and we're finding it okay. They're not seeing like the bigger picture. That's what I'm struggling with. When I finally realized that, and I realized my life is fucking pointless. That's what I realized at this time. Like it's like pointless. Like I fucking go down the street and see scripture. It's like everything, but it's just one thing that I'm doing that other people are probably not, which is I'm writing my own destiny. I'm writing my own story.
So you're saying everything is scripted? People are just doing what they're told? Is that what you're saying?
Basically.
And you feel like you've woken up from that?
Not fully, but I mean, they don't want me to know a lot of things, like where I came from and
who is they?
They, that's the story of my life. Who's they? It's a whole bunch of people. It's just the people, the higher ups.
The higher ups, what does that mean?
That means the people who are really running the country.
The people running the country don't want you to know who you are?
They don't want me to wake up fully because, you know, they say everybody got gifts, right? From what I was told. So I know you got a gift. Everybody in this panel got a gift.
What do you mean
And
gift?
everyone has there's certain little things they do. But all
Certain
in
things
all,
they do.
yeah,
Is
well,
that
in
what
all,
you
we're
mean
all
by a gift?
okay. So what is it that you're really good at?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, what do
So
you
you're
what do you
saying that
thrive in? What do you
I'm
thrive
not.
in? What's your
Yeah,
biggest?
Jay. So
Yeah.
I'm really not here to answer the questions.
Oh,
How is
okay,
me
okay.
answering that question going to help you question your beliefs?
I don't know. It'll help me a little bit because it'll give me an understanding of what you believe in.
What I believe shouldn't matter to you questioning your beliefs, should it?
Okay, Mr. Touchy Feely guy.
It's not about touchy-feely. Does it? It's actually a question. Do you
Yeah.
think that what I believe will make a difference in you questioning your beliefs?
No, not really. Probably. You never know. Well, my beliefs, I just feel like I'm spiritual, so I know that there's the mighty creator, and
What does spiritual mean?
spiritual means is what you take out of life and apply it to yourself so you can live the way you want to live, which is right. Hopefully.
Go ahead, Will.
Would spiritual just mean experience?
It means
all these people are fucked up.
it means you have an awakening. It means like you looking at things in life and you're applying them to your life. Like let's say I saw something in the Bible that I like that Jesus did. Okay, I take that aspect and apply it to my life. And then there's something else that I see along the lines that somebody he has, and I'm going to use that and apply it to my life. It's like that, you apply these things that you think in your head that are right, and then you do them. You try to do them, and then
And
we
that's
start
what
doing it.
spiritual means to you, applying things that you think are right.
Yeah. I mean, you have an awakening, especially with nature. You
How is
gotta
that
go outside.
spiritual to apply things that you think are right?
Yeah, I mean, like say, it's just basically life's like common sense, but sometimes people don't know that. They just not brought into it or not raised right,
I
or
don't. I
they're
don't know
just.
I don't know why you're appealing to common sense. What was the question I just asked you?
Oh, what about like what are my beliefs? Like, what do I question my beliefs and stuff like that?
That wasn't the question. So you're not really listening to the question.
Well, what was the question? Didn't you just want me to question my beliefs?
I was asking you about the word spiritual you keep referring to. Things being spiritual and what that means.
Yeah, well, that's what I think it means. I mean, it's supposed to have peace, harmony, and love.
So peace, harmony, and love.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what spiritual is.
It's probably more than that, but I know that's what it means for me for right now until I find out more.
Go ahead, Raph.
Have you ever read the book Catcher in the Rye?
Nope, never.
I fully recommend that book to you, or maybe not. So the Catcher in the Rye is about right. The Catcher in the Rye is a book about a. You said you're 29.
No,
Guy's
35.
probably 35.
Yeah.
Well, Holden Caulfield's, I think, like in his teenage years, maybe early 20s. And he thinks that everybody's a phony, and he thinks that, everybody's just, wake walking or sleepwalking through their waking life. And, he's the only one who really has it figured out, and he's, he's navigating this world that he thinks is just complete baloney. And I guess what I'm wondering is, you said like, you're the one who's waking up. You're seeing what the real world's like, and you're seeing how. So, what's that?
We can hear your friend in the background, JJ, so it's really distracting to the conversation.
I'm sorry.
If you'd rather be in that conversation, we can just
Sorry,
move
guys.
on.
I apologize.
Sorry, what happened again? Go ahead.
So, okay, so you're the one who's got it all figured out. You've got
You're waking up, you're seeing the way things really are. There's this shadowy group that is trying to keep you from realizing your true self. Um, where does that leave you at the end of the day? What is that? What is that?
Right now, I wish I knew. You know, they said I want to ask. I wish I can go up to somebody, explain what I'm talking about, and they actually understand what I'm saying. Then they can help me learn the things that they know. Because who taught them? Who taught you guys how to live this life like the way it's supposed to be lived? Who taught you how to just overcome all these obstacles that you have? Like somebody tell me, you know? I mean, I learned the hard way. I'm hard-headed. And it's
I
like,
don't know. I don't know that any one person taught us, any of us, how to live our lives in a way that was like good for us. I think it's just you just kind of learn along the way.
Yeah.
oh man. Well, you guys, I mean,
Honestly, it's just life.
um,
Really, it really is just life. We have to keep going.
yeah, but if you keep gonna be, this is gonna be the day where it's gonna be okay. And I go out there and it's the same shit, encounter the same bullshit, and it's like, fuck, you know? It's like, if this is my hell, then shit, this is my hell. You know, I run it the way I want to run it. Fuck anybody talking about this their hell. This is my hell. If it's
Do
my
you
hell, then I
think?
want it done. I want it
Do you,
done the way I want it. You know?
do you think that you're alone in these beliefs? Like, do you think that you are the only person who feels this sort of way?
No, I feel like there's others like me. You know, like that feel the
Hmm.
same way about what I feel. Like it's like you know, it's like a game we're playing. You know?
Sure.
It's,
So, okay. So, what role do you play in your own in determining your own sort of path forward?
I I uh I role that I play is I'm trying to bring. First, it was like I was meant to find somebody, and then I was meant to help, you know, heal, do a lot of stuff, and then it just felt like you know these things started coming into play, warnings like about telling the people they need to change or something bad's gonna happen, and then it went to like this. Now I understand it's a plot, so every single person that's involved, it's like a big circle, right? And everybody's involved, the government, the people. It's like few people that run the country are really like closer than you think, you know? It's closer than you think. It's like a big family, which I don't have no recollection of any remembering any of that, but I was raised and just to um, work, get a wife, have a kid, and live life. And now it's like all that shit's down the drain because it don't make sense no more to me. The family I used to know is not the family that I know, and it's just something that's crazy. It's like I got versions of me, you know.
What is informing that belief?
Informing. Well, I would have known when I was younger, and then it would have been pretty fucking awesome. I probably would have been different, but now it's just totally different. Like I used to be so well grounded when I first got here. I used to have like my mind blank. Nobody can ever read me. Nobody can ever penetrate my mind, my train of thought. And then like shit started happening and broke me down. Fucking broke down, crying. Didn't know where to turn, who to talk to. By myself. You know, I was alone. When
Really
you're
quick, I
isolated for
gotta
so
interrupt
long.
you, JJ.
Oh, go ahead.
I gotta thank Little Squirrels for the Night Star. I really like those. Thank you so much, Little Squirrel. Um, you you're saying that things. Hmm, you're saying that there's this that they are trying to keep you down or keep us down, and you have woken up from that. Um, do you
You want this one
do
too?
you do you feel at all that you could be mistaken?
Like not the person they think I am.
Who is the they, and why do you think that they are responsible for you and your your experience?
Mm, because they are. And
Okay,
they
but who is the they? When you say the up and ups, the elites, what does that mean? What does that actually mean? Is it
it's
just a shadowy sort of
it's a group
catch-all for
it's a group
people
of
who have, it's a specific group of people, or just
Mm. Mm. First, I first thought it was the devil, and then I thought it was the gods like Poseidon, Hades, and Zeus. And then I thought it was like a whole bunch of like Indian, Indian gods and stuff like that. It's just a lot. There's a lot of stuff here that's happened in America. Like this fucking country's just red on blood and money, betrayal. There's a lot of bad blood here, and there's a lot of things that happen that we have no control of because it was the past. Now the next generation is paying for it. So everybody's tied to a bloodline.
Why do
Mine?
you think any of this?
What?
where do you
JJ,
get
please
these
mute
ideas
while
from?
you chew.
Yeah, that too.
That what?
Where do you get these ideas from?
Mm, they just come to me, man.
Stop eating in our ears, please.
Oh, I'm so sorry. My
Mute
bad.
while you chew. That's so rude.
I get these feelings. Something tells me, like it's like my intuition, my gut feeling. It always
Okay,
tells me stuff. It's always on point. I never,
you're
never, ever.
wait a second. You're saying that your gut feeling tells you that there's a shadowy group of people at the top of the governmental food chain that are of one bloodline and that they're controlling the world. This is something that you were in the shower one morning and you had this thought.
No, not like that. It's what I've seen, who I've encountered, people I've talked to, things that
Okay,
just
that's what I'm
weren't,
saying.
things that
What
just
are
didn't
those?
seem right.
Okay, so where are those sources for your ideas, and how are you corroborating those sources?
Shit, they're not my sources. Shit, if they were, then I wouldn't be in my fucking struggle.
When I say
Where did you get
sources,
these ideas?
By reading, it's like this. Okay, so one day I'm gonna tell you my story. If you laugh, I don't give a fuck. I'm just gonna fucking say what I have to say.
Well, how about you tell us the short version?
Basically, was this day I woke up, I was on the bus, I was thinking people could hear me in my head, and I was like, that's impossible. Nobody can fucking hear my thoughts. So I said, okay, just for shits and giggles, the lady that's up front wearing that hat, I want you to look, like, turn your face and look at me, like, so I know you can hear me. As soon as I said that, that lady turned and looked up and looked right at me, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, this shit's fucking crazy. How the fuck did she hear me in my head? And then I would whisper. I would be like, so low, and they can hear me. And it's like, how the fuck can they do that? Like, why are they even listening to me? Who the fuck am I? Why am I important? Why is this things happening the way they are? And it's like, I'm not the only one. They say I'm a light bringer or a light worker. Like I'm divine. I know that.
Oh, goodness.
And it's like whatever you want to believe, because what it is, it's manifesting. So if you think that this is real and so many people believe it, then it's gonna become real because you guys manifested that.
So, okay, Jay. So you were on the bus. You thought you wanted somebody to look at you, and they looked at you.
Yeah, right. When I said, okay, just for shits and giggles, if you can hear me in my head when I speak, I want you to turn your head and look at me. And the lady did it. Right when I said that, she did that. You are not oblivious to it. You just don't care about it because you're already up there. You already know what to do. You already know how to live your life, and you're moving around in a way where you can just go ahead and do it, and they're not gonna fucking question or look at you or anything like that because they know who you are or who you claim to be. You see, if let's say somebody came over here to Earth and this was where gods live, right? All gods live in mortal bodies, right?
Stop for just a moment. You just keep kind of going, and I'm not understanding why you think that because you had a thought in your head that someone should look at you, and they looked at you, you've decided that there is some telepathic conspiracy involving you as a target for listening operations.
It's a game, and we're the targets. They're trying to see us break, lose our minds, lose control, to go to prison, to be shut up.
Do you think it's possible that you have fixated on something to the point of confirmation bias.
I'm just like, it's like what the things I've experienced, man. I never thought like this until I
Have you
came here to Washington State.
Have you ever spoken to a mental health professional about this experience?
Oh yeah, fucking what am I gonna tell them? Oh yeah, I see this, I see that. I've seen enough movies to know that you just better shut the fuck up when you go to talk to a therapist and just tell them little bits and pieces of what's going on. Basically, like I've seen demonic things, man. I would see a lot of evil things, like hordes of fucking like demons. I would seen a lot of demons at first. I saw the devil, I saw God, like
So
it's
what
things
you're
I
saying,
experienced.
if I understand correctly, is you lie to your therapist so that they don't think you're crazy because you claim to have seen demonic things and think there is a telepathic conspiracy monitoring you. JJ, I really think ready to move on. So if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. But oh my.
I think that
Also,
without without like Kat, this is kind of along the lines of what we were talking about the other day. Like, I am very worried for this category of people who are like guys in their 20s and 30s who just don't
mm-hmm.
they don't have a fucking clue, and they have no insight, and they are so unhealthy and don't have a way or an outlet to sort of express or trust or anything. Uh,
we need to have a phone call soon, like a
yeah,
Discord call, and
these
get
these
into
kids are in
this.
big trouble because
Hmm.
they're going to vote. They're going to vote for Donald Trump for a third term. I mean, I'm not trying to get political as
Also,
shit, but that's the
also,
kind of people, like, that's what they're thinking.
if you're still in here, you are still in here. Stop lying to your therapist, please.
Insight is the greatest gift you could give yourself. Insight that medicine works, insight that therapy works, insight that doctors have your best interest at heart. It is truly the greatest insight. It is the greatest gift you can give to yourself is insight.
Will Dot, you're more than welcome to have that conversation with me and Rav on Discord.
What's that?
Will Dot said he wants in on that conversation.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I'm not saying
It's
I'm
not
not.
even that I wouldn't want in on it. It's just not this live.
No, for sure not. I think that there is extreme toxicity, yes, and also they don't have any outlet. They don't know what the fuck to do, and they're being told bullshit. Sorry.
You're good. It's just, yeah,
Not
no,
the
it's
time or the place.
not that I disagree in any way, or not in any way.
No, you must agree with me, Thrayle. The only way this works. Just kidding. Not serious at all.
I don't know that I disagree. I just know that it's definitely a nuanced conversation.
Yeah.
That I'm sure would absolutely delight the next guest, but oh, apparently they left. Never mind.
I would like to say that what you just what you just brought up, Rav, and what and the podcast that I listened to the other day, I did not get that those two topics were related at all. Also, somebody has a fucking echo.
Is it me again?
Yes.
Fuck. These fucking headphones. It's supposed to be like nice headphones.
Well, they lied to you.
Can you hear me now?
I mean, we can hear you, but
is it better at
Can we
all?
hear
I guess.
ourselves?
Yeah. Any better? Eddie better?
Well,
Eddie
and oh, don't bring up Eddie Vedder.
The flow seems even. If
Shut up,
anybody
Thrayle.
has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue or make you look like a fool, although you may do that on your own. We're really just here to see if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, well then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it?
What's wrong with Eddie Vedder?
Shut up. I just don't like Pearl Jam at all.
Really?
Yeah, no, I don't really like grunge music in general, except for Soundgarden is acceptable.
Soundgarden's great. You don't like
Yeah.
Nirvana?
Huh?
I'd like to unpack that belief.
Yeah, I knew that's what was gonna happen if I said it.
No Alice in Chains.
Alice in Chains is fine, but I don't look here. I don't dislike any grunge band as vehemently as Pearl Jam. I'm just not gonna pick grunge music in general if I get to choose. But I do vehemently dislike Pearl Jam.
Yo.
Hello, Kareem. You got a little bit of background noise there.
Sorry.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 30.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do. Excuse me. I do. I just want to bring up something. I just was overhearing your last conversation
But I'm
with
asking,
the other guy.
yeah, but now we're having a conversation with you, and whatever that background noise is, if you're putting us in your pocket or rubbing on the one end of your phone, we hear it, and it's
I was
kind of loud.
fixing my headphones. Yeah.
Cool. So you have a belief in a god. Which god is that?
There's only one God, sir.
Which god do you believe that is?
The one true God.
You say the one true God. Is it a God from any scripture or doctrine? Is it a
The
God?
God of Abraham, the God of Moses, the God of Jesus. The one
The
God.
God of,
Yeah.
the God of Abraham, you say?
Elohei Abraham, Elohei Yitzchak, Elohei Yaakov.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. What's your point, man? Anyway, I just came up to say one thing. Am I allowed to do that or not?
No, you're not.
Oh, wow.
You're here to question your beliefs, or you're not here at all. Looks like he's not here.
I would imagine, given 40 more seconds, would have had the exact same conversation that we just had.
Oh, that he had a telepathic communication with someone on a bus, and he's a targeted individual.
Yeah, probably pretty similar. I imagine also containing some beliefs about some shadowy elite cabal that is controlling him and keeping him down and keeping him unsuccessful.
I don't know.
Hard to say. Actually, it's pretty easy to say.
A request to back up. I don't know. Did you actually want to question your beliefs, Kareem? Or did you just want to say one thing? Because this isn't your platform to say one thing. What are you even saying? Is there just a rash of unwellness going on?
I do think that this time of year is pretty intense. We're not even going camping. What did they say?
We're not going to repeat what he said, but why is he?
I'm not gonna do that at all. People are stressing me out.
It's, yeah, I don't know. It's very strange how many guests tonight were just not coherent. People, am I right? You got it, Will Dot. He's still in queue. We hear you, Will Dot. There you go. If anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. Hello, Carl. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
46.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do.
And which god is that?
Morgan.
Morgan.
I will pay you if you can tell me who that is.
Are you talking about the Morrigan from Celtic mythology?
That is exactly who I'm talking about.
How much
you gonna pay him?
What's he want?
300,000 unmarked bills.
You're full of shit.
Why do you believe
Not my
in the
problem.
Morrigan?
I researched different things after leaving Christianity. And she is the one that I thought I would talk to.
Is it Friday? Day is it?
It's Sunday night, Monday morning.
It's all relative.
It's true. Could be somebody's Friday. Do you believe the Morrigan exists, or is this just a character that you identify with?
No, I believe wholeheartedly she exists. I have seen her crows.
You have seen crows, and you attribute them to the Morrigan.
They are a part of her.
Why do you assume they are a part of her?
Because that is what is said, that she controls them.
So if you hadn't read that she had controlled them, would you still think that you've seen her?
I didn't read shit.
Oh, you didn't read anything? Then why do you think that she controls the crows?
I don't think. Here's your problem.
Why are
You're
you
going
being
off
so
what
like
people think.
argumentative?
Because he's
You're
been
going off
drinking.
what people
Because he's
think,
drunk and he's looking for
not
an
what they
argument.
believe.
He's not interested in actually exploring his beliefs.
You want to explore? Let's explore my beliefs.
We already tried that.
Give me.
I think you should explore a few glasses of water, and then maybe you could try again. If anybody has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I just want to know, if you can question, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Some of these beliefs are starting to feel like that rash.
Mm-hmm. You should get that looked at.
Yeah.
I think there's a
Because
sense
everybody just want to argue. I just don't understand why everybody wants to argue all the time. Like, it's not fun.
Payday's still 2 days away.
It's just the TikTok space. People come up on these lives expecting to argue and expecting to.
Well, then they're like mad when you don't want to argue with them, which doesn't make sense to me either.
Actually reminds me of a skit.
Hello. Hello, Enrique. Can I
Hello.
get your age for TikTok TOS?
33.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
No.
Why not?
It's how I believe myself.
I see. Enrique, have you been drinking?
No.
So, why don't you believe in a god? Can you say that again?
Because I don't need to.
Because you don't need to. And can you think of anything that might compel you to believe in a god?
That's very funny, but no.
Nothing. Nothing could make you believe in a god at all.
It would make me think of something that's different, but right now it's not right.
Maybe there is something to like being told that it's not a good thing to lie. What do you think about lying, Enrique? Oh, he's gone.
I don't know if I can listen to Enrique's thoughts on lying right now.
Hmm.
I feel like those thoughts might require a breathalyzer.
What if you did age and how many drinks have you had this evening? Just assuming that,
Just assume they've all drank something, and then double whatever number they give me.
Mm-hmm.
And give it to the next person.
Hello, Ophelia. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 41 years old.
And have you been drinking tonight?
Why do you ask that? Yes, I have.
Well,
but I'm 100% like, I'm not like drunk. Okay. I get to have a good conversation.
I'm sure we can. Maybe. I don't know.
You guys making fun of me? I feel like you guys are making fun of me.
We're not making fun. It's not
You're
you.
making fun with me? Or I feel like
Yeah.
that's not really
Yeah, it's all
happening.
with you. It's with
Okay.
you.
Okay.
I
So,
don't know if you
yes.
were listening previously.
No. Well, I was, but I left. Okay, so what?
Okay. So, do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in so I have this thing lately that I'm like super on this like kick, right? And the idea of like consciousness and like that we all are like super like okay, so consciousness is like we are
Nailed it.
what? But I like okay, so we're all like super powerful, right? And that is like what is going
Well, hang
on in the
on. You
world.
asked me a question. You said we're all
What?
super powerful, right?
Yes, yes.
I don't know. What do you mean, right?
Okay, so I believe that, like, in the Bible, it tells us how powerful we are. There's in all the like holy scriptures, it tells us how powerful we are. That the
It
by
tells
the
us.
well, it tells us that God is within us, right?
Where does it tell us that, hey, will dot, we hear you?
Okay, but I can't find it right now. But like, there is scripture that like with God is within us. I definitely believe that. So yeah.
The,
What?
Are
so
you a
you're saying,
Christian?
yeah, go ahead.
Am am I a Christian? No, I'm
Then why are we talking about the Bible?
well, because I believe that there's truths in the Bible, there's truths in Holy Scriptures. So what I believe is that there
Which
are
holy
truths.
scriptures?
And so basically anything that is like actually been through like ancient, like, yeah, there's truths there. Like there are literal
Which holy
messages.
scriptures have you read?
Oh, okay. So what I'm in Buddhism and Hinduism and like and everything, like there are like actual truths that actually make sense to most of us if
Have you
you're.
have you read the scriptures of Buddhism or
Yes,
Hinduism?
yes. So
Which
All of them.
scriptures have you read?
I feel like you, okay, so I think that are like actually make sense. Like are there
What is
are
the
things.
what scripture? What are the scriptures of Hinduism? What's the
Okay,
book
so you
called?
want me to really like tell you like, okay,
What the
you're
book
are
is
you
called? Yes.
well, why are you trying to Well, like talk why are you against trying to me? I like
Mm.
don't know. talk Like against what me? would I that don't like know. what Like would
There's
what would
no
that like
against
what
you.
would
There's
that
no
We're
against
asking you
you.
what
We're
books
asking
you
you
have
what
read
books you have
on these
read on these
particular
particular
topics.
topics.
You are
You are
citing
citing
different
different
religions,
religions and the
the
well,
expectations
I
that you
expectations
have
that you
some
have some
basis for these
basis for these.
expectations.
100% have I have nothing like nothing. to actually
What do
like
you
give you like I like have
believe?
nothing
What
like to
do you
actually like
What do
Okay.
give
you
you like
believe?
believe?
what
What
do
do you
I
Zach. Okay.
believe?
believe?
One
What do
second.
I I
I'm a
believe?
little
One
bit more
second.
interested
I'm
in
a
why
little bit
you
more interested
lied.
in why you lied.
Okay, so Okay, let's hear so it. let's hear it. Why let's hear it. Let's What hear it. why do you Why do think that you I think that lied? I Let's lied? hear. Let's hear.
Well, because
Well,
you
because
said
you said
Read
that you
about
had just said
I read
text from
about
Hinduism and
Hinduism and I
Buddhism,
read
and you're
about their
like,
like layers
you
of
I
like
just
read
life.
said.
about
Yes, I read Hinduism and I about read that. about Yeah. their like layers of like life. Yes, So I what? read about Go
Did you
that.
read
Yeah, keep
about it?
going.
Well, did you read about it,
So
Ophelia,
what?
in
Go
their
ahead, keep going.
scriptures, or did you read about it, Ophelia, in their scriptures, or did you read about
I
it in
like I
like an
read
article
about it, but
somewhere?
what does that have to do with anything? I feel like
That
that's like
that's the question you've been
I
avoiding.
feel like that's
It's
like
like, did you read their scriptures, and which it's like,
no,
did you
I did
read their
not. I did
scriptures,
not
and
read
which
scriptures.
scriptures were you
100%
reading?
no. I did not read scriptures.
Okay.
100% no. No.
Then why did you? Why are you saying
then
that you
why
think
did
there's
you?
truth in them if
Why are
you
you
haven't
saying
read
that you
them?
think there's truth in them if you haven't read them?
Because I feel like if you're intelligent enough, you're gonna pick up in truths with when you read certain scriptures, you're going
But you
to
didn't read them, so
But
how are
you
you saying
didn't
that there's
read
truth
them,
in
so
them?
how are you saying that there's truth in them?
because
It's like saying like I read
Okay,
this,
we
I
get
get
you.
it. There's a
We get
whale,
you.
you know.
no, but I did read like I did
Part
read part of it. Like I read the
of Moby
whole
Dick.
the
Part of Moby
whole
Dick.
okay, so this is the way it happened. So I read the way like the Hinduism works, and I was like, yeah, that works. I get it. And so with
How does
Buddhism,
Hinduism work?
I was like, this and like just layers of like
What?
yeah, like
So the
What?
You have to like
further,
you have to like you
yeah,
have to look
Do
it up.
you believe
But
which
this
caste
is
do
the
you
thing.
which caste do you
Oh
part of
jeez.
the
Oh
warrior
jeez.
caste, the priestly caste,
You
or the
wanna
untouchable? Are you an
you wanna
untouchable?
focus on Catholicism? Let's focus on Catholicism. Let's do that one.
Who
Let's
said
do that
anything
one.
about Catholicism?
That's
He's
just
asking
my
you about
I'm
the
a
caste.
I'm
my
He's
I'm
asking
I'm a
you.
I'm a
He was
Catholic.
asking
I'm a
you. He was
Catholic.
asking you about
Yeah,
I'm
he
a
was asking
Catholic.
you about the caste system that you just said made sense.
I'm a Catholic.
Okay, so
Great.
why didn't you just start with that?
Shut up. I'm sorry.
woulda, shoulda, coulda.
So instead of saying that all these gods and all these scriptures are right, are you really just saying that you're Catholic and you want to believe that everyone's going to the same place?
I should have said that. Yeah. 100%.
Does it matter to you if what you believe is true or not? Or does it matter to you about what you believe is true or not? Or is it more about comfort? Yeah, that was for you. Yeah, that was for you.
I feel like okay, so I feel like most people here are like okay, not so gonna I feel actually like most people be here are able like to not gonna actually I feel like everyone's be on able their to like own journey I feel like with everyone's on believing. their Does like that make own sense? journey with believing. Does that make sense?
So I have a quick question for you.
I have a quick
If you hear the
question for
word
you.
catechism,
If you hear
what
the
does
word
that mean to you?
catechism, what does that mean to you? What do you mean? Like it's what do you mean? Like it's is that a
Like,
joke or is
yeah,
that a
yeah, like
joke
what does the
or
word
yeah,
catechism
like what does
mean
And
the
to
would you
word
be
you?
able to recite
catechism
one of them?
mean to
Would you be
you?
able to recite one of them?
What would that have to do with anything What would though? that have to Like do
You
with
said you
anything?
were a
And what
Catholic.
like
You
what
said
and
you
what
were a
is the
Catholic.
point? And what Like is
You
the
said you were a
point?
Catholic.
Like
You said you were a
honestly.
Catholic.
Okay. So Oh, okay. So is that what it is? You're is that trying what to it is? prove You're trying to prove my my Catholicness? Is that what's going on?
Nobody's trying to prove
That's so
anything.
cute. Like okay,
Ophelia,
how about
Ophelia,
this? How about
stop,
this? Right,
stop
right.
speaking for me so you can actually recognize what's happening around
Hmm.
here. Nobody's trying to prove anything or disprove anything. If you remember, you requested to be on this panel twice now.
Right. Yeah.
To question your beliefs, right?
Mhm.
Can you question your beliefs?
I think we'd have to know what they are to begin with.
That's what we were exploring. Because you said, which is why eventually, after trying it sense, because you said present something omnistic, after trying that you were Catholic, present something omnistic.
I don't even honestly. I don't even believe in like something. Honestly, I don't believe like I feel don't like
believe
this
like
is. I feel
Why
like
the
this is.
why the
I don't believe in.
You
I
ever listen to
don't
the band
believe
You ever
in.
listen to the band
Honestly,
You ever listen to the
no.
band
What?
They got a song called
No. What?
Ophelia. They got a song called
What?
Ophelia.
No, I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Yeah.
but I
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's hard for me. honestly, it's I hard don't for me. believe in like a I lot don't of believe in like a lot of the whole like organized religion the things. whole It's organized hard for religion me. things. It's
I
hard
like
for
the
me.
weight,
Like
Bev. I like the weight,
Yeah.
Bev.
Me too.
It's a good song.
Yeah. Me too. Me too.
Life is a carnival for me. Life is a carnival for me.
so I'm sorry, but I don't. I just believe. How about like this? I believe like that we all like have like a ability to love and like I don't know. Does that make sense?
Um, question.
Question. Yeah.
Is honesty something that you look for in like world beliefs and world
Jesus
views?
Christ. Yeah, no.
It's not.
Honesty doesn't matter.
I
what
just
else?
honestly,
Attention? Like
that was
what?
irony.
Attention?
That was
Like
Did you
was
just want to
irony.
like kind of hear your own voice on a
What?
live? Is that kind of what happened here? Kind of hear your own voice on a live? Is
No,
that
I'm
kind of
here
what
to like
happened here?
actually talk about things, but you No, like I'm guys here to like like just were actually talk mean to about things, me. but you like guys like And so just I were don't mean to me. understand. And
That's
so I
where
don't
we ended
understand.
because that's where we ended because yeah, if you're a victim of your own choice, victim of your own choice to request up on a panel. While inebriated, where it says, can you question your beliefs, question your beliefs. Yeah, it feels like you're deciding.
What happened last time?
To quote the band, Ophelia, where have you gone?
In the words of NSYNC, bye.
Cyber would come up here with
Look,
an
I will
lyric.
tell you. So, growing up in the '90s, like, I will tell you. So, growing up in the '90s, like, while I was growing up, that I listened to NSYNC. No, while I was growing up, that I listened to NSYNC. But let me tell you, when you put most guys wouldn't. Tent full of Marines who grew up in the '90s and early 2000s, and an NSYNC or Backstreet Boys song comes on, everybody comes on. Everybody's just saying.
All about it. Yeah.
I know all
I grew up at Camp Lejeune. I know all about that. I grew up at Camp Lejeune. I know all about that. Yeah.
Oh, did you actually like drink up? Did you actually like drink up on Camp Lejeune?
I did not drink the water. No.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If you were drinking the water, you might actually be in for like legit some finances coming in because the water not being safe to drink.
No, I didn't drink the water. I'm actually traumatized and don't drink tap water because of that.
Did you not drink the water then?
Yes.
And like, that's wild.
And if you knew not to drink the water, and you have a belief in God to drink the water, and you have a belief in God or God's they're capable of questioning, go ahead and request because I'm not here to debate, or I just want to know if you question questions, and if you can. What is it that you believe in? Why do you believe it?
And be honest with your beliefs, because if you try to lie about your beliefs, you're going to be questioned until you just leave the panel.
You're gonna have a bad time.
I will, like, I have, like, a visceral reaction when I see people drinking tap water. It freaks me out. I have, like, a visceral reaction when I see people drinking tap water. It freaks me out.
Even in Hawaii?
Fair.
Well,
Even in
like,
Hawaii?
the tap water here is from my catchment, so it's a little different. The tap water here is from my catchment, so it's a little different. I clean my own water. You know what I mean? I clean my own water. You know what I mean?
I specifically avoid city water. On purpose.
So I was stationed at Cherry Point. My last 3 years in the Marine Corps. I was in Cherry Point. But I worked. Right. Yeah. Nothing ever happened. I worked at Bogue Airfield. So Bogue Airfield is like right between like Cherry Point and Lejeune. And I go to New River. As a matter of fact, there was a Marine Corps wide.
Cyber. We're gonna get what the fuck.
Sorry.
I would love to chat with you about this sometime.
It's
I
like
would
when
love to chat with you about
that
this
experiment where like the monkeys would like that experiment where like the monkeys would like because they'd get sprayed with water. Each other to stop. It's like there was like generational knowledge with water. It's like there was like generational knowledge. Shit would get fucked up. Sorry.
Are you saying that I've conditioned you? Are you saying that I've conditioned you?
Absolutely. Yeah. No, there are times where like I'm in the middle of a conversation. I'm in the middle of a conversation. I'll be like, what the fuck? We're about to get what the fuck? To like double check. You hear me? I say. We're about to get what the fuck?
I think that deserves a what the fuck.
But wait, bring him back up because I like Dragon Ball 2. But wait, bring him back up because I like Dragon Ball 2. So I was just reading his profile, Mike. Wait. So I was just reading his profile, Mike. Wait. I like Dragon Ball 2. Come back up. Not debate. Sorry. Not debate. Sorry. Not debate. Let's have a discussion. Not about Dragon Ball, though. Not about Dragon Ball, though. About your beliefs, but.
Cyber is what the fucking the fuck out of us right now.
the fuck out of us right now. Peak segue.
Just because he's trying, just because he's trying so hard for it.
Well, look, I'm just saying. Sometimes you gotta be like, hey, I like Dragon Ball 2. Goku's my favorite character. What religion are you? Why do you believe in it? Just jump right into it.
Just ease them in, yeah. You lull them into a false sense of security, and then
I never understood.
Hazel said, "What the actual fuck, though?"
Well, I never understood.
Hazel said, "What the actual fuck, though?"
There's too many correlations between Dragon Ball and Christianity. There's too many correlations between Dragon Ball and Christianity. Paternal abandonment. Specifically, paternal abandonment.
I like how Wildot just dropped that and then muted. I like how Wildot just dropped that and then muted.
Right. But this is true. But this is true.
Well, it's been a while since I said anything. I keep wanting to ask questions. But the guests seem to be
Yes. Working in direct opposition to that?
Yes.
Yeah, sometimes that happens.
AK says, well, that shifted the energy field. AK says, well, that shifted the energy field. What is energy?
Oh, man, when people say energy, it hurts my soul now, and I don't even know if I have one. And I don't even know if I have one.
But it hurts.
You sit in the I don't know camp about souls? I don't know camp about souls? No.
Oh no, I'm straight up no souls. Same time, people bring up vibes and energy. I grow one just so it can hurt.
I get that. That's how that works. Literally, a soul just and it keeps hurting until it just disappears again, just to hurt.
Like a
and yes.
A boltsman soul.
Well, like a soul, that's just like when you hear something so weird that your eyeball just feel that pressure behind there, and it's like, what am I listening to? What am I?
It's like virtual particles. Oh, by the way, there's somebody. Oh, by the way, following them, there's somebody. Their name is Level Devil. They're mainly in the flat Earth debates, Level Devil. They're mainly in the flat Earth debates. They're starting to get a little bit into the deconstruction stuff. You should go give them a follow. But they're also mainly because of what they ran into in the flat Earth debates. Anti-conspiracy theory, because all conspiracy theories end up leading to anti-Semitism or deep racism.
Wow.
Okay, I disagree. Not like all. Really good majority.
I don't know. Every conspiracy theorist that I've ever talked to, and that I've ever heard like in debates, and that I've ever heard like in debates and stuff, when you really get questioning them, it always comes down to something ending up being anti-Semitic.
I think I'm gonna force this chess game into a stalemate.
That's not a metaphor.
Right.
No, I meant that.
She's losing a chess game.
I'm not losing a chess game.
Force a stalemate.
I'm forcing it into a stalemate. That's what I'm doing. He jumped the gun. He didn't win.
He's already winning. Forcing a stalemate. If anybody has a belief in God or any power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning. Go ahead and request that. That is what the fuck we're talking about.
Why are you always on his side? I thought you were my friend. Always on his side. I thought you were my friend.
I have also played you in chess.
I should play him in chess next time on Discord.
Trying to
I'm
remember.
sure I should.
I'm trying to remember the last time I even played chess. It's been a good, like, 5+ years.
We play. Tyler and I play like 3 or 4 games a day usually.
Duolingo can brush you up, cyber. You just need to, like, if you just practice and refresh.
I was actually telling Tyler like how much your chess game improved after you started the Duolingo. Your chess game improved after you started the Duolingo.
Well, I've learned that, like, in most debates, Christians like think they're playing chess,
but I think they're just playing
pogs.
Love hogs.
I'm just trying to knock each other's milk cap frisbee.
Yes.
Pods take skill. It's more like Connect Four. It's more like Connect Four.
Also, Cyber, you didn't play chess on Nettlenach?
If Pogs take skill, why did Slammers become a thing? I rest my case.
Right.
I rest my case.
And no, on Christmas Eve, because I do have 3 children. I do have 3 children are Christian. So Christmas Eve, I was actually spending Christmas Eve I was actually spending trying to do Christmassy things.
I asked Cyber if he played chess on Nettlenach. I asked Cyber if he played chess. Orthodox, specifically Ashkenazi call Christmas Eve, and it comes from the Latin for crucifying, which means basically hung up night. Come on, that's a very entertaining one. No?
It is no Torah study.
It is entertaining. Still, what the fuck?
I like chess, but I prefer backgammon.
Wait, what'd you say? You like backgammon?
Yeah.
I like backgammon. I like backgammon.
I got us a book on how to play Go. I don't know if we're actually gonna learn how to play Go. We'll see. But...
That's the Chinese game, right?
See, Cyber, what the fuck did I tell you? This was kind of my fault, actually. But we had it going all night.
No, we flashed what the fuck a few times.
Yeah, the guests.
Me too. I've nailed.
Oh, did you yell us?
Yeah. I'm on a tear.
Rose a serial what the fucker.
Yeah.
I think I earned the what the fuck though, because I've been mostly silent.
I never strive for them. I always understand when it happens.
You're always like, I know what I have done.
Yeah.
And if you know what your God has done,
and you believe in it, and you want to
request up. Request up. Yeah, we're not going to debate you or argue with you. Yeah, we're just going to ask you or argue with you.
Literally, it's all we do is ask you questions.
That was a good one, Thrayle.
It was better than usual.
It was a lot better than usual. Okay.
Ophelia, where have you gone?
It seems
I'm
like
gonna get to us.
Now, is Ophelia one of those names? That must be spoken 3 times unbroken.
Isn't it from Midsummer Night's Dream?
What the fuck are we talking about?
That is a big what the fuck.
This was almost like an old Batcolyte night there for a second.
What do you mean Batcolyte? What?
We never quite did a karaoke night here, but I have
No.
participated in a few.
I just remember Aspen would sing every once in a while, and the what the fuck would come up.
Oh yes, that was exactly. Yeah.
See, the key is getting it under 4 seconds. Sing in under 4 seconds. You know. It's the extended 8 to 12 seconds. 12 seconds. It really.
Sometimes I sit in the Discord and listen to music in the voice chats. Sometimes I'm driving and I forget to put my mute on. Sometimes Thrayle just pops up in the room. Sometimes Thrayle I can't hear the noise when he pops in because I can't hear the noise when he pops in because sometimes Thrayle walks in on me singing the Dixie Chicks at the top of my lungs in the car.
Oh yeah.
You say that like it's a bad thing. I mean, wide open spaces is like.
That's what I was singing.
Such a good song.
The worst thing actually is when you're listening to K-pop, but then you pause it because you want to hop in a live, and you forget that you have Spotify turned on the background, and you forget that you have and when you hop into the live, for some reason Spotify decides it's going to unpause, and it just starts playing, and it turns off your microphone, and that's just what's playing, and so you're like trying to figure out why Spotify is playing.
That's so funny.
I've had people yell at us because there's no music in their ears. I've had people yell at us because there's no music in their ears, and I'm like, am I in the loop? Something you were listening to.
I think it's yours, my friend.
It was listening to that song.
It was Cowboy Take Me Away. But I am of the opinion that their version of Landslide is
especially with the arpeggiated banjo. It's pretty special. It's pretty special. Honestly,
so good.
I'm a sucker for finger picking and any sort of. I'm a sucker for finger picking.
See, and every now and then, because there is the loop playing in the background, I feel like I'm coming in here into a tavern, like on a Skyrim side quest to get a side quest mission. And then Thrayle sends me on the side quest. Coming in here and being like, Thrayle, what am I doing? And then Thrayle sends me on the side quest.
Is to question the beliefs of this believer. Your mission to see if their beliefs is to question the beliefs of this believer.
Believable or questionable? Believable or questionable?
A new hand touches the beacon.
Yeah, but the last one that was up here, I watched them literally in the span of like 5 minutes going to a Hindu Buddhist philosopher to a Hindu polytheist to a Catholic monotheist. WTF?
None at all. And yet none at all.
Yes. And then none at all. Yes.
She was trying them all on for size.
I'll wear it out.
I mean, we're going to end up with like that worships Vishnu, Buddha, Catholic.
I mean, that'd be interesting.
That just sounds like an eclectic.
I just want to say don't try Buddhist and Catholic. It's not what you think.
I'm still curious. How many Eucharists wafers does one have to eat before they have a full body of Christ they've ingested?
Well, it's not a Eucharist wafer. It is a piece of the body of Christ. You know.
Yeah. But how many until you can go around and like start flexing by being like,
I guess we have to decide how much weighed, and then we have to weigh the wafer and find out how many
and find out how many it would take to weigh as much as Jesus.
Is it by weight? Is it by weight?
No. See, that's.
I mean, that's just like how I think that would work.
No. The problem with that Jesus growing exponentially ad infinitum. You'll never.
It's true because every time they consume it, people have joined the body of Christ. So theoretically, every time somebody eats it, you'd have to eat that much more.
Oh, I see. That is a problem.
One thing that when I'm doing debates, especially with Catholics, that's really fun to do is because they'll try to explain the hypostatic union, but it's hard to explain without actually committing a heresy. So it's hard to like not go into that heresy. So I'll be like, do you believe that the Father's identity, nature, and being in essence is identical to God? And then they'll be like, yes, well, is Jesus, is his nature being essence that of God? And then they'll be like, yes, well, that just then means that if A equals B and C equals B, well, then A just equals C. So they are the same. And
transitive property.
Yeah. And you just try to watch them try to explain this, but no matter how they explain it, they're gonna end up spouting a heresy, try to explain, and they'll always end up committing like a heresy when they try to explain it.
What's the hypostatic union?
The hypostatic union is like the Trinity, where it's where they'll try, but Jesus is not the Father or the Holy Spirit.
Three persons, three in one.
Yeah.
Hey, Cyber. What's it like to live in your brain?
That's a deep question.
That is a deep question. That is a deep question. There's a lot of squirrels.
That's what I imagine.
It seems that way.
It's like Yggdrasil, where the squirrels are like the messengers from one end to the other.
He's back. He's about to walk inside, and I'm going to tell him he's not a winner. Test. I'm going to mute now.
So C9, I need your age for talk to you.
2006, brother.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Oh, yeah, I believe in Shiva.
Do you believe in Shiva?
Yeah. Brother.
What does that mean to you?
It's like peace.
Means life.
Yep.
Can you name the religion that Shiva is from?
India.
India is a religion.
Well, it's from a religion that has a presence in India.
Well, listen, I don't know all the details, but that's the God I chose to follow.
And do you know in Hinduism what Shiva is related to?
Nah, please educate me.
Unalivement and destruction.
Yeah, but he's also the. If you ever read the what do they call? He's also the keeper of the temple of.
Have you read whatchamacallit, as you said?
Man, I forget the Indian name. It's weird. I don't know how to pronounce it. I read it. And it talks about how he's the gatekeeper of peace at the end.
So it calls him the gatekeeper of peace, and so you say that. So it calls.
Yeah. So basically, he holds the peace at the end. So when I die at the end, so when I would die, you know,
that's how you see him.
because like he's the gatekeeper of peace. So when I would die, my soul would go to him. He would allow me into heaven. Basically, he would allow me into heaven. But what type of heaven?
Why do you think there's a heaven?
Huh? Oh,
Why do you
why?
think there's a heaven?
Oh, why? Because I believe
there's
nothing, then we would amount to nothing. Then we would amount to nothing.
Why do we need to? Why do we need to?
Because then if you start asking those questions, why do you need to? People would ask, why do you need to do anything? People would ask, why do you need to do anything? And so you do nothing.
Christian.
What?
Are you Christian?
What? No.
Your mother is
my mother is. Yeah, but my brother, he went to India. And so when he came back, telling me all the stories and all the books. And so when he came back, I just changed. Like I was never Christian, but like I was like a little bit spiritual.
So somebody else told you.
Well, yeah, and they brought back text. So go in depth. So like I was able to like go in depth and I did my research about it. And he was my favorite God. Learn more about his following and his teachings, and I did learn more about his following. And I understand that he's the gatekeeper of peace at the end. And we should try to please him.
Vishnu or Brahma? Why didn't you choose Vishnu or Brahma? Why didn't you choose Ganesha? Why didn't you choose Ganesha or Hanuman?
Like you said, how he's the god of destruction is like you said, how he's the god of destruction and all that. Like I felt a connection, you know, spiritually to him.
Destruction, though, it's this and that. It's the god of the soul.
The destruction, the peace, and then it's a cycle. It's a cycle. Exactly, brother.
But what does that have anything to do with your own belief structure? Your own belief structure? Why do you subscribe to it?
Because I believe that in all and all the universe, and with all of our essence and souls, every God, but the one that matters in my opinion is the God that you choose and stick with, and I chose Shiva.
Does your understanding of heaven, is it a
no, it's the cycle of birth, but I get to experience a piece of bliss when I'm with Shiva. I feel like you guys don't understand the full, you know, of what I'm trying to say.
That's it. You just have to stumble across it.
Yeah, I would say because it's so suited for me, you know, because like I started praying to Shiva, and I'm just I guess it would be like.
Can you describe your puja? What is your puja like? What is your puja like?
Yeah, sorry, brother. I don't speak Indian. I don't speak English.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is kind of the issue. It's like, if you don't know what puja is, like how would you go about worshiping Shiva?
I worship him my own way from the old text. That.
From before all what?
From before all man corrupted his words. And they said this is the way you have to pray. I want you all to
what word?
I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt you, but I want you to know that all types of religion right now they have a way of praying which is corrupted, and no one knows the right way. So in that light, I've kind of tried to reconstruct Shiva's way of prayer to him. So in my own way, I pray to him. No one else prays the way I pray to him.
So how have you done this, and what ancient trying to reconstruct it?
I would say the ancient text my brother brought from India.
Yeah, what are they called? Surely you have them. What are they called?
Oh, I do have them, but they're upstairs in my room. I mean, if you don't mind giving me a minute to go get them. I'm downstairs.
I would be curious what text you're reading.
All right, can you give me like 5 seconds? I'm leaving my phone. I'll get that book real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
In the meantime, do you think people should be tapping the screen and sharing out the live and
That's exactly what they should do. Where it says 5,000 likes. Appreciate everybody for tapping us up. If you keep tapping the screen, we'll probably get a few more people in here who are capable of.
And hopefully you're tapping your screen so much that tomorrow you need to go to your cell phone provider to get a new screen protector.
Or a new screen altogether, maybe.
I hope people aren't so angry that they're tapping through their screen.
It's a lot of tapping.
I didn't say it wasn't excessive.
Do you imagine anybody tapping for Jesus? Tapping some sort of
Oh my god!
The spirit of what we're doing.
Don't tell
You're
me.
not tapping. You're not tapping.
Wait, how many Christian lives do you think say that phrase? Tapping for Jesus.
So many. So many.
Don't you mean tapping for Paul? Don't you mean tapping for Paul?
No, because Paul can't come into you.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
This is why we don't let
Oh
Marines
my
out. This is
god!
why we don't let Marines
If
out.
your mind
Out.
went there, if the shoe fits there, if the shoe fits. This guy's taking a hot minute, though. I don't even think he realizes that. Like isn't Shiva even none of the deities. None of the deities. I believe is pronounced Varga. I believe is pronounced like their temporary heaven. Is like because they're above heaven. Because they're above that.
That's correct.
Excuse me for my lateness, brothers. I'm back. Okay. So, what do you want to ask? What was the question? I have the book. So, what do you want to ask?
What's the name of the book? Bhagavad Gita.
We can't hear
Bhagavad Gita.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear
When you're off app, we can't hear you.
I thought you had the book in front of you.
Sounds like he's, yeah. I mean,
on the internet.
Maybe he got
on the internet.
Maybe his phone. Maybe he got a battery warning.
And keep in mind, I'm looking for like ancient text because he's saying the ancient text because he's saying the current text. These need to be like these need to be like these gotta be like super ancient text. These gotta be like super ancient text.
When is it Bhagavad
my
Gita
bad, my
from?
Wi-Fi is bad. That's why. My bad, my Wi-Fi is bad. That's why.
What was the name of the book? Okay, we haven't heard you, brother.
Oh, okay, I got a couple. I got the Shrita I got a couple. I got the Shrita Moridi and Moridi. That's two of them. And what do you want to know about what they say? And what do you want to know about what they say? I can translate because I've read most of you already.
Can you spell the first one you said?
Which one?
I'm sorry,
Which one?
Gutta?
I'm sorry,
it's in Indian. It's in Indian.
Hindi.
Indian.
Sanskrit, probably.
You say it's Indian.
Sanskrit, probably.
How is it you're translating it if you don't speak that?
I just remember the names.
How did you read it if you don't speak that language?
Oh, with my brother. I told you he stayed in India. I told you he stayed in India.
Wait.
He learned Hindi.
Hold on. Wait. You said you had to get the name. You said you had to get. Why didn't you just tell us the name? So why didn't you just tell us?
Oh, the books. Because I had like 4 of them, so I don't know which ones you guys want. But those are basically the two I primarily read. Well, I don't touch them because you're not supposed to. I don't touch them because you're not supposed to. After you get the learning text, brother, you're supposed to just go like in your way to become human in the way that the religious text anymore. Like you're not supposed to touch the religious text anymore. Like how do you? Yeah, brother.
For a moment, stop for a moment.
Yeah, brother.
That you're never supposed to read the text again. That you're never supposed to read the text
unlike these other religions, they're wrong. Yeah, unlike these other religions, they're wrong. They're very old text. They're
and
very
just
old
so you
text.
know, are you aware the Sarita is a series of see there's 4, 5, 6 of 7 literature pieces.
Sir, I said the Sarita Kubda. Sir, I said the Sarita Kubda.
Part of it. Yeah, that's not part of it.
Yeah, because they're old ancient books my brother got from India. Yeah, because they're old ancient books my brother got from India. What are you talking about? I would imagine you'd be able to find them on the internet. I would imagine you'd be able to find them on the internet very easily.
When were they published?
Oh, they didn't even have dates on them. That's how old he got them. Oh, they didn't even have dates on them. That's how old he got them. Type. They're like old type. They're like museum old type. They're like old
man,
text. I think it's printed on cow. I think it's printed on couch thing. Like cow leather. That's the thing. Like leather. I don't know what the. I don't know what the material is. Honestly, it just feels like leather. I don't know what the material is. Honestly, it just feels like leather. I do. That's the thing. I'm just describing. I'm trying to describe it to you guys how it feels. Like I'm trying to describe to you guys how it feels. Like it's just brother. I'm trying to explain to you. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just telling you how it feels. Like I felt leather before. I don't know. I'm just telling you how it feels. Like I felt leather before. So old. It just that's how the books. I wish I could. Very weird. That's how the books. I wish I can like show you guys.
I don't even think he knows why you're asking that. I don't even think he knows why you're asking that.
But any questions overall?
Do you know why Rab just asked you why it would be printed on their cow parchment?
Yeah, I know why. I know why. I know why. Remember, they don't kill cows over there. But remember, I believe in Shiva. It's different. I believe in Shiva.
But you're not making these books.
Huh, brother? What'd you say? Huh, brother?
You're not making these books. You're not.
Yeah, I know. I've just read the books. Yeah, I know. I've just read the books.
You haven't read the books.
Yeah. So
no, I've just read the books. I haven't made the books. I've just read the books. I haven't made the books.
Hold on, you said you don't speak the language.
Yeah, my brother translated for me while I was like. My brother translated for me while I was like.
Your brother just told you didn't read it. Your brother just.
Yeah, but like I was next to him. He was reading. Yeah, but like I was next to him. He was reading it.
How do you know reading it? How do you know he didn't make it up? Reading it. How do you know he didn't make it up? How do you know he didn't pretend? How do you know he didn't pretend?
Nah, trust. That's my brother. They're like my blood. That's my brother. They're like my blood. I grew up with him. Why would he ever? Actually, he's even need to take me with me. Actually, he's even need to take me with me.
Tell me again how your brother went to India. Tell me again how your brother went to India.
Yeah, you keep repeating that he went to.
Yeah, I don't know. He went to India for like he went to India for like okay, I'll explain real quick. So like he went to India for like so like he went to India for like a spiritual thing, and he came back, and he was like he found like he was like he found like these different and all that, and then he went to these different monasteries. He went to these different monasteries.
So he was there for like 10 or 15 years.
I think he was there for like about a year. Close to a year. I think he was there for like about a year.
Ancient Sanskrit and about learned ancient Sanskrit and about.
Hey man, you don't never know the type of people you meet in life. Hey man, you never know the type of people you meet in life.
So I was stationed in Okinawa, Japan. And a few years. Know how much Japanese I learned? Know how much Japanese I left knowing? Okinawa,
yeah, but brother, you're in the military. You weren't supposed to try to learn. Yeah, but brother, you're in the military. You weren't supposed to try to learn.
I mean, it is helpful to learn. I was there for a year. You know how much Japanese I left knowing? I was there for a year. You know how much Japanese I left knowing?
Like, because you guys weren't there with the intention of, like, I'm trying to learn about these different ancient. I'm trying to find myself about these different ancient. I'm trying to find myself and find God. Understand about the spirituality and find God here. So it's I'm going. No, I'm going this year.
What if his brother went?
What if I was?
It's not funny.
What if I was?
It is not. It's not funny. I'm respectful all day.
What if I was?
Respectful all day. You're laughing at my religion. You're laughing at my brother, bro. You're laughing at my religion. You're laughing at my brother, bro.
Really laughing at your religion. We're not your brother. Really laughing at your religion. You do hear the things you're saying, though, right? Like you do hear the things you're saying.
I guess it's hard to believe, but why can't you believe that? My brother went to a spiritual journey and came back and talked about other things.
It's not that. Well, no, it's not that.
What I'm telling you. What I'm saying. That's what I've said. That's what I'm saying.
Your
That's what I'm
brother
saying.
went to India. You said your brother went to India.
He got some books. He went to temples. He got some books. He went to temples. He comes back with these books and from the temples and all that. Books, the knowledge he gained from the temples and all that. He shared his knowledge with me, and hopefully this year we're gonna go together.
And do you think ancient books that are more ancient than the current scripture that's used by Hinduism? You believe that just going to let your brother leave with these ancient manuscripts.
Yeah, they're probably reprinted. Obviously. They're probably not the full thing, but they're old. They're probably not the full thing, but they're old.
When were they published?
I don't know.
They're so old they don't have. Yeah, they're so old they don't have a.
Yeah, they're like it's not like something. It's like it's not like something. It's like when they uncovered the Bible in Turkey. That was when they uncovered the Bible in Turkey. That was like over 1,000 years ago. They're gonna have like a
deep breath. C9. Take slow breaths.
Stop. What?
Rav, what would happen? Let's say we were to going through some caves over in Israel, and let's say we found some manuscripts, and let's say we decided to just take them home, and we decided to just take them home. What would happen to us?
The Ministry of Archaeology would probably apprehend us and our findings.
Now this is where you guys are getting confused. Now this is where you guys are getting confused. Got these from my brother. They gave it to him from a temple. Come back and share with me. To come back and share with me. He went around like he didn't just go stumble in a cave find around like he didn't go stumble in a cave find He went to different temples and spiritual sites. And they gave him these. He collected these. And they gave him these. He collected these. What's so hard to understand? Yeah. I saw him completely like a normal person. I saw him completely like a normal person because my brother was looking. He was in a spiritual journey. My brother was looking. He was in a spiritual journey, and that's what he found.
But why did they give them to your brother and not someone else?
I bet they give them to everyone, but they gave it to my brother. They give them to everyone, but they gave it to my brother. Like the people that walk in.
Everybody ancient copies of.
I don't know how ancient they are to give away, but yeah, I guess so. I don't know how ancient they are to give away, but yeah, I guess so. That's how they do it.
They're not ancient. They were museum quality. They were museum quality.
Hold on, have you guys ever been to India?
Just to clarify.
Hold on, have you guys ever been to India? Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I got you. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I got you. I'm muting him.
There's no reason for you to. I'm muting him now. There's no reason for you to be speaking. My goodness. You say that these are museum quality. You say that these are museum quality ancient scriptures. That these are ancient. But you imply at the same time. One Love, Two Homes. I really thank you so much. One Love, Two Homes. I really apologize for that. That is. You say that these are museum quality ancient texts. You say that these are museum quality ancient texts. That your brother has gone to these temples and they're handing. That your brother has gone to these temples and they're handing these out like pimp.
My responder is
he asked you a direct question. He asked you a direct question.
He just cut out like immediately. I thought like something happened to his mic. I'm sorry. So basically, these temples he went to. These temples, they're not like they're not like you just walk like into India, like temples you just walk like into India, like random city like Mumbai. I think he went to the like the ones that like I think he went to the like the ones that are villages, you know, like old villages, you know, like the really old ones.
That's the question is, are they museum quality or are they giving them out to quality or are they giving them out to everyone? Are they museum quality or are they museum quality or are they giving them out to everyone?
I don't know how to explain that. I mean, I guess yeah, they're museum quality. I mean, I guess yeah, they're museum quality. I don't know. I would put them in a museum. I don't know. I would put them in a museum. I'd put them in a museum.
Did they hand them to your brother? Did they hand them?
I don't know. I guess they liked my brother a lot. I don't know. I guess they liked my brother a lot. They had him. They just gave it to Adam. Just give it to him. Respectfully, we are gonna bring him back. Respectfully, we are gonna bring him back from your books. We're gonna tell him what we learned from your books. Thank you so much for sharing. Probably gonna stay with them for a little bit. You know, probably gonna stay with them for a little bit. You know, maybe visit each and every temple my brother stayed at. Each and every temple my brother stayed at. I'm pretty sure the main one. I'm pretty sure the main one. Stravani Village or something. I think it was Stravani Village or something. It was like very old.
Do you have these books in front of you? Do you have these books in front of you?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Sorry?
Oh yup.
Sorry?
Oh
do you think you would be open to do you think you would be open to a video to see these books?
Yeah, if he could turn his camera on. Yeah.
My camera's broke.
Your camera just broke? Your camera just
I got a
broke?
cracked camera. I got a cracked lens. I got a cracked camera. You won't be able to see anything. I'm sorry. You won't be able to see anything.
I do have some support for this because I have some ancient texts. I have some ancient texts from the ancient synagogue of Archangel. It's from the ancient synagogue of Archangel. It's from the ancient synagogue. And I've got some ancient texts from there. And I've got some ancient texts from there.
We have a Torah scroll that is from the scroll that is from the 1700s. We also have Megillah that is from
you guys are making fun of me, man. It's not funny. You guys are making fun of me, man. Mine pertains to the knowledge of calm down. Mine pertains to the knowledge of
wait a second. Let me say with most. Wait a second. Let me say with the utmost sincerity. I have a Torah scroll from the 17th century. Torah scroll. And I have 17th century Megillah, and I have Esther, the Megillah of Esther, Esther, the 1400s, from the 1400s.
You sound so genuine and real. I believe you. You sound so genuine and real. I believe you.
And by the way, next time I'm in my office. By the way, next time I'm in my office or go on live and show anybody. Take pictures or go on live and show anybody. And read from it if you like.
Yeah, I would do the same. It's just my camera's cracked. I'll open it, but you guys I would do the same. It's just my camera's cracked. I'll open it, but you guys not gonna see much.
It's cracked bad, man.
Does your phone not have a front-facing camera? Does your phone not have a front-facing camera?
I'm gonna have to hold it at a weird angle. You want me to do that? I'm gonna have to hold it at a weird angle. You want me to do that?
Sure. If you can show us these ancient texts.
Sure.
If you can show us these ancient texts.
Give me a second. Give me a second.
Well, he figures that out. I was just going to say we're at 83,000 likes. If I was just going to say we're at 83,000 likes. If everybody just keeps tapping, if everybody keeps tapping that screen, if everybody keeps tapping that screen, break 100. We should be able to break 100K within the next few minutes.
I was just gonna say, Rav, I don't know. I was just gonna say, Rav, I don't know. Rinky dink game you're playing, but what rinky dink game you're playing, but 1700s. Text from the 1700s. Really nowhere to compare to something that's older than really that. Really nowhere to compare to something.
Great point. You're absolutely right. That's a great point. You're absolutely right. I will say also at my rabbinical school. I went to for rabbinical school. That's what a rabbinical school is. That's what a rabbinical school is. I apologize. Okay, Cat. I apologize. Okay. So stupid. Yeah. We have some of the oldest copies. We have some of the oldest copies of the Talmud, 5th or 6th century. 5th or 6th century. Pretty cool. See, yeah, to your point, pretty cool. So nowhere. Yeah, to your point. Obviously nowhere.
Nowhere near as old. Nowhere.
Next time I'm in your area, I'm gonna need to come visit you.
I really appreciate the way you carried the joke on there.
So C9, able to turn on front facing? Able to turn on front facing?
Oh yeah, I was just about to show you guys. My brother just came downstairs. My brother just came down. Can't show anybody on God. You can't show anybody on God.
Of course you did.
Hey, can you have your brother? Hey, can you have your brother? His brother's awake. Well, hold on. His brother's awake. Can your brother come and verify that he's been to India and that he did at least receive these texts?
Yeah, I got you. Just let me ask him real quick. Yeah, I got you.
Well, can he come down and can he say? Well, can he come down and can he say?
Yeah, but he's like a really private person. He doesn't even know. I'll ask him right now. I got you.
Okay.
So if anybody can actually honestly question a god or God's higher power, or anything higher, or anything, go ahead and request on it. I have a feeling.
I'll commend his commitment to the bit. I feel like most people would have run away by now. I feel like most people would have run away by now.
I have some ancient facsimiles. I have some in the form of
I got my brother. I got my brother.
in the form of
I got my brother. I got my brother.
C9, you were just interrupting.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Your brother's here. Go ahead. No, that's fine. That's fine. Your brother's here. Go ahead.
Finish what you were saying. I got you, brother. I believe
No,
in you.
no,
You
you're
can finish
good.
what you were saying. I got
No,
you, brother.
honestly, I apologize.
No, you're
go
good.
ahead.
You're good.
No, honestly,
Oh,
I
no,
apologize. No, go ahead. Honestly,
Oh, no,
I swear to God,
honestly,
I swear to God,
Oh, yeah, I
Shiva,
was saying
please.
that ancient texts are awesome.
Oh, yeah, I was
saying and I'm interested to see what your brother's saying. And I'm interested to see what your brother's saying.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. On Shiva, that would have got me like some crazy punishment. Thank you. On Shiva, that would have got me like some crazy punishment. Oh, yeah, he's 28.
For TikTok to us.
Oh, yeah, he's 28. All right, but, like, I'm not going to lie, you guys are going to have to talk to him through a door, because he's, like, I'm not going to lie, you guys are going to have to talk to him through a door, because he's, like, in study right now, but I got you.
Talk to him through a door.
Yeah, but
talk to him
because like I can't disturb him. Yeah, like I have to talk to him through a door too, so it's not even like personal. Like I have to talk to him through a door too, so it's not even like personal. You know?
Can you?
Like you guys, I'll put you up. Like you guys, I'll put you up. Yo, what's so funny? Why you making fun of my brother? What's so funny? Why you making fun of my brother, bro? Yo, you know how this.
We were making fun of you, actually. We were making fun of you, actually.
All right, and you guys are giving me WTF. You guys are giving me WTF. You guys are giving me WTF.
I wanted the ventriloquist.
Do we really want it?
And just so you know, like the set of books that he was talking about, like the Vedas are part of those. You have like the Vedas, there's 4 Vedas, and then there's a few, and then there's a few, but none of them are whatever goop or whatever he was saying. That's not one of them.
I'm pretty sure he just said the name Sanjay Gupta. Just like pronounced it weird.
Sarita Gupta. He said Sarita Gupta.
Yeah, I was trying to look that up. These are the 4 Vedas, and even when I look at it in what's the language that it would be in? What's the language that it would be in? But like I was trying to look it up, I'm like I'm not seeing anything like that at all.
Well, I mean, the caste system in India wouldn't allow original to be in some small village somewhere.
He's gone.
Just wouldn't be the case.
Yeah, I was waiting for that to sound something like this. Like, hey, guys, this is Cyber, and you've got to talk to my brother to the door. Talk to my brother to the door. Cyber's brother. Hey, this is Cyber. But yeah, it is the case. That.
Yes, hello, brother. I am his brother. I get my books. Funny man. I got these books. Oh, I got these.
No.
Why did he have an Indian accent? That was his brother. Why did he have an Indian?
He spent a year in India.
Yeah, that makes sense.
No further explanation.
Yeah,
just that's
that
the
makes
end of
sense.
No further explanation. Just that's the end of the sentence.
Oh my goodness.
It really has. Have we had an honest conversation? Have we had an honest conversation with anybody? I feel like there's just been. I feel like there's. It's just mostly been drunks. It's just mostly been cosplaying and whatever the fuck cosplaying. Whatever the fuck. If anybody has a belief in a god or gods, if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning on beliefs. Go ahead and request on up.
Hey, I'm gonna hop on down. I'm gonna go to bed. But thanks for having me up.
Appreciate you, Cyber. Absolutely
Good night,
appreciate you,
Cyber.
Cyber.
Good night, Cyber.
I am now truly wondering when my Laserdisc player manual will become a revered ancient
Oh, it
text.
already is. Oh, it already is.
Yo. That means I'm ancient.
Well, we already knew that, Will Dot.
Yeah, I was gonna say we literally already knew that.
Wow. I was there when the old magics were written.
The people do not want you. The people do not want you. CSCJ. CSCJ. I don't see anybody. I don't see any saying that they want you. Saying that they want to come up.
Do a quick poll.
Come up.
Do a quick poll. Like smiley for yes, sad face
Smiley
for
for
no.
yes,
One of
sad
those.
face for no.
Yeah, we can do one of those. Hang on. Yeah, we can do one of them. Hang on me. There you go. There you go. Smiley for yes, sad face for yes, sad face for no. Appreciate you, Rav. Appreciate you, Rav. Yeah, I don't see any of the people. I don't see any of the people wanting you. So far, oh, there's one.
That
so
one
far.
smiley face
There's
is him. That one smiley
Don't-
face is him.
Don't.
Give him a second. He has to go make sure his other brother also votes for him.
The people have spoken. The people have spoken. I don't think you are. You are what they want. But if anybody does have belief in a power, gods, a higher thing like that, you're actually like that. You're actually questioning that. Capable of questioning that belief. And go ahead and request on it. I'm not here to debate you, or I'm not here to debate you to prove you wrong. If you can question, I just want to know what is it that you believe. If you can question it, and why do you believe that you believe? And why do you believe it? CS says that he believes in my face. That he believes in my face.
You don't have flesh. You would be wrong because you don't have flesh.
It's not a face, it's a skull. It's not a face, it's a skull.
A maxilla even. A maxilla even.
A maxilla. A maxilla. Mitch the scientist, you typed it now. I want to hear you sing it. Mitch the scientist, you typed it now. I want to hear you sing it. I would allow that singing. I would
Mitch,
just to hear just to hear you.
Yes, yes.
Just to hear you sing that song. That would be funny. That would be funny. Twice requested, not twice connected. It may not be meant to be. Oh, C9 is requesting back again.
My bad.
Hello, Xander. Can I get your age for TikTok?
18.
Where were you born?
2007.
Do you have a belief? Do you have in a God or gods? In a God or gods?
No, I'm a nihilist.
No, I'm a nihilist. I see. I see.
I also have a little bit of methropia, which is the distrust or disliking of humanity.
I see. I see.
Relatable. Relatable.
Right. Right. So when you say nihilist, does that mean that you believe? Does that mean that you believe there's no purpose? There's no purpose to anything, or does that mean believe there's nothing? Believe there's nothing. What is it you're saying? What is it you're saying?
Nihilism is quite mixed up with many different things. Many different things. Many people think if someone's a nihilist, they're simply just lazy and don't do anything. No, nihilism is just the simple belief of they don't believe anything has a meaning. So there's no point of making a meaning for that to justify the action. I personally think that everything I do out of my own personal desire. I have on my main account. I made a theory for it.
Just stop for a moment. I didn't listen. You meant a theory. I was just asking.
I mean by I believe in nothing. I mean by I believe in nothing.
Okay. So there's many ways
You're a little muffled.
life is meaningless. There's many ways you can say that it's meaningless. There's many ways you can say that life is meaningless.
I believe in the straight up form. I literally believe in the straight up form. I literally no morals, no beliefs, no religious beliefs, no morals, no beliefs. I don't believe no one has a meaning, can't make a meaning. No, I don't believe no one has a meaning. No point.
How much have you thought about this?
This isn't nihilism. It's contrarian. Nihilism. It's contrarian.
Contrarianism. Contrarianism is the opposite. It's just when someone. If you say something out, say the opposite of it. Say the opposite of it just because I like being difficult. Quintarianism. That's Quintarian. I have bad grammar, so I might say it wrong.
No, sorry. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Quintarianism.
Okay.
That's what I heard.
So you just think that there's nothing, no purpose, no one can do anything, no one can do anything, nothing means anything, nothingness, and that's nihilism to you. Nothing means anything.
We do what we do out of pleasure, desire.
So we can make a
I didn't say that. I said that we do what ours actions. I believe purpose and meaning are two different things. A meaning is what's designed into you. A purpose is what, for example, if I pick up a piece of paper, I plan to use that paper. That's a purpose.
So for you, then meaning can't exist because there's nothing designed in. And purpose is whatever. You decide.
Hold on, I'm back. I'm back. I had to go get someone.
So you weren't actually even listening. Cool. Does anybody have any questions? For Xander?
Nope.
Cool. So if anybody has a belief in a God or God's higher power, or are capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up.
That's really too bad because I like to talk about nihilism.
I would have questioned more. Felt the disrespect had only just begun, and I wasn't ready to go down that road. Yet again tonight.
Pessimistic nihilism is boring. No one nuts with that.
You're right.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why I said contrarianism, but as soon as I said contrarianism, but as soon as he said it back, I
just got a real mixed up conclusion on it too. Weird.
Here we did smileys for the one who pretended to be his brother. We did smileys for the one who pretended to be his brother, but we didn't run it for him. We didn't run it C9s in request, and we'll see him C9s in request. If anybody actually wants C9 to come back up, if anybody actually wants C9 to come, it's 50-50 on 50-50 on it is even still here. It is even still here. He could just be a ghost. He could just be a ghost in the queue. There's always that possibility. There's always that possibility. I feel like I have to throw that disclaimer in case he wins the poll, and isn't actually there. But he is in queue. Yeah, I didn't think so. Tough luck C9.
I wanted to hear his brother talk through the door.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't believe we would have ever got the offense he had. How dare you insult my brother? Thousand likes. And that's pretty awesome. I appreciate y'all tapping the screen. And that's pretty awesome, guys. I appreciate everyone who shared the live, reposted, or story. All of that helps us to the FYP. And maybe somebody who's capable of questioning their beliefs might actually request a. I mean, it's possible, right? Oh. The host just froze. Yep, app crashed. Should come back. Alright. We'll see. Sometimes it dumps us. As if it never happened. Be hearing Morgan.
Sorry about that. Adjusting my fireplace.
How cold is it there?
Adjusting my. Can't see. Hold on. Can't see. Just barely above 32 right now. My fireplace. Can't.
That's actually where it is here too.
We're getting some frozen mix. It's supposed to last into like I don't know. I think it's supposed to wrap up around noon.
So CSCJ is still very insistent on coming up. Still very insistent. So, CS.
I don't. If you're gonna come up and make a claim, I just don't.
I don't know, I think we might be able to get someone else. I think we're actually to get someone else questioning is actually capable of questioning. Hello, angels.
Capability is a good
Hello,
thing.
angel.
You know I could destroy all of you right now. You know I could destroy all of you right now through the whole universe.
You're not actually encouraging it. You're not actually encouraging that way. Honest discourse that they ran on their own. They ran on their own.
Sounded like a threat to me. Sounded like a threat to me.
There's that. Hello, RJ, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? RJ, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Do you have a belief in a god or gods higher power? Do you have a belief in a god or gods higher power?
Would you consider pantheism in that realm? Pantheism.
I mean, if you consider it
realm
a god. I mean, if you consider it.
It is, but
pantheism.
Like the universe isn't omnipotent. Everything is interconnected, but not like a spiritual way, in a scientific way.
Everything is connected. Everything is connected in a scientific.
Yeah, like how we share. Our genes of like fruit flies and a bunch of other weird shit.
What does that have to do?
So my belief is that existence in itself. So my belief is God. I would say pantheism in itself is what I align with. God. I would say pantheism. I guess what I align with is that. I guess my existence belief is that. I would say I align with that. Existence itself is God, but it's not omnipotent. It doesn't even know it predetermined. You get what I'm saying? It doesn't even know it exists. You get what I'm saying?
Existence is God. Why? Existence.
I don't know, and that's the one thing I question. I don't know, and that's the one thing I question all the time. I think because humans associate the word God. I think because humans associate the word God with like just the ultimate. So maybe I shouldn't use God. Maybe. So maybe I shouldn't use God.
Do you think that the totality of everything or some other underlying connection between everything holds some conscious mind tension?
No, not at all.
I don't know if you would fit under most pantheism, but that's still your choice to call some con. I don't know. Still your choice to call yourself that.
Yeah, I don't use that word to approach it is because it's the most similar use that word to approach it and like people know what that is, even if you talk to like everyday people, But I don't know why I call it God. And that's actually a good thinking about that a lot right now. But does God necessarily have to be associated for that word to be used, or
no? It is up to you to decide why you're using it. There's no wrong answer.
I'm saying the literal meaning. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of meanings pretty broad, religion, right? But is it a correct term if I'm saying everything interconnected in one, but it's not created.
What do you mean by interconnected and one?
So like everything on this planet, you know what I'm saying? Everything started from like the most basic life from the same scientific situation, I guess you could say, like on Earth's climate.
So because the life. Our planet developed on our planet. It is interconnected in some way.
Scientifically, not religiously.
Like I'm saying, going down to like the very beginning of everything. If you get what I'm saying, and like I pointed out, how we share genetics with a lot of living things on this planet as well, which is but that's not
shared genetics and the interconnect you're talking.
Yes, actually, it goes down to DNA structures and things like that.
So if life separately, different planet, would you still think there is some interconnectedness?
Oh, I definitely think there is. The chances of life not being out, and that doesn't mean life like as it's so slim, and that doesn't mean life like as
if not DNA. Then what is the interconnectedness?
See, that's that. I guess almost it would be the universe to me. See, that's everything in existence, not even just us. To me, just everything in existence.
Makes them interconnect because they're within the same existence.
It's kind of like winning a lottery. I mean, if you look at other planets around us, life can't be sustained on them. Like the odds that we're here is pretty crazy. But once again, that's not me stating that like a being or a deity or something caused that. It's just pure luck. Like existence in itself is just pure luck. So maybe I'm calling the luck God. I don't know. See, that's what I'm saying. I question this shit every day.
I guess the question then really just comes down to what is it that you were getting out of using the word God in this way, and also is there some reason related to why you seek this interconnectedness?
Well, that's the even weirder part. The interconnectedness that I believe in almost contributes to how like I don't want to say it like it sounds kind of fucked up, but I guess kind of fucked up. But I guess how insignificant we are as like general forms, and I don't mean that humans don't mean anything. Like I mean like when you go to like the grand scheme of things, and you look at like James Webb, space photos, deep space photos, like that for me, and kind of put in perspective, like just like we're like a grain of sand on a grain of sand going on forever. Like it's like what I'm saying. Like it's like I don't know. It almost makes it. Like I feel like humans. I feel like I'm not saying it in that way. I'm not saying it in that way. But like if you go into like the grand totality of what we know is out there and all that is out there and all that kind of stuff, like all that kind of stuff, everything's kind of just irrelevant. So it's kind of saddening. Get what I'm trying to get at.
Like cosmic nihilism.
Almost, yeah.
No one's gonna tell you that's fucked up on the cosmic nihilist.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like existence in itself is a very beautiful thing. Like the fact that we won this crazy beautiful thing, like the fact that we won those crazy sand to be life on one of those pieces of sand. I mean, like that's cool.
So if you think everything is basically a matter of luck, and things are just they have fallen into the place, and the interconnectedness is just that things exist. Why would you apply God?
No, that's a good question. So I guess I wouldn't apply. That's a good question. So I guess I wouldn't be a better word. God. Would divinity be a better word? Like non-omnipotent. I don't know, because like what words do you apply? I don't know, because like question. So I better word because like what words do you apply to that kind of belief? I don't know how to explain what I'm saying. It's not really organized. It's not an organized I'm aware of. Other I'm aware of similarities that pantheism has to what I believe.
But the theism part implies some kind of God, some kind of will, intentionality.
God, okay. No, that's a great character.
Right? Do you think there's a character? Do you think there's a character like the universe, like a?
No, not at all. Not at all. I think everything is like just a bunch of weird patterns, just a bunch of we kind of like see that, and we kind of like see that in like cones of our eyes and galaxies and galaxies, like the way DNA works, the way you know what I mean, like stuff like that. You know what I mean, like stuff like that. And I'm not going into simulation. And I'm not going. I don't think everything's a simulation. I don't think everything's a simulation. In my mind, it's way. In my mind, it's way too complex. It's way too complex for that to me. Even like be a thought. It's a cool theory, but it's a cool theory, but like it's the Matrix to me.
So things just are. So things just are. Things exist. And the things that exist and the things that exist really just only interconnect. Really just only interconnect by nature existing.
But that's beautiful to me as well as, like I said, as well as, like I said, it can also be kind of depressing.
I don't know if I don't think that if I gift goal thank everybody for the gift goal. Thank you, Philly Red. Definitely thank you, Philly First Descent, Danny Grax, Nerd Heather's Descent, or Danny Grax, Nerd Unleashed, so much Faye and Cat to which the gift goal keeps sneaking away from me, and the gift goal keeps sneaking away from me, and sometimes the sound is there, and sometimes it's not. I really appreciate y'all. I really appreciate y'all. It's sounding to me like you're kind of absent a label not believing in.
Yeah, it's weird. It's a weird position. It honestly is because there isn't a label. It honestly is because there isn't a label for like the way that I think. There just is not that I'm aware of. I mean, there probably is. Not that I'm aware of. I mean, there probably is. There's billions.
There likely materialism comes to mind, but that materialism comes to mind. But that might not be. You believe things exist. You believe things here exist. Do you give here to exist? Do you give? Do you believe? Do you believe that there are what might be considered supernatural? What might be considered supernatural? Or you do believe 100% supernatural things?
I've had weird shit happen to me my entire life. So on that side of things, there's supernatural stuff, but I don't attribute it to like heaven and hell and religion and all that and hell and religion and all that nonsense.
What do you attribute?
Energy existing. And I don't know. I mean, there's like some experiments. I don't know. I mean, there's like some experiments where they found like certain they kind of can like act independently. They kind of can like act, and we have like a lot of different energy in our body. And we have like a lot of different energy in our body. Like maybe what moves on. And I think like maybe what ghosts are like. And I don't know, kind of can like act energy in our, I think like from a whole other fucking. And I don't even energies are from a whole other dimension. Maybe these energies are from a whole other dimension. Paranormal things to happen. And that's what's causing paranormal things to happen.
Believe.
Go ahead.
Do you believe these energies are conscious? Do you believe these energies are conscious?
I believe that some of them can be conscious. Yes. Like I don't know how to explain this. I don't know how to explain. I've had a lot of weird. I guess you would say ghost. I guess you would say ghost to me in my lifetime. I've had some crazy shit happen to me. Crazy shit happened to me. After that crazy shit happened to me, that was really crazy. Got really crazy. And it would get to the point where like I didn't know if the stuff I was waking up to, like at the foot of my bed, like being shadows and stuff was like shadows and stuff was like insane, or if I was like actually seeing that kind of stuff, seeing that kind of stuff, the things that I had went through, and it opened my mind a lot. It opened my mind a lot to like I don't know. To me, supernatural things are 100%. They exist. And I'm not saying that means like all magic is real. And I'm not like talking about those. And I'm not like talking about those things. But there are things that exist in this world and in this universe that we probably can't even comprehend.
You said that you saw shadows. You said that you saw shadows standing around you when you woke up. Standing around you when you woke up.
Dude, it was weird. Like, dude, it was laying in the bed with my girlfriend. In the bed with my girlfriend. We were both dead asleep. I had a brown bag, like a retail store, like a retail store at the foot of my bed that I bought that day. Jeans in it that I bought that day, and something crunched the bag. Like it sounded like somebody stepped on it. Like it sounded like somebody stepped my girlfriend. So I thought my girlfriend got up to go to the bathroom. So I literally leaned. And I was like, "Babe, what are you doing?" And I was like, "Babe, what are you doing?" It's like room, but like my eyes were adjusted enough that I could like make out a silhouette. But it was just like. But it was just like the only way I could explain darkness. That's the only way I could explain it. And then, like, literally as I said that, I looked next to me, realized she's asleep. I looked next to me, realized she's asleep. My heart dropped through the floor. And my heart dropped. I was going through PTSD. But like I had said, I was going through PTSD. I don't know if that was like. I don't know if that was my dream bleeding into like being awake for a second, and I was like being awake for a second, and I was like, you know what I mean, physically seeing something, you know what I mean. If that was like my mind temporarily being broken, my mind, you know what I'm saying, temporarily being broken, you know what I'm saying.
Do you think that it's possible that? Do you think that it's possible that I'm sorry, the way you describe the you don't know if the way you describe the you don't know if it's waking up and you're dreaming up and bleeding in and you seeing something. Your dream bleeding in and you seeing something. Is that you thing from your dream actually becoming corporeal? Or do you mean you potentially imagining because you're just waking, your dream is there. That part of your dream is there.
Yeah, so I don't know, like that. I was having a lot of weird dreams. I was having a lot. That's what I mean by the thing for my dream. That's what I mean by the thing for my dream. Like, but I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Though. It was never explain it though. It was never. It was. It would always manifest itself. It would always manifest sort of like just like some sort of like just the absence of light in a cloud. Light in a cloud is the only way I could explain it.
Could that not be something that you imagined? Something that you
100%. That's what I was saying. 100%. That's what I was saying. It might have. I was going temporarily.
Does it necessarily mean that your brain is broken?
No. Yeah, I guess that's not the way to put it. I just meant that the way to put it. I just meant they've done studies on people with PTSD, how it can cause like PTSD, how it can cause like things like that, brain damage, and things like that. Which is a mental trauma that actually inflicts a physical wound on your brain. Physical wound on your brain is it's insane.
Are you familiar with sleep paralysis?
Yes, 100%. I've dealt with that since I was a kid. I would have dreams where like couldn't move, and then like couldn't move. Sometimes and then like sometimes you're awake, but now you actually can't move. But now then I would have to like get out of that. I would have to like get out of that. That I can explain it. Is the only way that I can. I don't know. I've had a lot of weird shit. But the sleep paralysis got really bad. Sleep paralysis got really bad. So I used to deal with it a lot. So I used to deal with once I had PTSD, and then once I had wouldn't sleep. I would maybe get like where I wouldn't 2 hours, maybe get like in the middle of the day, like if I slept at night, it would happen a lot more. If I slept at night, it would happen a lot more. Or it would happen on my back, it was like at all, or it would happen like it was insane.
Do you see a connection there with the? Do you see a connection there with the dark sleep paralysis and sleep paralysis?
Who knows, dude? After I watched Insidious, that was kind of fucked up because I was like, well, that's kind of fucked up because I was like, well, that's but it wasn't on that kind of level. But it wasn't on that kind of level. I don't know how to explain it. I don't deal with that kind of shit anymore. I don't deal with that kind of shit anymore. The paranormal stuff seems to not happen as much around me anymore. I think it's because I just got to the point where like I just let go and quit giving a fuck.
Does it mean the paranormal stuff is more? Does it mean the paranormal stuff is more like a result of your brain a result of your brain too much. Giving.
I don't know, because I've had weird shit happen where like things would fall off of shelves stuff that's like scientifically stuff that's like scientifically that it would happen, like improbable that it would happen, not being supernatural.
Are you saying there's shelf bumping? Are you saying there's shelf bumping?
No, not necessarily, but sometimes like when my brothers used to come over to my old house, and it was a really old house, and it was a really old house. You could like audibly hear whispering. You could like audibly hear whispering. Like all three of us would be hearing this, and like all three of us would be hearing this, like at the same time. And like, and when I first like started hearing it, and when I first like started hearing it, I was like, oh my god, like I don't know, like maybe my brain's just playing tricks on me. But it got to the point where like every time they were over there, it got to the point where every time they were over there, like this would start. I don't know, man. I've had a lot of just weird, unexplainable. I don't know, man. I've had a lot of just weird, unexplainable shit. Maybe it's all debunkable, and who knows, maybe it's all debunkable, and none of it I don't know. Real, like the probability of like a wine rack flying, like the probability of like a wine rack flying off of your fucking that's been sitting there for 4 years on the back. That's been sitting there for 4 years on the back of it is pretty low.
Wine rack.
Yeah, and it was shortly after. Yeah, and it was shortly after the PTSD happened, which that caused the PTSD happened, which was like even more crazy. Like weird. I had a family member that took his life. I was the one that found him. Dude was an absolute awesome guy. It was my uncle. Awesome guy. It was my uncle. But he was like a funny dude. But he was like a funny dude. A lot of the things that were happening. A lot of the things that were happening. That his energy was there. That his energy was there. But yes, I do believe in paranormal. But I do think that some of the things I experienced could have been because of like I can't rule that off the table. I can't rule that was the thing that was happening. When that was the thing that was happening. You get what I'm saying?
I'm entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, it sounds like you're attributing certain experiences to a certain time during a certain time. I definitely would question the details of not only the details experience, not only of the experience, but of your recollection.
Oh, so like the wine rack thing happened. So like me and my mom were literally having a conversation. Literally having a conversation in the kitchen. Like it was honestly terrifying. Like it flew off of the very back of her giant ass, straight into the counter, went straight. It was like way back there. Like it was like way back there. Like there's no way there was physically like flown. There was nothing that would have caused happening that would have caused. It went about 4 feet. It went about 4 feet off the top of the refrigerator. Off the top of the refrigerator. Yes. But that's what I was saying. All the stuff I was experiencing, some of it was experienced when other people were also witnesses to it. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know what you could attribute. But I don't know what you could attribute. That's the thing. That's the only thing I can think of as a scientific person. I guess you would say. I guess you would say. Is it would have to be some sort of energy. There would have to be some sort of energy that did that.
Would it have to? Why would it have to?
Well, like it would have to be some sort of. Well, like it would have to be some sort of physical matter. Physical matter.
Some kind of energy. Some kind of energy to move physical. Yeah. What are you saying? Energy. Yeah. What are you saying? Energy is.
I mean, like atoms, anything that makes up like neurons, or you get what I'm saying, like just the basics, or you get what I'm saying, like just the basic components of life. They're not basic to like components of life. They're not basic to like us, obviously, because I don't go out and study. Like,
so you think that it's a scientific approach to see that it's a scientific approach to see. As you said, a wine rack fly off.
Oh, there's no science.
And sorry, the back.
Oh, there's no science.
And sorry, and to say that it's energy. Do you think that you've ruled out any natural causes? You've ruled out any natural causes for
No, that's what I'm saying, man. It was weird. It was the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. Weird. It was like some out of a movie kind of crazy. It was like some out of a movie kind of crazy batshit insanity. And that was like the most extreme thing. Like sometimes I would hear like tapping or like things like that. Sometimes I would hear like tapping or like things like that. Like you can't attribute that. Like that could be the house settling or so many. The house settling isn't going to cause a wine rack to fly off of a refrigerator. You know what I'm saying? To fly off of a refrigerator. There's no logic to apply to it.
There's no logic. You say there's no logic.
Not that to me, there's no logic that I could apply to explain what would cause that to happen. But like I said, I'm not religious. At all. I don't believe how everything happens. You know what I'm saying?
I do. But I also wonder why you would connect instantly energy of someone might.
It might not be the energy. It might not. I was just saying that when
you're not so finished. You're not.
I apologize. I apologize.
I'm wondering why you would connect. Connect that to an energy as though it's some kind of disembodied when there could have been a involved such as was suggested in the comments or some other kind of physical thing that interacted with that you just did not perceive.
Like something not spiritual. Something not spiritual. So wait, what did they say in the comments? It's hard. Sorry, it's hard to me. And read the comments.
I wasn't asking you to read the conversation as an example. Rats as something that you just didn't see. Something that you just knock the wine rack off the fridge. Something. Was it mounted? Was it just mounted? Was it?
It was on the back of it. It was on the back of it. Big ass like Samsung fridge. 3 feet and back. It goes like fucking 3 feet back. Like it's fucking huge.
Were there bottles of wine on the rack?
No, there was not. No, there was not.
It was an empty rack. So it was an empty rack.
Yes, on the very back of it. But it on the very back of it. But it always sat there empty. But that would be a logical explanation of why it flew off the shelf. I would think that I would have seen. But then in my mind, I would think that I would have seen the rat crawling on top of the refrigerator because of like the way the kitchen is laid. But maybe it ran behind it. I don't know. Yeah, that maybe it ran behind it. I don't know. That wasn't insane. That could be something. I don't know. That was insane. It wasn't, but like I don't know that. Yeah, like you said, can I ask? It wasn't paranormal. Do you have like? Can I believe in the paranormal? Do you have like? Do you believe in the paranormal?
I really don't.
You don't?
I really.
Yeah, that's totally fine, man. You don't? I've watched your live a little bit. I like to actually put it on in the background, like I like to actually put it on in the background, like through the search thing. Don't do that. I wake up in the morning on some like crazy. Don't do that. I wake up in the morning on some like crazy weird algorithm while I'm sleeping, and I wake up in conversations while I'm sleeping, and I wake up. So.
Oh yeah, I appreciate that. But yeah, I appreciate. I don't. But yeah, I don't know that. I don't. When people say I don't know that. Like when people say paranormal, generally ghosts, or you're talking about generally ghosts, entities beyond our entities beyond our. And yeah, I have no reason to believe those things. And yeah, there's a possibility open to, but I would question them. But I would question any of the episodes given.
100%. Try to debunk it. 100%. Try to debunk it.
That's kind of where I was leading, and that's kind of where I was leading to see. Like, what is it that you even? What is it that you even question? For the most part, you do have a fairly skeptical mind, a fairly skeptical mind. You do. But I wonder if it has. I wonder if it has to do with emotional connection. Lead you to believe that there are still. Lead you to believe that there are still entities, deceased, relatives, disembodied energies, physical objects interact with physical objects. Is it an emotional reason? Is there some emotional reason, or is there some other reason that you would be certain that you would be
So
certain.
me and my friends, had a group where we would like do like ghost hunting. We would like only got to do it ghost hunting times. We only got to do it like COVID had times before COVID had hit. I don't know, man. Like I've heard a lot of crazy. I don't know, man. Like I've heard a lot of crazy EVPs. I've seen like weird balls of light. I've seen like weird balls of light, like manifest, like disappear, which just like not saying that that's like energy or ghost or anything. Energy or ghost or anything. Some crazy scientific shit. Some crazy scientific shit. I don't know, like I don't know, like there's crazy things in this universe. There's crazy things in this universe, like ball that, but like we can't. I get what you're saying. We have to take the approach that we can't attribute everything to something like spiritual or a ghost or an alien or something like that. Ghost or an alien or something like that. Scientifically minded enough to think about it. Scientifically minded enough to think about it. Like it could just be something natural.
I mean, yeah, I wonder if, there is a naturalistic explanation for any of there is a naturalistic explanation for any of the experiences that you've seen. Why would you, or experience, attribute, then why would you attribute energies, ghosts? Is it more about leaving room for the possibility? Is it more about leaving room for the possibility, or do you, these must exist? Do you actually feel that
they must exist? But it has nothing to do with like me wanting there to be something. But it has nothing to do with like me wanting there to be something. And like as I proposed earlier, like who knows? Maybe it's like some and like as I proposed earlier, like who knows? Like I have no idea. Like science is really weird. We don't really have an understanding of anything. Which is why the approach is ridiculous to me. So I'm gonna stop using God now and figure out what the hell to call whatever I believe is. And I apologize.
You're not boring me. You're not boring me. You've been very respectful. You've been very respectful. Answered the question openly and honestly. So I do appreciate that. I would wonder why you feel that they must exist. That there must be some energy, spirits.
I guess just all the crazy, unexplainable experiences I've gone through in my life. It's weird.
Have you ever thought of those experiences?
No, I should though. Because you don't always remember off the top of your head either. Because the brain is fucking weird. Sometimes smells, and you haven't had in 12 years. And maybe that's what's causing all these things. Because the brain's a really complex thing. But that actually kind of goes to this I was talking about earlier, and I think it's weird. I'm not going to say this specific thing. I want to get your life taken down ever. But the dream chemical, it's like in the brain, you know. Mm-hmm. And like how there's so much life is connected in that way. And I also think it's weird that dumps into your brain when you unalive. And maybe that's what these people are seeing when they're having these like
they might just be having experiences
when they
they might just be having a dream.
But who knows? Maybe that dream world is what. But who knows? You know what I'm saying?
Why would you think after the dream? You know what I'm saying? World is a world. Why would you think that the dream world is a world?
Dream universe, dream galaxy, dream dimension, universe, dream galaxy, dream dimension.
Why would you think spirits exist?
The use of the chemicals themselves.
Why would you? You're not hearing me. Why would you think that the universe, this dream place, actually exists outside of the brain? Like why would it exist anywhere other than the imagined place?
Yes, kind of
imagination of the mind.
I guess kind of what I'm proposing is maybe the brain itself, like our own universe.
Right. So how would anything be after the brain stops functioning?
So that's what goes into it. Maybe I don't know. This is just my thought process, and I'm not stating that this is factual in any way at all because it sounds ridiculous. This is literally just the way I think. I think that when that dumps inside of you when you're alive, that you use that certain thing, and
You go to the same place every time?
I do personally, like when I would do it, yes.
I don't.
So
I very
like,
rarely go to the same place twice.
so like the hallucination in itself, like I don't know like how to explain it. It's like I would go to this like weird like fractal universe where like these like shapes would be shifting and changing colors and like humming, but like the humming was almost like musical, if like yeah, it was pretty consistent. Sometimes when I would do like lower God, I do not want to get your live taken down. When I would do lower
I know what you're
doses,
trying to say.
yeah, when I would do like it lower, like that was more chill. I wouldn't like go to that like wherever the fuck you go. I feel like it's like the galaxy inside your brain, I guess you could say. But
Right, but it's all inside your brain.
I know, but like I don't know how to explain it. The interconnectedness of like what you feel with like what you're experiencing, and then like the consistency of like how it happened is what makes me think that like off of like
It's consistent for you, but that doesn't mean it's consistent for everybody.
oh, 100%. I don't think it would be consistent for everybody. That's why I said like I wouldn't say that I'm correct in what I'm saying. It's just the way that like I feel about it. You know what I'm saying? So it's my personal beliefs, but I don't claim them as like a positive reality because anybody's beliefs, in my opinion, when it comes to things in that subject is absolutely subjective.
So if it's not consistent for everybody, what happens? Like how does
I can't remember the name of the documentary, but you said you're similar with like this stuff. Is that what you're saying, Natalie?
Mm-hmm.
What was the one that used to be on Netflix? It's called like The Dream Molecule, I believe.
I don't know.
So they did a hospital or for a university, but they were like giving people that IV style, and all of the people that like did the clinical study all had like consistent things that they experienced when they were doing it and given the same exact dosage.
Could those consistencies come from cultural expectations?
I don't know, because the shit that they say is wild. A lot of people say that when they like actually blast off on it, which was just like doing an ungodly amount,
Yeah,
you know,
we know. Mm-hmm.
that like that's like the kind of experience that a lot of people experience. It's like musical vibration shape things. Like like I don't know. I guess if you've been there, you've been there. Maybe everybody hasn't experienced that. I actually don't talk to a lot of people that even mess around with that. Most people are scared as fuck to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But that personally for me.
Hang on, RJ, stop.
Sorry.
Could these similar experiences be because this is something that is naturally occurring in our brain, and so our brains do similar things with it?
You're very quiet, Kat.
So could this be because this is occurring naturally in our brain, and our brains are doing similar things? Our brains handle it in similar ways. So, like the musicalness, right? It's just like any other substance you put in there, it's going to have a similar effect for most people.
Did you hear that, RJ?
Yeah. And if that is the case, that's even crazier because that like
just shows how like insane it is to be a human and how complex our brain could actually be. But to like have the same hallucination as like other people, that to me is just, it's mind blowing. Like but I guess it would make sense.
And like Thrayle said, there's like cultural expectations there. There's a lot of like information about what people experience. So there's like a bias inherently, usually. Like most people know something about what people generally experience.
Yeah, it's kind of mind blowing to think about it. But yeah, sorry, I got like ultra baked before I came up here. I figured it was going to be a long conversation, so I was like, I definitely going to do that.
I appreciate you coming up, RJ. I don't think I have any more questions for you.
All right, buddy. Yeah,
Kat, did you have?
No, I'm okay.
Okay. Appreciate you, RJ.
Y'all have a good one.
Take care. Keep asking questions. It so often ends up back there. Do you think that the experiences that you've had, Kat, are in line with all of the experiences others have?
Some are more in line than others. But I don't generally describe mine the way other people do. Because I don't believe in supernatural things generally. So, like, a lot of people talk about these experiences in a supernatural context, and I don't.
Did you have an expectation?
No. I try to go into those types of things without any expectation. They tend to work out better that way, I find.
Did you have any influence? Like, had others told you what might happen?
Very little. I mean, there's some, just again, culturally, right? But, not very much. A little bit of internet reading more than anything. But I kind of also never really believed the entities and all those things. I have experienced them, but not in the same way. That's kind of what I was talking about. Not in the same way that others do, I don't think.
Do you think it's because others expect those are real and they're interpreting them in a way that is more interactive?
Yeah, I think it's a belief thing, right? Like I didn't believe that and never have, so I experienced it differently. I think that other people do believe that and have this like they're primed for it, right? So they believe that they're experiencing it that way. So it is like a similar experience, but it's a different framework, maybe? Which is interesting because, like, you take the like similar experiences and then add a different framework to them, and they can become completely different.
Yeah. I'm wondering if it's the mindset you go into it with, if you already hold some either expectation or intention to find something.
So, in all fairness, I'm really trying hard to think back to many years ago when I was much less experienced. Because now it's very like that. Even like now is different than then, right? So I'm trying to think in terms of like what a like average level of experience would be, and like where when I was there, how I experienced it. Because like how I experience it now, even like average how I experience it now is not the same. Now I can completely direct it if I want to. I don't most of the time, but I can experience it now. I feel like if I'm very focused and intentional with it, I can completely direct my experience, which is difficult. But also tells that like within the mind kind of thing, right?
So it can be a lucid experience for you.
Yeah, it's not easy, and like I have to, you have to be really good at it, just as far as like dosage and all the things, right? But yes, it can be.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't usually do that because, like I said, I feel like it's better if you just let it take you wherever you go. But sometimes.
So for you, it's a journey through your own mind, either just self-guided or free roam.
Yeah, and I think free roam is more fun and more meaningful. But yeah, it's just like traipsing around in my head. It's fun.
Hello, Oleg. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Oleg, did you mean to join us? Oleg going once. Oleg going twice. And there goes Oleg. Okay, we'll expand this. Oops, this way.
I think that another reason people like to put some supernatural or some outside of themselves thing on it is because like I've been through the trenches of my own brain. You know, like it's not fun every time. Sometimes it's really, really hard and really scary. And I think that putting something supernatural or outside of the self on it makes it easier to deal with that.
you're stealing brains in the comments.
It's like always the goal, isn't it?
You're always putting something in a jar.
Another one for the shelf.
If you have a belief in a brain in a jar or a god in the sky or something like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue or tell you you're wrong. No, I do want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it?
It's too bad that I met you after I had already questioned this into non-supernaturalness, because it probably would have been fun to let you guys question that through that little journey of mine.
How wooey do you think you sounded then?
I went through stages, varying stages of woo.
What was your wooiest woo?
I need to think about that. I'm not sure. The woo kind of ebbed and flowed, because sometimes I would have experiences that would bring me more towards where I am now, and then to the woo for a while.
It is so hard to hear you.
I said I kind of ebbed and flowed, like sometimes I would get really close to where I am now, and then something would happen, and I'd be off in the woo, like deep in the woo for a while.
Did you believe in spirits?
Maybe?
Did you
I don't know if I've ever like truly believed in things like that. I've been more inclined than I am now, but I've always been skeptical.
Was it quantum woo?
No, never quantum woo.
All's in the comment asks, are we on about like my belief or yours? Yours. Else. We just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe and why do you believe it?
I'm gonna get back to you about the wooiest I've ever been, and I can get back on the live if the audience wants to know, but I'm just not sure.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I saw that.
Hal says no, we cannot or believe in any other gods. I didn't propose another god. I was just curious if you could question your belief. That's really weird that you would assume someone would want to insert another god. Why can't you question the Lord? I don't know that I would, Alice, to be honest. I'm more interested in talking to someone who's capable of questioning their beliefs. You cannot question the Lord in any way.
What if you're like not sure what he's trying to say?
there's that. I mean, if they would like to request stuff. At the moment, we don't have any believers who can question their beliefs, so we might as well ask when they can't, why they can't. Witch Lilith says, I'm a witch. I believe in witchcraft and never question it. That's why it works. Oh, and why? I see. I don't know, Witch Lilith. That seems a little dogmatic.
I was gonna say, where'd all this weird dogma come from?
I don't know that you and the Christians in the chat are very much different in that perspective that you can't question your belief. It seems very frightening. You couldn't possibly be wrong. You couldn't possibly have made assumptions that don't bear out. You couldn't possibly question the assertions that your beliefs make. That's great. Why would my beliefs matter to questioning your own? Yeah, I think you missed the point of the exercise then. Do you believe in skeletons? What if I didn't believe in skeletons? What would be the alternative? Are you saying you don't believe in skeletons? Skeletons are a myth. Meat coat hangers exist within us. That's Skeletons are fake, but witches ain't, says Witch Lilith. These cannot be serious.
What an interesting perspective.
I thought you were asleep, Morgan. I was just about to check in on you in Philly. Both so quiet.
Lucky enough for you, the plow came by.
I'm gonna guess Philly's probably out. Probably has been for a while. But if you are awake, Philly, then request back up if you want to be up here. Of course, If anybody who has a belief in a god or UFO or anything like that wants to be up here, well, we just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? Which Lilith says, no, I don't question mine. I already told you. Yeah, I know you don't. We clearly established that you live in a dogmatic worldview that is unquestionable. But maybe Big Bug can question their beliefs. Hello, Big Bug. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I believe in cheeseburger.
I see. That's unfortunate. I mean, I suppose I could have asked more, but you couldn't answer the first question. I didn't ask what you believed yet. I asked for age. Doesn't seem like it's gonna go much better after that. I'll tell you, Enki Bubs, I did not look close enough at the picture to know what the beetle was wearing. And now that you mention it, I don't want to look. Oh.
I don't think that says question the questioner.
Al says, question for you. If you have a belief, do you question it? Well, yeah, I mean, that would be rather hypocritical if I hosted a live that asked people to question their beliefs and never questioned my own. But I don't do it at the same time because that's what usually leads to debates. If we both start questioning each other's beliefs, then somebody's going to try to win. And that's not what it is. It should be a more self-reflective kind of conversation rather than a competitive one. I wonder why you think it's a sin in your beliefs to question them, Als. Is it based on some doctrine or something you've been told? And either way, who wrote or told you the thing? How do you know that you can believe them? Oh, hello, Code. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
44.
Sorry.
44.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do not. I don't have a belief.
Why
I
not?
used to. I don't think there's enough credible evidence to. I don't think there's enough credible evidence for me to say I know. And belief is, to me, is asserting truth without evidence, and I refuse to do that.
Belief is asserting truth without evidence. Are you driving right now?
No, I'm writing. Is that okay?
It's very loud.
Do you have a belief?
I'm not here to have you question my beliefs. The topic is, can you question your beliefs? So you don't believe in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
No. The only thing I can truly say I believe in is I believe that I exist.
So what would convince you that a god does exist?
Having the knowledge that a God does exist. Just knowing.
Just knowing. That's the only evidence that might convince you is.
Yeah, I know I exist. I just know that. I don't have a way to prove
You
it.
keep saying that, but like, how do you know?
Intuitively.
Why are you taking the bait, Cat?
Intuitively.
He intuitively knows that he exists.
An eternal sense of.
And so, if you intuitively knew that God exists, then that would be the evidence that would compel you to believe that God exists. So that doesn't really answer my question. It just kind of paints a weirder picture. So is there any kind of evidence that might lead you to believe a God exists?
Nothing from outside of myself, or nothing that someone can show me or tell me.
Nothing could convince you ever.
No, really, not really. I would have to convince myself.
I see. So, why did you request up here?
Because I can challenge my beliefs.
It doesn't say challenge. It says question.
I couldn't do the road noise anymore. It's so obnoxious. So loud. Hello, Als. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
18.
What year were you born?
Sorry?
What year were you born?
270407.
That actually works. The math worked, but I don't know why. You give the whole date when I just asked the year. You could request backup. I don't know, reflexively expect 18-year-olds to lie. It's my fault, Als, not yours. Am I being cursed in the comments? Is that what's going on? Is the witch cursing?
I'm so sorry.
Yes.
I always say the whole date for some reason.
That's all right. So you were born in 07. That
Yeah.
was the question I asked. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah.
Which god is that?
I'm a Christian, so it would just be God and Jesus.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I'm still yet to read the whole Bible, but I've read a lot of it, yeah.
Do you believe the stories within it to be true and literal?
Yes.
So the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in a garden, the global flood, those things really happened according to you?
I believe so, yeah.
Why do you believe those to be true?
Well, because it's in the Bible, and many people wrote the Bible, which means it makes me believe more because many different people have wrote it instead of just a one person. If it was just a one person stating that this had happened, I mean, I would question a lot of it. But because many different people wrote about these events, I think, it's more believable, if you get what I mean.
I'm not quite sure what you mean. Many different people wrote about which events. I was asking about the global flood and Adam and Eve.
Yeah, that's in the Bible.
Creation. Do you think multiple people wrote about the 6 days of creation?
Oh, not one person wrote about the creation, but many different people wrote the Bible.
So why do you believe the 6 days of creation? Why do you believe that? Genesis 1.
Because I believe in the Bible. I'm not really sure what you mean by why do you believe in the 6 days of creation. I believe in the Bible, so I believe what's in the Bible.
So you believe in the Bible because multiple people wrote it?
Yes, and it becomes... Yeah.
What's in the Bible because you believe the Bible. So everything in the Bible must be true because multiple people wrote it.
Yes, and also because Jesus came down to earth and he did all his...
How do you know Jesus existed?
Well, I mean, I just believe Jesus existed and he was put on the cross for our sins. I couldn't tell you direct.
Why do you believe that?
Because people wrote about it. I'm not too sure. There's no scientific evidence of Jesus coming down, as far as I know.
So then you just believe it because people wrote it?
Yeah.
Do you believe everything people write?
Well, I believe the Bible, but I can't believe the Quran, or I can't believe any other faiths.
Why?
Because the Bible tells us we're not allowed to.
So you have a book
that
tells you what to believe, tells you that it must be true, and tells you that you can't believe anything else, and according to you, it tells you that you can't even question these beliefs. Why would you want to believe something that is so authoritative, so fascist?
Well, I believe in the Bible because I can never, ever, not in a million years, explain how this world came and where we go after we die. So I just believe because I believe that God will give me the strength and for dark times, and I believe that I will go to heaven one day after the day I pass. And I just want to believe that, maybe not everything's evil in the world.
Because you want to believe maybe not everything's evil in the world, you believe in a book that tells you you are evil.
Well, the book doesn't tell me I'm evil. The book tells me there's a difference between good and evil, and it's the Bible. I mean, there's a lot of parts of the Bible that tells you about the devil, about Jesus, about God. I mean, I don't think it's really as unbelievable as people would say it does. It is, sorry.
You don't think it's unbelievable?
I don't think it's as unbelievable as maybe someone that isn't a Christian would say it is.
You haven't read it all the way through.
Well, no, but I know a lot of parts of it.
I'm guessing that something made Alice uncomfortable. I don't know. They left very quickly.
Sorry, friend. Didn't mean to spook you.
It did kind of feel like that. I wonder if anybody else watching has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that. They're capable of questioning that belief.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello, Ifric. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
38.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes.
And what god do you believe in?
That would be the God of the Mormons.
The god of the Mormons.
Yeah.
So, have you read all of your scriptures, the Bible, the Doctrine and Covenants, the Book of Mormon, the Pearl of Great Price?
Yeah.
You believe all of those scriptures to be true and literal?
Yes.
Divine?
Oh, no. Not literal.
Not literal.
No. Like Jonah in a whale for 3 days. That's a little questionable.
6-day creation.
Yeah.
Is that literal?
No, I don't think so.
Adam and Eve.
I would say that's. I would think that's more symbolic. Like God taking a rib and creating another human. Like that's. I mean, that's a weird way to create a human.
Blowing air into a dirt sculpture isn't?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a little different. Um, there's I mean, so I believe that truth that's undiscovered doesn't disprove it because there's a lack of evidence for it now.
I'm sorry, what?
I believe that the truth, I believe there's truth in everything. There's an answer for everything, but the lack of truth does not doesn't disprove it if we don't have that evidence. For instance, in the Book of Mormon, it talks about all these.
What question are you responding to now?
Well, I wanted to question happiness and well, it's basically.
What? What?
It's my fault. I'm too impatient. I was so patient at the beginning of the live, and I've lost it.
You
I think I've
always
lost
are.
all the patience. I think it's my patience. It's not choose your own topic night, is it? It says, can you question your beliefs?
Actually, I'm trying to figure out where that would have gone.
He wanted to question happiness.
Right. Are you saying we're not happy because you think we don't believe in God?
You think that's what it is? You think it was a gear up for a sermon?
Uh-huh. You don't even know what we believe.
Well, there's something wrong with you. You're questioning people's beliefs. Something must be wrong with you.
Which is funny, because most of the, at least in my experience, Abrahamic faiths do nothing but question other people's beliefs.
Hello, Hector. Can I get...
Yeah, I'm 35.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
No, I don't believe in God.
Why not?
I just feel like if God was real, like he wouldn't let so much bad things happen in the world, you know?
So, you're saying that because bad things happen, then you don't believe in a god?
Yeah.
So, Can you think of what might convince you that a god does exist?
Like if there weren't bad things in the world, I'd probably believe in a God.
Yeah, that seems like the obvious answer. Which is why I avoided asking it that way. Can you think of some evidence that might compel you to believe that a God exists with the world the way it is?
Maybe if the world was different.
That's kind of not answering the question.
Well, if the world is the way that it is, then I wouldn't believe in God.
You can't think of any kind of God at all that might exist. And what kind of evidence might compel you some kind of God exists?
Well, I would just I'm thinking if God is real, right? Like, why would he let these bad things happen?
Right. So you're trying to have a debate with a theist that isn't here. I'm asking if you can question your beliefs, and if you paid attention before you requested up, you'd have heard me say, if anyone has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you can question your beliefs. Then go ahead and request on up. And you requested up anyway, so I'm questioning your lack of belief since you're up here. Do you understand what this exercise is? Or are you just going to continue trying to debate with someone who isn't here?
I guess so. Like, if I'm challenging my beliefs, what is my belief? Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear.
Pay attention, grow up, listen. I don't know. Fuck off for now. Yeah, my patience is gone.
Mm-hmm. Went right out the window.
I don't understand why it's been unquestioning believer after atheist who can't question themselves after unquestioning believer. Dogmatic.
This Monday is very Monday.
This is feeling like a Monday. I don't know. This is the worst Monday ever. You guys are awesome. This is the best audience on TikTok. We're up to 123,000 likes. Somehow I missed the 100K. Because you guys are just that awesome. There's one in queue I don't think meant to request. And there's one who's from earlier, probably not still there. Oh, nope, he is. Our Mormon friend is back. So, can you question your beliefs?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That means is the doctrine that we taught true? And how do we explain it?
Can you question if the doctrine you are taught is true?
Yes.
And what does that look like? What questions do you ask of regarding your doctrine?
Well, I mean, I asked the question, where was God and what was he doing before he created heaven and earth?
Mm-hmm.
I question, how can you have happiness, all happiness in heaven if you haven't experienced all evil?
They seem rather assumptive questions, assuming there's a heaven, assuming there's a God, assuming he created, assuming there's happiness, assuming that happiness requires evil in order to be understood. There's a lot of assumptions. Do you question any of your assumptions? Or do you just... Do you question the existence of a God?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't believe that us as humans in this world is so organized that just was coincidence by chaotic matter colliding and exploding.
What does that mean? Organized, chaotic matter colliding and exploding. What are you even talking about?
Like us as humans, you know, the way we're constructed is very complex, and the world that we live in is so precisely located in space to where I
have no idea what you're talking about anymore.
Well, I'm just
What do you
saying,
mean it's precisely located?
like the Earth and the distance from the sun and how it spins. It doesn't. I don't think it just happened by chance.
You don't think what happened by chance?
Our existence. I think that there was a higher being in control of that.
Why do you assume that? You're saying
because yeah, go ahead.
Is it because of the distance of the Earth to the sun, or is there some other reason that you actually have?
No, it's just like how life is formed now. How
What do you mean how life is formed?
like how a husband and wife create a child. Procreation.
Procreation tells you that there's a God. How does procreation tell you?
Well, like I said, I think that our bodies are so perfectly created to where I don't think it happened by just coincidence. I think there's a higher power that was in charge
What
of.
do you mean purposely created?
I'm sorry?
What is the purposeful part? You say purposely created. Where do you see purpose in anatomy?
Well, the purpose of our body is to survive. Is that what you're asking?
Why do you think the purpose of our body is to survive?
Because I don't think anything that is created to die or wither away.
Created. Why are you assuming creation?
Because I'm trying to see what your point is.
Why do you assume that I have a point?
Or you're questioning. I was just simply saying that there had to have been a supreme being over us.
Why?
Because chaotic matter colliding.
What do you keep going back to matter colliding?
Like the Big Bang or evolution.
Where in Big Bang does it talk about chaotic matter colliding?
Well, isn't that what the words Big Bang means?
No. Have you ever studied the Big Bang beyond hearing people say the word and scoffing at it?
Yeah, I mean, I've read into it.
So what does Big Bang have to do with chaotic matter colliding?
Well, I mean, I believe that's the whole theory of how there was nothing before this earth, but how this earth created was space moving and gravitation pulling together to create a world. And over time, an environment, an atmosphere was created, and so forth.
You were talking about planetary accretion. Is that what you mean by chaotic matter colliding?
Yeah, and then also like bacteria existing and evolving into species.
So, I'm sorry, what about any of that implies creation?
Well, if that's the theory, then I don't believe that it happened that way, because we are too organized to be formed that way.
What do you mean too organized?
Like I don't think it happened by chance.
Are those the only two options?
I mean, I'd be open
God or
to
by chance?
other theories if you know any.
Well, just because it wasn't like the particles of matter weren't organized by a mind, um, doesn't mean it's just by chance, if that makes sense. Like there were events that led up to, or are continuing to, like this is, Thrayle can probably explain this better than me because I am not a sciencey. Can you describe what I'm trying to describe?
Well, I mean,
Like, it's not just random chance, it's like cause and effect.
A function that's not driven by a mind.
I'm trying not to insert the thought, but yes. So is it possible that things are not random and things are not guided, but things happen in accordance to cause and effect, and that can tend towards certain outcomes?
Yeah, I believe that there is cause and effect. But then it's like, once you get down to the bacterias, like, where did they come from? And then where did that come from?
Have you ever looked into that? Have you ever tried to see what science has to say about that?
A little bit, not really, but I think they just say the primary element was bacteria's existing. I don't think they go beyond that.
Is it possible that they do, and that is a very vibrant branch of science?
Possibly.
If it were a very well studied and still very active branch of science, do you think it's possible that you're just assuming God because it's what you're familiar with, and that there could be some explanation, some reasoning that is not random chance nor God?
I don't think so, because I mean it's just, you would have to continue going back and back and back to where the source came from. Like, what is the source of it?
What do you mean by the source?
Like, am I correct when it's basically saying that we came from bacterias?
I forget, what are you talking about?
Like, how did humans come here? What primary elements started it?
Primary elements.
Yeah, of human life.
Primary elements of human life. What do you mean?
Like, what is the like the fundamental structure, like our DNA? Like, where did that come from?
Are you familiar with the term abiogenesis?
Say it again, you cut out.
Oh, sorry. Are you asking how life was formed or how humans were formed?
Yeah. The primary buildup of us, which is our DNA, where did the DNA come from?
Do you think that if science provided you with an answer, that it would satisfy you? Or would you still assume God?
I think it would. I think it would only imply that there has to be a supreme being.
Why do you make that assumption?
you can't stop and say this is the beginning, because we haven't discovered prior to that.
That doesn't make any sense with the question that I asked. Do you not hear how dogmatically close-minded you are? Does it not disturb you on some level having to insert God into literally every answer, even the ones intended to make you consider for a moment that there might not be one?
Well, I think that whatever answer is given, then you have to question that answer.
That's great. You should question the answers. Why aren't you answering any of the questions?
Because I'm questioning my questions.
No, you've been questioning my questions.
There's a lot of questions here.
Mm-hmm.
But in short, is even if we do discover a new discovery, I would question what is beyond that. Where did that come from?
Right.
And then it just infinitely regresses.
So then any explanation given to you, you would require a God to precede it.
I mean, I think astrology also as well has pointed that there has to be a supreme being.
Astrology?
Yeah. With space.
Are you talking about star signs?
No, I'm just saying that where like a source from a source, where does the source come from?
Oh, goodness.
What does astrology have to do with a source?
Well, I was just giving an example how, astrology.
I'm going to help you for just a moment. Do you mean astronomy, or do you mean astrology?
Oh, yeah,
Are
astronomy.
you talking
yes,
about
yes.
Leos, Cancers, and Sagittarius? Is this Mercury in retrograde, or are we talking about like the study of the cosmos, stars, and like astronomy?
Yeah, astronomy.
Okay.
Yeah.
That helps. So where does astronomy imply that there must be a creator?
Well, like I pointed, like this, the placement of the Earth is not by chance. Like there has to, like even some like atheist astrologers,
astronomers.
So
the placement of the Earth. What do you mean by the placement of the Earth?
Like the distances it is from the sun, how fragile the atmosphere is. The tilt of the Earth, how fast the Earth spins. It's all calculated so precisely to where it couldn't exist randomly.
What do you mean calculated so precisely? The declaration you make, it's calculated so precisely that it couldn't exist randomly. That declaration doesn't sound like anything science says. You're saying that they have calculated that it is this way, and you assume that if it were any other way, nothing would be here.
Yeah, it's like the fine-tuned theory.
Yeah, so why do you make that assumption that if it were any other way, nothing would be here? That seems rather bold and assumptive.
Because they calculated, like if the Earth was this closer or this further.
How much is this?
I think it talked about
Are you talking
like
inches or hundreds of thousands of miles?
I think it's a small measurement.
Are you sure it's not hundreds of thousands of miles?
Yeah. From what I read.
From what you read, what did you read?
It's the fine-tooth theory.
So a fine-tuning theory, somebody trying to argue for the existence of a god based upon the precise tuning, as they might say, of the universe.
Yes.
So why would you believe that they have accurate information about how far away the Earth can or can't be? Have you not looked in to see what the actual range would be?
I mean, I could look it up, but I don't remember it. But I don't
Why don't you
remember
do
it.
that?
Okay. Okay.
While he does that, I'm going to thank everybody for getting us to 130,000 likes. There's 130 of us in the room. If we all keep tapping the screen, I bet we could bring that number up. And who knows, maybe get a few people in here who are actually capable of questioning their beliefs. Oh, I thought he was looking something up and was going to let us know what he found. It's called the Goldilocks zone. While you're looking that up, that might help you. Am I being, I might be being more impatient than usual.
Your patience may be lacking ever so slightly.
We have nobody in queue. I thought that at least one of those might not be a ghost. Yes, Joe. My patience
And we
does
are
have a
outside of it.
Goldilocks zone.
And we have wandered far outside of it. Joe, it's been a rough night.
Yeah, if you'd heard the beginning of the live, the first, 5 hours or so, I'm sure you'd have heard all of the patience. It's a vast, vast zone of patience.
Yeah, I was gonna say at least the first 6 hours.
I would say there is a Thrayle's patience Goldilocks zone for sure.
I was gonna say at least the first 6 hours, and we're only 7 hours in.
Teehee.
Digitalist arrow, I'm sorry, I almost said asparagus. Digital Aeropagus Radio says that the host is still spreading lies for likes and follows to his own destruction. Don't forget, host, the Lord your God knows every false word you say on here, and he will make you account for it.
Can we just call him Digital Asparagus Radio?
Yes.
But what if like it's just the truth? Like what if it's not lies?
Oh, look at that number in the top right hand corner.
Yeah.
At 7 a.m. Wild.
I know. And yet, no one has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that. Digital Asparagus thinks that I have an argument. He says,
See,
why sell your soul for an online talk show?
I keep seeing him say the word mute, and I keep reading it like he's asking to be muted.
I mean,
that's interesting,
right?
I would suggest that he could request up, but I tend to remember no actually coherent conversation, just yelling about winning arguments. Right, nobody wants you to. Because you're not here to question your beliefs. You're here to argue, preach, pontificate, bloviate. Altogether, just hear yourself speak. You're not actually here for a questioning of your beliefs. And so you call me muter, man. It's really sad. Yeah. He thinks he questions my belief. What belief? You think a question posed presents a necessary stance behind it, and then you assume that that is something to question, but you don't even consider the questions posed to you. It is incoherent. It's becoming just a bunch of preaching in the comments. So if you actually have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief. Go ahead and request Anna.
Hey, Asparagus Boy. Preaching isn't allowed in the comments either.
I didn't do it. Mr.
You did not do
Muterman.
it. I couldn't. It just was right there.
Muterman strikes again. My fingers did not touch any mute buttons.
Yep, no mute buttons. He just happens to have mods that don't like to hear people preach either. We just don't like to hear people preach in general.
Toaster. I won't read that out, but it's hilarious.
Do you think he'll be back up with a different account?
Very possibly. Hello, hello. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
32.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I would say like remembrance, so to speak, if you get what I'm trying to say.
No, I don't get what you're trying to say.
Okay. So to speak, nobody remembers outside of their, when they're born, right? You only remember this life. Okay.
Why
And then
were you
outside of that, you only
remembering before you were born?
Well, this is what. Well, I'm gonna get to that. But outside of that, you only know what you've been taught and what you've been told, literally.
Do you remember the question I asked?
What'd you say? You said, "Do I remember something or whatever?"
Before that, do you believe in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Okay.
Are you saying that your
No, I heard
higher power is remembrance, or are you just avoiding that question entirely?
No, I'm not avoiding it. So I'll answer it. So the reason why I said remembrance, because outside of that, right? Okay, so basically, God is nothing but a fucking title. It's an expression of nature, right? It's just like
expression of nature.
Yeah, it's an expression of nature.
What do you mean?
Oh, we don't need the condescension.
Well, it's not necessarily trying to be condescending. I'm just saying that God itself is an expression of nature. If it came off condescending, I'm sorry, but I'm just telling you that's what it is.
What do you mean by expression of nature?
So we're all aspects of the same deity or being experiencing itself. Like, for example...
Why do you assume that?
Well, hold on. So, for example... Well, I'm gonna answer your question when you say, why do you assume that? So, for example, if you look at your palm, you don't have to, but I'm just giving you an example. Anybody can do this. You look at your palm, I look at my palm. I'm seeing it from my perspective. You're seeing it from your perspective, right? So what is the eye within the eye, behind the eye that's experiencing the reality that you're experiencing, right? So that is the God aspect of being.
Stop. Within the eye, behind the eye. What the fuck are we talking about anymore?
So you have a pupil, right? You basically have an eye. So it's the eye, basically,
what is
it's the observer. It's the,
what is the pupil?
Hold on, bro. What I meant by this is the observer, right? It's the one that's actually like, you're
talking about your brain.
Well, sure. But at the same time, what I'm really trying to say is the observer.
Are you talking about some process within your mind?
Okay.
What are you talking about?
So you can see, right? You have vision, correct?
So...
No, hold on.
Avoiding questions by
no, I'm not.
But you're trying you really are. So you're not actually here to question your beliefs. You're here to kind of preach at us about your new age.
No, it's not new age, bro. So what I'm trying to say, right, is that...
Yes, so why don't you stop trying to say things? Stop for a second.
So what I'm trying to say is
Stop.
You're just trying to control them.
Stop. You've been asked to stop for just a moment. So if you can't do that, then I don't know why you would just keep talking. So, do you see the prompt? You have eyes, right? You can see with those eyes through the pupil hole, and there's a thing behind you seeing, or something, I guess, a mind processing. Do you see the prompt?
Yeah, and who is the observer? What is that one that's observing the remote that you can see when you pick up the remote?
About?
He's
stop trying to undermine me.
Fucking-lutely off. He's not
Stop
actually
trying
here to... No, stop. Just stop.
You're trying to undermine me, bro, because you're not...
Because you're not actually here to question your beliefs. You're having
it's not about...
It's not right now. I think you need to calm down, catch your breath before you start losing your shit. You're absolutely losing your shit. You need to stop trying to talk while I'm talking. There's a prompt on the screen. Can you read what the prompt says?
I already read it. It says, it literally just says, can you question your beliefs? And I'm just telling you, it's not a matter of belief.
What does that mean?
It's a system, it's aware.
What
I'm trying to answer your fucking question and you got your...
You already said, can you question your beliefs? You were able to read it. Thank you for reading it. Now, can you tell me what it means?
Well, then stop muting me.
Yeah, if you'd stop just...
Yeah, well, then that's why you're going to suck a big-ass fucking DICK, bro. Literally.
Wow. Wow.
Drop me for that shit. If you want to.
I'm letting you sit here. I mean, you can sit in that. Is that really where you want to go with it?
The rage is real, dog. If you know how to feel
The
that
rage is
shit.
real. So you're not capable of actually questioning your beliefs without
No.
getting
So
emotional.
so the only thing that I wanted to
resorting
explain.
to homophobic sort of insults. So fuck off.
Apparently he crashed out on Born Again a little while ago. So he's just making the rounds.
He crashed out where?
Born Again atheist.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine she would have handled him in a very interesting way.
I imagine she was not having any of that. Joe, I can't imagine he's ever met one that does.
Hello,
Hey, what's up,
Big
guys?
Iron. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
31.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Kinda.
What do you mean by kinda?
I mean, it'd be very cool if there was one. I mean, right?
So you don't have a belief, but you think it'd be cool, or you do have a belief because you think it'd be cool?
I believe it is possible. So, yeah. Right? That's fair enough.
I don't know. You say you believe it is possible. Does that mean that you hold to the acceptance that a god is real, or does that mean that you just kind of think it'd be cool, but you don't know?
Both, specifically Christianity.
So, do you hold that a Christian god is real?
I do hope it's real. It'd be very, very nice.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
To be true?
No. Not all of them.
Do you believe any of them to be true?
Some, yes.
Does that mean some of them are false?
No.
So some of them are true, but none of them are false.
Some of them are true. I believe to be true. Some of them I don't believe to be true.
So you don't believe any of them to be false, but some of them you don't believe are true.
Correct.
Do you believe the 6-day creation?
I don't know what that is.
Genesis 1.
Okay.
Do you believe Genesis 1? The first chapter of the first book of the Bible.
If it's Genesis, maybe not.
Why not?
Because Genesis was made to make a general outline for people to live well. So I don't think every word is true.
Outline for people to live well.
Correct, yeah.
Where is that in Genesis 1? Where does it talk about living well?
It's not explicitly written, just how people lived afterwards. They lived well afterwards. So
What?
I believe it to be well.
What story
Fair,
is
right?
told in Genesis?
What's up?
What story is told in Genesis?
Genesis talks about the creation of the tribe.
The tribe?
Yeah, unless I'm wrong, right?
I'm asking you.
Okay.
You're saying Genesis is the creation of the tribe? Big Iron, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Which tribe?
Israeli.
There's only one?
In the Old Testament, I believe so. I'm not an expert.
Have you ever read the Bible?
Yes. I already answered that.
From beginning to end.
Correct.
Which version of the Bible did you read, if you remember?
No idea. I was raised Methodist.
When did you read the Bible?
Over 9.
How old did you say you are now?
I'm 31.
So in your 20s, you read the Bible from beginning to end.
Oh, when you put it like that, maybe I read it over like 20 years ago. I remember reading it in my 11, 9 kind of years.
See. And do you think that your understanding of it from that age could be mistaken?
No, if anything, it deepened, which led me away from it, actually.
I'm sorry, you say your understanding deepened and led you away. What does that mean?
It's hard to describe. Let's just say, everyone looks up to Jesus Christ, right? Well, in Christian faith. Christian faith, everyone looks up to Jesus Christ. The God, the Savior, the guy. I mean, everything before that kind of isn't great. Right? It kind of sucks a lot.
What are you saying?
I'm saying
for who?
What?
You said everything sucks before Jesus?
Yeah, the stories before Jesus aren't very great. They suck pretty hard.
Which stories?
What is this? 20 questions?
Holy shit.
What do you mean, holy shit?
Are you serious? Can you...
You're the one asking me questions.
Can you read the prompt?
No.
Oh, Well, if you can't read the prompt, why did you request up?
Because I didn't think it
read. How did you read the Bible?
What is your belief? Why do you believe? And then I get asked like 15 questions.
The big
I
one
can
above
tell you.
that. The big one above that. Can you question your beliefs?
Yes. I can question my beliefs easily.
What does that mean?
I wanted to be a priest growing up. I'm not anymore.
So did you think you were going to come up here
sober
with a prompt
anymore?
that says, "Can you question your beliefs?" and then not be asked questions?
Sorry, I didn't hear you clearly. What?
I said, did you think that when you read the prompt and it says, "Can you question your beliefs?" because we've established that you can read, that you were going to come up here and not be asked questions?
No, of course. I've answered plenty. Have I not? Yes or no?
Well, okay, you don't get to demand that I answer questions.
Yeah, that's what I fucking thought.
Wow.
Yeah, it sucks when it's me.
How drunk are you?
Not at all.
Not at all. Okay.
Maturity level is astounding.
So mature.
What is difficult to understand?
Hello, Kevin. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I need to stop acting like this.
Kevin, are you with us? Right, Kevin. Well, if you meant to request up again. Big Iron, there are women present, but no girls, and there's no need to fake anything in front of anybody. I'm not here to impress anybody. I'm not here to... I'm not here to compel anyone to listen to me. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it you believe and why? Kevin Crenshaw admitting that you lied to TikTok about your age to even be in an adults-only live. Seems kind of ridiculous. Yep. Might want to take that up with TikTok. But if you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you are capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue or tell you that you're wrong. I just want to know if you can't question here to question it, then what is it that you believe?
I'm 52.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
No. I mean, I don't have a belief, but I believe that like nuclear bombs, they are not gods, and they cannot play God mode because I don't believe that God can take lives from Earth. So therefore, I believe that nuclear bombs cannot be considered as God because they cannot.
Sure, you can't just keep saying that on.
Because they can take lives, but no, wait.
Let's stop for a moment.
Okay.
You're saying that you don't believe in a God, correct? Or you do believe in a God?
No, I do believe in a God, yes.
Which God?
Exactly. That's why, like, I actually don't believe in God. I don't believe in God, actually. So, yeah. I don't believe in God, and, yeah. And I don't think that nuclear bombs could be, like, play as a God mode.
Thank you.
Is it like... I don't know. I think my
All the
question's...
kids are home from school right now, so.
Do you really think that's what it is?
Oh yeah, big time. Oh yeah, big time. They've got nothing to do all day. Are you kidding?
He says, wait, I didn't finish. I didn't finish saying the thing I said 5 times already. That wasn't in response to any of your questions. I just want to say a thing over and over again because I feel like saying it. The fuck is the matter with people today?
They're all going
I
stir
think I have
crazy.
an answer. I think I have an answer for the question you asked me earlier.
Oh, I thought you meant for what the fuck is the matter with everybody. Okay.
Oh no, I don't know. I don't know about that. No,
I thought you had an answer for that one, Kat.
No, none of those. None of that here. Sorry, barking up the wrong tree. I don't know if I was like all the way. I don't know if it's like. I think that questioning the possibility of the liminal space being like a real place is probably the like wooiest it's ever gotten.
Oh, I'm so
right,
here for
like
this conversation.
right, like that, having this experience and then having to reconcile what it was with myself is probably like the deepest in the woo trenches I've ever been.
Why do you think you're that deep in it now?
I'm not now. Oh, haha, I gotcha. No, but in all seriousness, like, it might be what I think is the most woo because I go back to it sometimes. Not like going back to the space, but I go back to the questioning, like it is something that is not resolved in my mind. I don't have like like I don't have any degree of certainty that I understand it. And so sometimes I think about it and get into the woo a little bit, but I am much farther out of the woo than I was when I like first had the experience. I was like really deep in the woo with it for a little while, just like trying to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's because it's the most like well, because it was experienced without any help that one time, and then also just because like because it's the most immersive experience I think I've had, really.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to take it out of the woo.
I mean, this goes back to the conversation too, and ties into why things are so fucking weird right now. but does it have to be understood to be accepted?
Well, no, because it happened, so it has to be accepted. Like
Mm.
I've experienced it, so I have to accept that, right? Like,
You have to experience that you. I'm sorry. You have to accept that you experienced it.
well, what's the alternative?
You have to accept that you. Well, you say that you have to accept that you experienced it. I think what I'm asking is, what is it you have to accept? Like, what are the parameters? Do you have to accept that what you experienced is what happened? That it
No,
is.
just that it was experienced, whether or not, like, regardless of like how real it was or what it was, like, just that the experience was had. I can't unexperience it. If that makes sense.
Got it.
I can't go back to a time or mind frame where it does not exist, even if it only exists in my mind. You know, like even if it's just a product of my own consciousness, it is still there, and I still have like questions about it, and might not ever understand it. And so that is the acceptance that I have to have. That it is there. Does that make sense? Am I communicating that okay?
Questions, but we have Tommy joining us. Tommy, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hey man, I'm 33. Thank you for bringing me in. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Tommy, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Do you know what? I wanted to speak about, maybe this goes off topic, but still related to God, but a few years ago I had an experience of ayahuasca. I don't know whether you know what I'm talking about. Is that okay to speak about?
So you had an experience with chemicals, and you have decided that means what in relation to belief in a god?
Nothing. To be honest with you, I didn't change my belief in God. It just made me, I don't know, like open my eyes to like the world, not actually like to God. The more, to be honest with you, like the more doors you open, the less you know. Do you know? I don't know if that's true of anyone else, but for myself, every time I ask a question, I find myself finding another question. Right? So it's like asking whether the universe ends, or like it's like so. I don't know. For my belief, I do believe there must be something more than this, but at the same time, I believe that it's not.
There's a lot of background noise.
Sorry. Let me go inside.
It's like echo and driving noise at the same time.
Yeah. Can you hear me better now?
A little bit. Still got the echo, but less background.
Sorry. I don't know why. Because I'm not holding.
Does it matter to you? Does it matter to you if what you believe is true or not, Tommy?
In one sense, yes. In another sense, no. Because it's like if you believe, you have comfort. Yeah. Even if you believe and it's not true, you have comfort. But then if you think of it as a logical way, and you...
Is that why you believe is for comfort?
In one sense, yeah. I think it's more
in
like
one sense for comfort. In what other sense do you believe?
In another, the real world. Right? When you see a flower grow and die.
Is there something in the real world that indicates to you that a God exists?
Mate, yeah, I guess so. Only from luck. Do you understand? Like luck in life. Like, sometimes like things happen that you. But have you ever crossed the road and then a car has just missed you?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like things like that.
So you're saying that's luck.
No, luck of God, like
And
luck of your journey.
I'm sorry, and that luck somehow leads you to believe that there's a God.
Holy sugar, you know what I mean, or whatever. When that happened to you, you'd be like instantly, like it will come to your mind. Like so, that's like maybe it's connected. I don't know, man. Like, it's a difficult one to pinpoint. And I'm not a scholar in God, but
yeah. So
yeah.
I don't need you to be a scholar to be able to question your beliefs, but I'm not hearing that happening here. Tell me, why did you request up?
To be honest with you, I wanted to listen in for a little bit, and then like you popped up. It's like, "Hello, Tommy, what's like?" You know, like, and then I kind of got dropped in it. Like, you know me, man. I come in. I'm quite shy, so I'm not really like have like massive views on anything. You know, like I'm in the middle of everyone's belief. I don't think anyone's wrong. I don't think anyone's right, and I think that like it's your choice. You know what I mean? Like if you want to believe or you don't want to believe in whatever, that's your life. Like that's not my choice to make. But like, that deep breath says a lot.
You're rambling quite a bit at high speed. You're not really directly answering the questions. You're kind of
just. Everyone just ask me directly, and I'll answer directly.
I'm not sure why you would request up here, Tommy, when it doesn't seem you're questioning your beliefs. It seems as though you're trying to convince others of them.
No, man. I'm questioning my own belief. I have no intention.
What are you questioning?
I question whether it's real or not. I don't know whether whether it's real or not. So I just keep trying to study and look into it and try and get into groups that can speak about it openly.
Why would you assume it's real at all?
I don't know, man. Can I ask you a question, if you don't mind?
You can certainly try.
Okay, so do you believe in anything?
I believe in asking questions and then questioning those answers.
Okay, so can I ask you, like, so in the same situation as me, like, most people will probably call me what's it, like a non-believer, a pagan or whatever, you know, like honestly, I don't know what is correct or not, and what I see from like the church and stuff like that, they're not doing their best to help the people. Do you know what I mean?
Sure, Tommy. So why do you believe in it?
I don't, but I try to keep like that.
You do or you don't?
If I did, I wouldn't be here, would I? Do you know what I mean?
If you believed in God, you wouldn't be here.
Yeah. If I was questioning my belief, I wouldn't have joined the group, right? But I question my belief because I actually really don't know. And it's like the more that I read and the more that I hear, the more negativeness I get from every single the Quran, the Jewish book, the Christians, everybody. There's a point in everything.
Book.
I don't want to say the word because I thought maybe it might cause a problem or something. You know, like they all have something that doesn't sound correct. You know what I mean? Like the Bible doesn't go without its own faults.
So if they all have something that doesn't sound correct, why believe in any parts of them or any God at all?
I know. That's the truth. I know. Preach.
Tommy, why did you request up here?
Because I'm telling you, I'm telling you, right? I'm saying like I question my belief, and I don't know, and I would like to. Even I've asked you before because you're like you do this a lot, and like before I asked you about what was it about like your own beliefs and about like what do you think, and you was like, man, I don't know. You know, like, and I'm like, I don't know, I don't know either, because I don't know if you remember me, but like, I'm going through like my own personal situation. But like, that's why, like, I try and find answers now. You know what I mean? Like, otherwise, I wouldn't bother. I would be getting all my life. But I'm trying to figure out like what's happening, how do people feel about things, what's right, what's wrong. Because you always think that something like history, like going through history, and you see history now, things we were taught as children that was wrong, and now coming back as that they were right. Do you know what I mean?
No, I don't. I don't anymore, Tommy. You're kind of rambling a lot, and it's not quite clear. So you don't believe in a God anymore. You question why religion gets things wrong, and you. I guess, Tommy, my only couple of questions left would be, what would convince you that a God does exist?
The same for everybody, right? I think just some type of sign. You know what I mean? Like anything, but I haven't seen anything so far that can like compel me to believe such a thing exists. You know, I've seen people pass over like, and when they did it, it wasn't like glow of light, and you know what I mean. They just fall asleep and then they're gone. So it's like I think that maybe I don't know. Yeah, I think I sent you before. I think maybe religion is like I think to just keep us calm. If you believe like everything's gonna be okay no matter what, and you got like God to cover your back.
Tommy, what was the question that I had asked?
Sorry.
Does anybody else have a question for Tommy?
No, I don't.
I appreciate you being here, Tommy. What was that, Cat? Yeah, the whole Wi-Fi's got you.
And I'm sorry if I like when you say like I'm rambling and stuff. Like where I am is 8 p.m. at night, and I'm pretty like quite unwell. So like maybe I'm just rambling. You know, like I apologize if I'm taking up your time. Yeah, don't know that. So just
Tommy, I appreciate you coming up, answering the questions that you did, but I think we are going to move on. I hope that you keep asking questions. I'm not impatient with you. I'm possibly just impatient in general tonight. So maybe another night I'll have more questions for you.
More. Gone.
Yeah, now we hear you.
Of course. The person you wanted to talk to isn't here anymore.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying it was okay. I didn't have any questions anyway.
Well, we do have some spicy subtext joining us. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Spicy subtext. Going once. Going twice. And we'll just move on to anybody else who has a belief in a God, or gods, a higher power, or anything like that. It is very cold in the studio, but I have a blanket that I'm about to have to get out from under. And I'm about to have to get out from under it to go check on the person who gave it to me for just a moment. But we don't have a believer. I thought we'd have a believer believably questioning their beliefs at this.
We can hold down the fort, probably.
Do we have any requests at all? Yes, we do.
I think we can manage.
Oh, no. A ghost in the queue. Well, if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, and you think that Morgan and Kat might ask you gentler questions than I would, then this is your chance. Go ahead and request that.
Hurry, while the scary skeleton man is gone. Until then, this doesn't usually happen. He doesn't usually go to do this. He does this every day, but there's usually a believer.
And so usually there's someone here.
Yeah, so the conversation just flows. We don't usually get stuff like this. It's okay though.
Probably the scariest thing was the other night when he had to restart his profile, and I was left alone, and there were no mods in the chat, and there were no mods on the panel. It was just me. And I was like, hey guys, I don't know when Thrayle's gonna be back, so I guess I'm just gonna sit here and talk to myself.
Oh yeah, that's a rough one. I'm terrible at this. I'm not good at the band. Oh, okay. I see. Yes, please go. Hi, Pink. Can we get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, yeah, I'm 32.
Oh, I don't know if it's just me or if you're coming through very
No, it's not just you. You're very quiet, Pink.
Can you hear me?
It's like, we can probably, it's really quiet.
Hello?
Are you on headphones? Are you using headphones or your phone's mic? Oh, that was better.
Yeah, I was using my headphones, but I'm 32.
Oh, okay. Perfect. And do you have a belief in a gods or anything like that?
Well, I mean, I do believe there is a God. And I believe in Jesus, that he died for my sins. But I mean, I don't know if I'm questioning that. But I'm new here, so I really just wanted to see like what this whole live was about.
Okay. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No, I'm also new to Christianity. So I'm kind of like exploring that too.
How new?
I want to say like maybe a year, but I have ADHD, so it's taken me a while to like read the Bible and stuff.
Have you read any of it?
Well, I know stories and I listen to it mostly because like I really can't focus. But I mean, I think I know some stuff. Like I'm not like a hardcore Christian, but like, I don't know. I just believe, you know?
Well, so, and before you didn't really.
Well, like before that, like believe, you know? Well, I just felt like there was a God. Like, I don't know. It was just a belief that I had. But, you know, with all the religions in the world and everything, like, I wasn't set on anything specifically. And then
So why did you?
Oh, go with Christ?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I just felt like I was being called, like, to, like, study Christ and Jesus and, like, I don't know. I guess I was just being compelled towards this
attended
religion.
church?
Sometimes, but not, like, religiously.
Is it any particular denomination?
A Christian church. Like, I've tried Catholic churches, but, like, they chant their prayers, like, a Christian, like, the Our Father and, like, those, like, they get me really anxious when I can't keep up. And I feel like that's just, like, repetitive and, like, I don't know. Like, but mainly, like, just regular Christian. Like, I don't know.
Like non-denominational.
Yeah. Like, right now I'm just, like, self-studying about, like, Jesus Christ and his story.
So,
And
what makes you think that Jesus Christ, denomination,
Jesus
Christ, miracles and resurrected and all the things?
I believe so.
Why do you believe that? What makes
Did? Or, like, why he
do you
died for our
believe?
sins.
Why do you believe that he resurrected? That he resurrected?
I don't know. I guess just my faith. Like I said, I'm new to this and I'm learning about it. But I know like the story with Moses and how he parted the water, and that was, like, technically, like, the first miracle before Jesus and all of that, right? But I don't know. I just feel like if there was a and that was, like, God, and Jesus came in and turned tables and you know, died for our sins. Like, he embraced the sinners and the prostitutes or whatever, the outcasts in general. And I don't know, that to me is, like, really good. And, like, I don't believe that if there was a God, he would go for someone who, quote unquote, is perfect. Like, to
Do you believe that Jesus was God?
No.
Okay. Why not?
I believe he was sent by God. I believe, because, you know, I've heard of, like, the whole Christ consciousness or whatever. But at the end of the day, it was like Christ consciousness. I don't really know, but I've heard it's like the way he prayed, and prayer is like a form of meditation. I heard that, like, something along the line of, like, if you pray like Christ, you can, like, align your universe like him, or, like, speak directly to God like he would. There we go. Yeah. But I don't know if that is true or not. Like, I don't know if I really, like...
So, I want to get back. You said you've always felt like there's a God.
Yeah.
Why?
Like, ever since I was little, like, ever since I could remember. Like, I just felt like there was something higher, something always, like, taking care of me and protecting me, in a sense.
Why do you think this?
Because my life has, like... Well, I can't say my life has been perfect, right? But I've gone through some stuff, but I've always been okay. I've always been taken care of in a way. Like, I've never lacked. Like, I've seen like people was worse, and I've never like lacked anything. Like I've always been, well, I've always felt like I've been protected. I've always felt like I've been taken care of, if that makes sense.
Also, either of you can feel free to hop in anytime if you have a question.
If it doesn't make sense, then just ask me, because like I said, I have ADHD, so sometimes I just ramble.
Well,
Sorry,
no,
I'm
you're
dealing with children.
no. Please deal with children. You're not really. You're actually doing really good as far as the rambling goes comparatively. But y- oh, there you are. Do you have a question? I know you've been listening.
I do. I want to know.
Perfect.
Okay, ask me.
Are you describing a god of privilege? Something that gives you some kind of
No, not privilege,
benefit that it
protection.
doesn't give others?
No, protection.
Well, protection from
Yeah.
what?
Like from everything I've been through, like without getting specific. I've been
So
through like,
how is it protecting you?
like I said, I never lacked anything. Like even when I was going through what I was going through, like I still felt, I guess cared for.
So
Like,
even when you're going through hard times, you feel provided for, cared for, and somewhat
protected.
protected.
Yes.
But in what part of that
In
is it
every way.
God? I'm sorry, you gotta let me finish. I'm not
Oh,
quite
sorry.
to the end of the question. What part of that is God?
Oh, because it was definitely things that were out of my control. Like, I don't know, because I don't want to get too personal, but it was definitely things that were out of my control. Of course, I was going through life
Does God
situations.
protect you over other people?
No. Because if he would, then, I don't know, I guess that would give me like a sense of entitledness, or like, oh, I could do whatever I want and I'm
Do you think
protected
there are
regardless.
people who are not protected?
I feel that there are people who go through life differently, and that is something that I wouldn't be able to handle. Like I said, I've gone through so many traumas, but it was always something that I could personally handle compared to
Really
like
quick.
somebody
Sorry.
else.
Yeah, really quick. I'm going to speak past you, but it's not to be rude.
Okay.
I just need to make sure and thank Heather's Descent, Noctis, Shell, and Cat DeWitch for helping with our previous goal. Thank you all so much. I really do appreciate you. Pink, does it seem likely that there are people out there who can't handle what they're given, who don't feel the protection of a god?
Well, I can't speak for other people's personal experiences, but I can speak for mine. And in my case, with my life, I felt like regardless of what I was going through, it was always something that I can handle. And I'm here alive most of the time, but I'm here and I'm like okay, if that makes sense.
I'm not sure if that answers my question, though.
Okay.
So, you don't think it's possible, or at least you don't think about whether other people might pray or beg for a god to protect them and not receive that?
That prayer?
And not receive the protection?
No. Wait, can you elaborate on your question? Like if someone is praying for something specifically, or is praying in general?
in general, you said that you feel protected and guided by God.
Oh
I
yeah,
was wondering,
because
do you think there are other people who might pray for or desire the protection of a God and not receive it?
no, I believe everyone receives whatever they can handle. Like,
You don't think anybody receives anything they can't handle?
yeah.
What does it mean for you to handle it? To be able to handle something?
I don't know. Like I said, like I've gone through so many traumas and I've been okay. And I feel like cuz I'm going to be honest here. Like I've had suicidal thoughts. I've had like attempts sometimes. But if I was oh sorry. But like if I was like younger and I was praying for protection or like a way out or something, he might deliver, or he or she or it, God has no gender in my opinion, but he might deliver in you know, like specifically getting me out of that situation, or you know, just exiting out of this planet completely. Like it just depends.
So he might deliver by either delivering you from the problem or delivering you from this existence.
Yeah, or like in other ways.
So you think that no matter what, when someone prays or wants protection from the God, he will provide it in some way or another, whether it means remaining alive or not.
Or other situations in between.
Or other situations in between.
Yeah. But like that's like
so if someone prays for protection of a God, then literally anything that happens is the protection of that God, even if it's
God's will,
the
yeah.
immediate, even if it's the immediate unalivement of the person praying.
Yeah.
I see. So, for you, there is no concept of somebody not receiving an answer to a prayer or not being heard by God.
No, because you could be praying for something specifically, but that is not God's will.
There's never been a case of anybody ever praying and that prayer being met by silence.
Right.
No, you don't think anybody's ever prayed and then nothing happened?
I feel like no, because it'll eventually get answered.
Yeah, I don't know that I can ask this guest any more questions without being insulting. Does anybody else have any questions? Shell in the comments asks, why not attribute being well to your own strengths? Why do you give God credit for your privilege?
Because, like I said prior, like these were things that were out of my control. Like in those desperate times where I felt like I had no control over anything. I just let go and let God. And I've been okay.
I think I have a question if I can step in real quick.
Go for it. Good morning, by the way, Heretical.
Good morning, Thrayle. Good morning, Morgan and Kat and everybody in the chat. I have a question. Would you say that there was people around you that helped you through the situation as well?
What do you mean?
Like, I don't know, parents, brothers, sisters, cousins, aunts, uncles, friends, a dog.
A dog. Yeah, I guess I could say that.
So, do you think when they helped you, do you think at all that did God send them to help you, or do you think they just helped you because they saw you needing assistance and loved you, so they know that they have to help you? It's not really a God sending them type deal. It's they love you and they appreciate you and they want you to be here, so they help you.
I believe they're God sent. Because at times it was
So they
complete
don't have free
strangers.
will.
Yeah, no,
So they don't have free will.
everybody has free will, but I have been compelled to help random strangers, and I know I'm not the first or the last, but in some cases it wasn't just loved ones or
Would that compelling to help a random stranger just not be your humanity wanting to help other people because you see them in need versus a God talking in your head?
well, no one like talks in my head. It's just like a feeling.
Yeah, that feeling would be something like a human nature of seeing somebody in trouble and seeing if maybe you have the privilege or the ability.
Right. Yeah, because everybody has empathy. Not everyone, wants
I'm
to
sorry.
help
You said everybody has empathy.
or has feelings.
Are you sure?
Yeah. You don't think so?
You think everybody has empathy?
Everybody has feelings. Yeah, everybody feels something. Anything.
Are you
Anger, frustration. Yeah, everybody feels something.
Have you ever heard of apathy?
Of what?
Have you ever heard of apathy?
What is that?
A lack of feeling.
No. But wouldn't a lack of feeling still be a feeling? You're just feeling numb? I mean, that's my way of thinking.
No, this isn't a Linkin Park song where the lack of something means there is
Linkin
nothing.
Park. Oh my gosh, I didn't even think about that. I don't know. I mean, everything has a category, whether like someone's just not feeling anything at all. I guess, yeah, maybe that's possible, but I don't know.
Just because you don't have apathy or are apathetic to other people doesn't mean that other people aren't apathetic or have apathy towards other things.
And what's the cause of apathy? Or is that like a medical thing, or is that just a regular thing? I don't understand that. I've honestly never heard of that.
I could get into that, but I don't think I'm going to on this live. It's not the place for that.
Oh.
Bing.
Yes?
Do you believe that suffering is part of God's plan?
Can you elaborate? Like,
Do you believe people suffer?
I believe we are on this earth for a reason. We're all
Believe people suffer?
Oh yeah, all the time. Everybody does.
Do you believe it is part of God's plan?
God's will, yes.
It is God's will for people to suffer.
Yes.
Why do you believe that?
Because some people, like I just learned about apathy, but it's like our life lessons. It shapes us, it molds us, it makes us who we are, our life experiences.
I'm sorry, you think suffering shapes and molds us?
Yeah, well, it also, like, suffering who we are, our
Even so,
like
do you think, let's say infants, do you think infants are ever born who only experience suffering and then leave this life without ever knowing anything else?
Right.
Do you think that's possible?
Like for them or for the mother or the parents or whoever was around that infant, yeah, it was a lesson, a life
Okay,
event.
did the infant's life not matter then? God just used that as a
It
tool
did.
to make everyone
It
else
did
learn
matter.
something.
Yeah, it
Did they get to grow and learn and gain something from the suffering?
Right. So for that
What
infant's
was the
life
thing the
journey,
infant gained?
temporary passage to earth, I guess. I don't know. I'm not God, but I mean, in that situation, I believe the infant was put out of his misery because it was here just suffering and its life wasn't going to get any better.
And so if its life ends, that's being put out of its misery.
Right.
By God.
Yeah, God's will.
Didn't that infant to exist in that state of suffering?
What do you mean?
So it's God's will that the infant exist only to know suffering. And it's God's will that the infant then unalive to end its suffering.
Yes, I think. I'm not really understanding your question.
So God allowed circumstances to happen for this child to be born, and then he snuffs the life out to prove a point.
Not to prove a point.
To end the suffering that he created.
So, what exactly was the point of the infant who suffered from birth and then was taken out before it was able to grow up? What was the point of their suffering?
Of their life? Well, he
Yeah.
was given life
To
and
do what
was
with it?
easily met with suffering, so it was put out of its misery. Like the gift was life.
And the entire time they were here, they felt pain. And then instead of being out of pain to feel joy, they were just out of life.
Yes.
Please explain how that rationally makes any kind of sense.
Right. So the gift was life. Its life was just going to be complete suffering. So why would God continue that?
So wouldn't it have been like, or could it have been better if God decided to take the pain away from the child rather than the life of the child?
Wouldn't it be equivalent to taking away the pain?
What about the children who grow up with, their lives actually being suffered? Like, the ones who are, I don't want to get into like extreme details about it, but you've seen them before. There's problems, medical issues throughout their entire lives. Is that not also suffering? So why didn't God take that time to make sure that they were, removed before that suffering could happen?
I honestly don't know. I'm not God.
Can I ask a question that's a little off topic just to gauge where you're at?
Sure thing, Candace.
Thank you, Thrayle. Say there's a button, and this button, if you push it, it ends all childhood suffering. Would you? Is your name Pink? I can't really tell with the cursive.
Yeah, just call me Pink.
Pink. Okay, Pink. Thank you. Would you push this button if it could end all childhood suffering?
Yeah, in a heartbeat.
What if I told you this button came from Satan? Would you still push it?
Yeah, in a heartbeat.
That's cool. I'm glad that you said yes, because a lot of people say no, they wouldn't, just because it came from Satan. But here's the other thing. You believe God's all powerful, all knowing, all present, right?
Mm-hmm.
God has a button that he could push to end childhood suffering, and it wouldn't be no skin off his back. Why doesn't he push it?
Well, how do you know he has that button?
Because if he created everything, he can create a way to stop everything. He is the all powerful, all present.
Right, but he created everything and then gave us free will.
Free will. Ooh, that's a powerful word. You really think we have?
To a certain extent, yes. There are things that we can't control that are out of our control, but for the most part, yeah.
Well, does God have a plan for us?
I think so.
Well, if it's the circumstance that God has a plan, then we don't have free will, because if we had free will, we could change his plan and he wouldn't know about it.
I'm not following.
How do we have free will if there's a plan? If we do anything that goes against the plan, does that mean God's plan failed, or is our free will limited only to the plan?
Right, so what I believe is that he has a plan for us, right? And whether we follow it or not, he gives us our free will. And then we die. We learn our lesson or we don't, or we get reincarnated or something. I really don't know. Because I've heard that sometimes people just stay in the loophole of reincarnation, because they don't learn their life lesson. Because if you think about it, if we were,
Reincarnation.
I don't know, everywhere, I guess. The internet,
Is
more
that
than
part
likely.
of your beliefs? Is that in your Bible?
I don't think so. Well, I mean, no, I'm new to the Bible, by the way. But no, I don't really know, because I wouldn't want to reincarnate.
What made you? Oh, sorry, Thrayle, are you done?
Go ahead, Candace.
Thank you. What made you choose? I guess you chose Christianity because you said you're new to the Bible.
Yeah.
If you don't mind my asking, what made you choose Christianity?
That feeling. I guess you could call it faith.
The feeling of faith made you choose Christianity?
Yeah.
I guess I've never felt what faith feels like. Could you explain that to me?
I could try, I guess. I don't know how to describe it. Like, I just had a good gut feeling about it.
Okay, and so you said you're new to the Bible, so you haven't read it all, right?
Right. Like, I'm not super religious. And I believe I'm
Okay.
open-minded, so I don't know.
I have lots of questions, but I don't want to monopolize the panel. Sorry.
Oh, no worries, Candace. You had a good gut feeling, and you say that is the feeling.
Well, that's the best way I can describe my beliefs and my faith.
Can your gut feelings ever be wrong?
All the time.
If they're wrong all the time, why would you trust your gut?
What do you mean?
If your gut feelings are wrong all the time.
I just do. Like this, like my faith is just, I don't know, like that's the best way I could describe it, but I guess it's more like my heart, my brain, my soul. It's not necessarily specifically my gut, but that's the best way I could describe it to someone who's never or wants me to describe faith. But I believe it deep down, like more than my gut feeling, like more than anything. Like I don't really know why. I just do. Like it's just there. Like I was compelled to learn about Jesus.
Compelled
Yeah.
by what? Were there people around you telling you to learn about Jesus?
No. Not at all.
No one ever said you should learn about Jesus or read the Bible?
Like growing up, yes, but when I decided to go and actually open up the Bible, learn more about it, no, it was just something that I felt like I had to look into.
How much of the Bible have you read?
About like, I don't know, maybe 25% so far. Or maybe more than that, like 35, 25. I don't know. I don't consider myself like super deep in the Bible. Like I'm still like a new believer.
When you started reading, did you start reading at the beginning?
Yes. Well, but there's different books. But are you talking about the book of Genesis?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Do you believe the stories from Genesis to be true?
No, not all of them.
Which ones are not true?
The one that didn't sit right with me, and it didn't sit right with me to my core, because I know the Bibles are like man-made, and this one just hit me hard. But also I might be biased because of my trauma, and I just don't really trust men. But Lot and his daughters, I have a hard time believing that those girls were really concerned about their lineage and just wanted to get their father drunk to get pregnant or whatever because they were the only ones there. I don't know. That just feels like wrong in so many ways. Also, just wine. Wine would get someone to sleep with his daughter. Like, I don't know. It doesn't sit well with me.
I see. I'm sorry, that story is not Genesis, is it?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
I know it's early on, though. It was just somewhere there. Wait, I think it is.
It might be. So, if it is,
Or are
it's...
you talking about Adam and Eve, like that far in the beginning? I don't know how I feel about Adam and Eve. I really don't know how I feel about that one either. But the one that I definitely do not agree with 100% is Lot and his daughters. I just don't like that story at all.
So, because you don't like the story, does that mean that one is not true?
I believe it happened, but I believe that the blame that was on the daughters, that they're the ones that wanted to continue the lineage or whatever. Like, I don't know. I think that was man-made to justify whatever happened in that cave or whatever. It's still incest, and it's still, like, super bad. And that just doesn't sit well with me.
But you believe the rest of the stories all to be true, that all of it happened.
I don't believe I'm 100%, because like I said, the Bible is man-made at the end of the day.
So can there be errors within the Bible?
Yes, of course.
May, Why would you want to believe any parts of a book that have stories such as the one you just talked about with Lot and his daughters? Like, they put that story in there, and but you're cool with still serving a God that was like cool with it?
I don't believe he was cool with it.
And well, you haven't gotten probably yet to where
Right. And like I said, I also believe that the Bible is man-made and men lie. Humans lie.
So how do you know which parts of the Bible to believe or know that is God? Just your gut?
Honestly, I pray about it.
Okay. Well, what happens if I prayed about it and you prayed about it and we had a difference of opinion? What would we do then?
Discuss it? Because I would want to hear your opinion on it, and I would discuss it. Because, like I said, I'm learning, I'm absorbing, but my faith is there.
Faith for what exactly? What is it exactly that you have faith in?
My relationship with God.
And why would you need a relationship with God?
I don't know why I would need it, but I do.
What is faith?
Like, a belief?
Is it just belief? Faith means belief.
And I don't really know. To me, it is. Like, no questions. Like, it's just something I believe in.
Something you believe in without question.
Yeah.
Do you do that for other relationships?
Do I what?
Do you do that for other relationships? Or just the one with God?
I do that with my children.
You have faith that you have a relationship with your children?
No. The love that I have for God and wanting that relationship is the same love I have for my children and wanting a relationship with them. And a good one too, not just a...
I'm not sure if that elevates your children or diminishes, elevates God or diminishes your children.
I don't know.
You're saying that, yeah, you're saying that you have the same love for God that you have for your children.
Unconditional, yeah. Actually, no. Well, no, yeah.
You said actually no, and then talked yourself out of it. What was that actually no?
Because I feel like if my kids were to become like heinous people in the world, I would want to disown them, but that wouldn't take the love that I have from them. That's why I said actually no. I would still love them, but I would distance myself from them.
What if God became a heinous person in the world?
What do you mean? He's not a person.
What if he acted heinously in the world?
I don't know. I guess I still love him. That's why I kind of hesitated.
So no matter what no matter how.
Well, what would be heinous to you? Like, what would you consider that to be? Because, I mean, everyone's experiences is different. What you would consider heinous, I wouldn't
Human
consider so bad.
sacrifice.
Oh, snap. I don't know about that.
If your God participated in human sacrifice, would
But
you
the
still
Bible says that you're not
love him?
supposed to human sacrifice
If
nobody. That's why
if you're
Jesus died for our
if
sins.
if
Oh,
hear that? It's doing a lot of heavy lifting, but you gotta let it do it. So, if your God participated in human sacrifice, would you still love it?
that's not my God.
If your God participated in human sacrifice, would you still love it?
Like I said, that would not be my God.
If he did it, you're saying that it wouldn't be him anymore.
Right.
Can you tell me what happened with Jesus?
They sacrificed him. He died for our sins.
Who's they?
I believe it was what was his name? Some Roman guy on behalf of the Jews, the Hebrews, that he was trying to save.
They sacrificed him.
Mm-hmm. People sacrificed him.
You're saying people sacrificed him.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what sacrifice is?
They crucified him?
Can you tell me what sacrifice means?
Giving something up. Oh, are you talking about God sacrificed his own child for us?
Is that what God did?
Yeah.
So God sacrificed
Well, actually,
his
no.
only
I
human
believe.
son.
I believe.
Are you saying the Bible doesn't say that God sacrificed his son?
Yes. No, wait.
Are you just lying now to protect God?
No.
It sounds like
I believe towards the
you would
end.
do
Hold on, I'm
anything
trying to
for him.
remember the story. It was
Mm-hmm.
they were trying to spite us, and he said while he was being crucified. So Jesus sacrificed himself because he was like, "Forgive them, Father, for they do not know what they're doing," or something like that. I don't remember the specific quote, but it was Jesus who ultimately sacrificed himself for our sins. Yes, God sent him to earth, but Jesus was the one who was like, "Forgive them, Father, for they do not know what they're doing," or something like that.
So, do you know about when he was in the Garden of Gethsemane and Jesus said, if you could take this cup from me? You really think Jesus wanted to go through what he went through? Or the other scripture that says it pleased God to crush him? God was pleased in that moment to crush Jesus when he apparently took all the sins of the world upon him. God was pleased. That's in your Bible.
I don't think I've gotten that far yet.
It sounds like you are very new to what you're going through. I would
Yeah.
strongly encourage you to read the entire Bible and if you want, stay in communication with chats here, because you should learn more about something before you start following it. That's just my personal suggestion for you. You sound very sweet.
Well, yeah, I came on here and saying that I am new to this religion, and I am open to I don't know, any other opinions. But yeah, like this whole religion is new to me. And like I said, I am compelled towards Jesus Christ right now. And I am learning. I'm new.
What, I guess, what is the compelling part of Jesus Christ? Like, what compels you towards him outside of your gut feeling?
Like what drew me to like
Yeah, I guess,
him?
if that's how you want to call it, sure. Like, why weren't you drawn to Buddhism or, Mormonism? What's up with Jesus?
Because I have dabbled a little bit in other religions, not like hardcore, right? But it was the one that just, I don't know, like I guess just called me to it. Like I just felt drawn to it. That's the best that I could explain my faith.
Okay. Drawn to it. And you said that you had somewhat of a upbringing in Christian religion.
No, my mom had like a bad experience with like a priest, and it was like no church or whatever. So we weren't really raised religious at all.
So what does your mom think about you going towards Christianity?
Mm, I see her judginess, and it's okay because of her experience with the church, but that's not like one man's sin, like is not God, you know? And I'm not really deep on religion. I'm deep on more getting close to my God.
How do you get close to a God you can't see or touch or call up on the phone? How does one get close to a God like that?
It's that feeling, that undescribable feeling that I'm telling you about. It's just, I
Is
mean,
there any
through
chance, Pink,
prayer
that
/ meditation. I'm sorry, go.
is there any chance that feeling is just a feeling, a product of your mind?
Maybe. I guess so.
If that feeling is just a feeling, if it could be, then why would you attribute it to a God? Why would you give God credit?
Because it's not all me.
How do you know?
Because I'm not that smart. And I'm not that knowledgeable. Like it can't be all
Well,
me.
we were talking about a feeling.
Right. It's just faith. It's just a belief. It's just how my life has been, the situations I've been, the things I've experienced. It can't all be me. It can't.
Why?
It can't, or you don't want it to be.
It can't. Or maybe I don't want it to be, but I really think it can't. Like I can't. now that I'm an adult, I can control more things in my life than when I was a child, but a lot of things have been out of my control, and I just, like I said, I let go and I let God, and it just can't be on me. I can't give myself all that credit. It's just,
Why?
why?
Mm-hmm.
Because there are things that I just don't do, and
Giving yourself credit is one of them.
yeah.
Mm.
But
I think
there are
that might
things
be
that
worth
I,
thinking about for a moment, just for a moment,
mm-hmm.
before you try to explain it away.
So giving myself credit is something I don't do.
Why?
Because I'm not alone in this world, and I know there are different factors, and everyone is their own being. It's just can't be all me. I don't believe that. It is just all me.
Other people deserve credit, and you deserve credit because
No,
everybody's
the
doing things
creator
where it
deserves
is.
credit
Why does a creator deserve credit? What does it deserve credit for?
for creating me in my life.
How do you know a creator created you and your life? Is it back to that feeling?
Well, we all came from somewhere. We were created.
You say we all came from somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'll assume you know that.
Yeah.
So, what else are you implying then? When you say we all came from somewhere, if we have parents, what else
Yeah,
are
well,
you
we
implying?
were all created. So there
Why do you
has to
say
be a
that?
creator.
Why do you say we were created?
Weren't we?
I don't know, but why do you decide that? We are.
Because we all came from somewhere. I'm not, that's what I believe.
Do you think there may not be some explanation in science as to where we or life or anything comes from?
Yeah, I believe we are learning things scientifically, evolutionary, and everything. But at the end of the day,
Why then do you
it's
assume that
not
there's a
random.
creator? You say it's not random.
No,
So why does that imply that there's a creator?
because it was with intention.
How did you determine that there was intention?
Out of so many galaxies and everything, universe, whatever, how is this not intentional? How could this be random?
I don't think anybody was implying that it was random. I'm trying to find out why do you assume that there is intention behind it? Do you think that intention and random are the only options for existence?
Yes.
Why?
What other option is there? I don't see any other options than whether it's intentional or random, or a mixture of both.
A mixture. What do you mean by that?
It was randomly intentional?
Hmm.
I would have gone with intentionally randomly.
For what?
She said, what if God was intentionally random? And then ate her Wi-Fi. Do you think that if there's no God intending for things to exist, then that means things, or at least people assume things randomly came together? And when you say random,
No order.
no order. Do you think that there couldn't be order without an intention?
Yeah, that's possible.
So if there were order and no intention, couldn't things come together without a God in an orderly way?
Yeah, but what are the odds?
I don't know.
Are we really that slim chance of odds? I don't think so. I don't believe that.
Could the odds be higher than you think?
Maybe. Like I said, I'm not all knowing.
May I?
Absolutely, Morgan.
What is order?
Like a sequence?
Can you talk? Can you explain a little bit more?
Yeah, like a cycle. Like planting a seed, it's sprouting, so on and so forth. Like this happens after that, and that happens after that. Like that would be the order.
What
So
happens?
you mean cause and effect?
Yeah.
What happens when things occur outside that order or out of order, but the outcome is still remains the same?
Random? That would be considered random or out of order or evolution even.
Wait. How is that evolution?
Yeah, like I don't know, like if there's an order like in which things are growing and then all of a sudden they no longer need, I don't know, an extra toe or whatever, and then just randomly start not being born with that extra toe. That would be evolution. We no longer need an extra toe or pinky or whatever. I don't know. But that would be like, it would be random, but not so random, if that makes sense.
So you think that evolution is random because randomly, if we didn't need a toe, we would start being born without it?
No, that wouldn't
Doesn't
be
that sound,
random.
at least in
Yeah.
the way you described it, and I, believe me, could ask a lot of questions about that. But rather than dive into what doesn't fit, um, don't you think that even what you just described sounds kind of like cause and effect? Cause, we didn't need this toe anymore.
Hmm.
Effect, we started being born without it. How is that random, if that were even how evolution worked?
Because we may or may not continue growing that extra toe or whatever, hypothetically. I think that would be the randomness of it.
Interesting. Really quickly, I'm going to thank Morgan Le Fay, Shell, Forget-Me-Nots, and Heretical Apothecary for helping with that goal. I appreciate all of you so much. Thank you. I feel like we've diverted in many different directions here, but I want to make sure that if anybody else had any more questions along this line, they get them.
I don't have any more questions, but I do have to run. I appreciate the time up here. If I can get the unceremonious kicking the ass out, I appreciate it.
Bye,
Absolutely.
Heretical.
Appreciate you. Unceremonious and mid goodbye.
That heretical guy just prevaricates. Just totally talks over people.
Good morning, Joe. How are you?
Good morning. Happy holidays.
Good morning, Joe.
Holidays.
Morning. I had some burning questions for Pink.
Go for it.
You feel like we're in this intentional world where of all the places in the galaxies, we're here, and a creator put us here, and you individually were created. At the same time, that same creator is revealing itself in a book that he's allowed to include lies about the daughters of Lot
Hmm.
and seemingly lies about him. I would assume you'd say that if I told you the horrific things that he does that are like attributed to the god in the book. And then later on, 2,000 years later, religions are running around
Hmm.
representing the god, and people are having bad experiences with them, seemingly with no intervention from God.
No, I don't believe that.
Where did
I like I said earlier, I believe the Bible is man-made. I believe there is sin on this earth, but yeah, I believe that there is a God that is trying to reveal himself to us the best way we understand him. And for me, that would be learning about Jesus Christ. And I don't agree with everything on the Bible so far, but I am new to Christianity. But I do believe that Jesus did die for our sins, if that makes sense. But I don't believe everything in the Bible because at the end of the day, the Bible is man-made.
So how did God choose to reveal himself to you?
For me personally, was guidance and protection. And I am being guided to learn more about Jesus right now, at this moment in time.
What would I really, it's a hard hypothetical, but the guidance and protection has always steered you right. I know I'm circling back. I've been listening the whole time. I think you guys have gone over this, but like
Mm-hmm.
the guidance and protection is steering you right all the time. What happens when it doesn't?
Like, I don't know know, because if I like, my life has been far from perfect. And in those tough situations, I personally believe that I grew stronger, wiser from whatever traumatic experience I went to. And it was just something that I had to experience. For me, it wasn't.
Is that protection? So like if I was
Would I be protective if I was kept naive and safe and guarded, like, to where, like, I don't know, being bubble wrapped and not let evil come around me? Like, I just learned about apathy earlier, and I have never met someone who doesn't feel things. I had no idea that was a thing. And like I said, I have to experience things to learn things. So I do have free will, but at the end of the day, so far, I have been okay. And
yeah,
I'm still
so
here.
right, but it's the protection part of the guidance that I'm curious if you still call it protection if something unnecessary happens to you, something horrific. What if you come across someone who is nothing but apathy, who has no problem causing you harm? Boom, you're
I
out in a
actually
blink. What
have.
did you
I
learn from?
actually, like, well, not, I don't know if they felt nothing, but yeah, I've come across horrific people. I've experienced,
Did sorry, before we get into we don't need to, I don't want you to have to get into those details.
yeah,
Does God put those horrific people in your path for you to learn something?
I learned that not everyone's heart is like mine.
Right, but is God putting them in your path for you to learn?
Yes,
Okay.
I
Is
believe
that
so.
protection? Is that protection? So if I'm
That
charged
would
with
be under
protecting you,
guidance.
right, but is it also protection at the same time? Like if I'm if I'm the warden of a prison and I have control over whose rooms are open and not, and I want to teach a lesson to someone in one of the rooms, so I open the room of the big guy who
Mm-hmm.
has a problem with him and open his room and let the two of them have at it because I really need to teach the lesson to the small guy.
Uh-huh.
Am I protecting the small guy?
You are not God and are not all-knowing, and you
But I
wouldn't
am in
know
the
what was
prison ward.
best for my situation. You
Right, but
would
I
be a
have control
princess.
over that
Yeah.
prison
Pink,
ward, right?
Pink.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta slow down just a little, Pink, so you can hear the ends of his questions.
Okay.
I have control over the prison ward. I'm putting myself as somewhat in control and knowing two things. I know one thing, the small guy, and I know the
Mm-hmm.
other thing, the big guy has a problem with the small guy. And I have control over the doors. So that's why I'm purposefully making myself God in that situation. Am I protecting the small guy if I bring the big guy to him?
I don't know why a God would do that.
Well,
I don't
theoretically, you're saying that God
understand.
does that. You're
Right.
saying
I
that God
don't.
puts those people in your path,
Right. So
people
that
who
I
will
can
harm
learn
you.
something from them.
At that moment, is he protecting you?
To an extent, yes.
From what?
Well, I felt like yes.
What from?
Things that I can't handle. Situations I can't handle.
By putting you in them? Like by testing what you can handle?
I wouldn't call it testing, but yeah, like I'm experiencing life just like everyone else. I'm gonna have rough moments, and yeah, like at the end of the day, I felt protected. Things happen to me, of course, but I've been through a lot. But yeah, like I learned my lesson.
I want to keep asking questions. How would you describe this if it was a relationship with a husband?
And what would can you elaborate? Like, how would I describe my relationship with
Let's say
God? I describe my.
you're with a partner, right?
Hmm.
And this partner teaches you lessons through suffering.
Well, he's not God. Like, he's not a good partner.
Why is God a good partner when God teaches you lessons through suffering, but a
Can
human would be a bad partner if they did the same?
Because a human can't protect me like God can, and also a
But they're
human, yeah,
sorry,
like
go ahead.
another human being that supposedly loves me or is there to be my partner wouldn't be doing that to me. That's not what a good husband would be. He's not
Oh,
God. He does not have to teach me lessons. We are supposed to be a partnership. That would be different.
They would be protecting you.
They should be protecting me, not
How is
teaching me
God
lessons.
protecting you by teaching you lessons through suffering?
In my opinion, because those were lessons that I had to learn, because I grew up thinking that there are no, and I still kind of believe it, but I'm older and not as naive, but I truly believed that there was no evil person in the world. Like, I felt that to my core. I could not grasp the concept of someone being corrupt or narcissistic or anything. And like, in my personal experience, I had to meet those people firsthand to where there's no explanation as to why they were cruel or why they were the way they are. Like, that is my personal experience. So for my personal experience in my life, yeah, because otherwise I wouldn't believe that there's people like that in the world. And it's still a hard concept for me to grasp. And I'm 32 and I'm barely like, no, some people are just the way they are. And I don't know, so far I've been okay, despite of everything I've gone through. And I feel like I have been protected, despite of everything
Does
that's been thrown at me. But this
does
is my
God's
personal life.
right? So that's what I'm curious about is other people. So does God's protection does he abandon people? Because
No,
seemingly people
I believe
are
it's tailored to everyone's personal experience.
right, but the people who seemingly suffer without a lesson to be learned, you would agree that's like, I don't need to describe the situation, right?
Yeah, because how do I know they're not learning a life lesson?
Because they're dead.
Right. Like, I don't know their personal experience, their
Well, they don't have
personal
one. They're
journey
dead.
to life
The
and
journey's
death.
over. It's over.
What do you mean?
Uh, okay, let's do something not horrific. Good
Mm.
person, great Christian, car accident, blink. Whose lesson is that? What's
Their purpose on this earth was done. Like, I mean, it's not necessarily a lesson, but it's just
so God was like, oh,
they
they're not
fulfilled their
useful anymore.
journey. Yeah, everyone fulfills their personal journey at one
It's,
point.
So
excuse
God's
me,
saying,
guys. Sorry,
yeah,
Joe. Sorry, Joe. Thrayle, can you let me go? Because I gotta get, yeah, I gotta go, hon, and I didn't want to just drop out. Thank you for
Appreciate
having me. Pink, it was wonderful
absolutely,
talking to you and
Candace.
great questions, Joe. Keep it up. Thanks, guys.
bye,
Bye.
Okay,
Candace. Happy
Candace, take
holidays.
care. Great questions from Candace. Go ahead, Joe.
I don't know if Deftones dude is right. He's right about the Deftones. He might be right. I think he is. Passenger side, Blink, and you're saying, is it that they're not useful anymore? Their purpose is done.
Mm,
They were
well, I'm not saying that they're useful or not. That's
their
kind of a hard.
purpose.
Yeah,
So
no, their journey. Their
their journey's over.
yeah,
So what did they learn?
like the
What
person
about
who
what
passed
about
away or the surrounding
yeah,
people.
both? What about people who their
I
journey
wouldn't
never started?
Right, like I wouldn't know that like other people's personal experiences. Like I'm not God. I am answering these like from my beliefs, what I believe from my life experience. And those scenarios, I believe that was just part of their journey. Everyone lives, everyone dies. Some die sooner, some die later, and
But that doesn't
it's a
sound like
journey.
guided order and protection. That sounds like chaos, randomness. That sounds like everybody goes some point you don't know. It could be for no reason.
Yeah, that's part of the free will that we have.
So you have it both ways. You see where you're telling me that you have a God that guides every action for a plan
My
and purpose for you to learn, and
for
then at
my
the same
journey.
time, hold on, let me show you the two things, and then you can help me figure out how both of them can be real.
Okay.
On one hand, you're telling me you have a God that completely guides everything and everyone and gives a purpose for you, and everything that's happened to you is God's plan. On the other hand, because of free will, anything can happen and anyone can die at any time, and put free will in, and God has no plan, and it's whatever happens happens. So how do we have both of those things in the same reality?
Okay, so I believe yes, everyone is being guided. Whether you take that guidance or not differs your life journey. Like he doesn't completely control us. We're not like we still have our free will.
How
If
does that
that makes
guidance
sense.
come? Well, sort of. So I can understand how you could tell me, oh, God's guiding you with like signals, like these like subtle signals, right? Like the
Yeah.
light turned yellow, but I passed it, and I should have just slowed down, but because I passed the yellow light, that's why I did it. I earned this.
Yeah.
But
Well, no, not earn it. Just consequences to your actions.
yeah, which are earned. I mean, I deserve to pass away because I didn't follow the signal. That's the consequence. Like what happened in the end was my fault because I didn't follow the signal, right? What you're saying is that he guides you a certain path, which
Mm-hmm.
presumably is a good path. He's not guiding you towards destruction and suffering unless he wants to teach you a lesson. Sometimes, yes.
I mean, it's whatever the soul needs. I believe.
But when it's good, it's God, and when it's bad, it's God. It's not God. Which is it?
Oh, when it's good, it's God. When it's bad, it's God.
So
It's
God's
it.
doing harm to you.
I mean, not harm. I don't take it as harm, but it's lessons to be learned. I mean,
Right. The
if they're
harm is to
harmful,
teach you a
yeah,
lesson.
yeah. Like it was just nothing's ever rosy and rainbows. It's just life. This
Yeah,
is
so this
life.
God is harming you on purpose to teach you lessons.
I
But
guess
what if
so.
yeah, right. The guidance has to be the guidance of like, don't softly hold knives is that now I have no toe, right? But God, that's a signal from God.
What do you mean?
I mean, like, don't juggle knives in the kitchen is a lesson I should probably learn. I don't know that I need to learn that lesson by having one fall on my toe and losing my big toe.
I mean, everyone's different. Some people know not to do that and still do it anyways and lose a toe. Some people don't. Some people just need to get told not to do something.
But again, that sounds like the random chaos of whatever, not God
To me, that
picking
sounds
between
like
those
free
people?
will.
Right. The free will sounds random. And at the same time, I don't know how God's not violating free will by putting someone in your path. So, like, your path is going, and you need this lesson that there are not empathetic people. How does God put someone in that path without violating their free will to turn right and left?
I guess it's guidance and suggestions. If God sends someone your way and they don't follow, he'll try another way.
Are lessons required to be painful in order to be learned?
No, not at all. I don't think so.
For some people, presumably, is what you're telling me, though. Like, God knows which people require the pain and suffering to learn the lesson.
Yeah, but I also think it's the consequences of whether we like are being guided in that direction or not. Like if we take the suggestion or not.
Do you think that God, so you think God is capable of doing more than subtle suggesting, but is limiting itself in the name of free will to subtle suggesting?
Yeah.
Okay. Does God know what's going to happen?
I don't know.
Oh my God. W. I don't know.
Hey.
Does God have like a big plan? Like, is there?
Well, I believe there's a plan, but I believe with our free will and everything is just chaotic and out of order.
Remember when the lack of chaos and or the presence of chaos and the lack of order was a reason why we believe in God?
What do you mean?
Remember when it was like, it can't be random, it has to be order?
Right.
God created us. But now you're telling me everything is chaos and random because in the name of
No,
free
I
will.
mean, I believe like everything is chaotic on earth because of free will. But I believe like our creation and evolution and where we are now, like we weren't randomly created. What's happening right now, it's I don't know, there's a lot of things happening right now. But I believe being created was not random.
Got it. So God creates, says, I'm going to give these beings free will, which means I have to limit what I can interfere with them with. We're pretending that the Bible doesn't exist here. I'm just going with what you've got. So he says, I'm going to limit myself from messing with these people, right? Presumably, I'm not going to like harden their hearts or drown them.
The best way I can explain it.
Well, hold on. We'll get there. We'll get there. So
Okay.
so I'm not going to harden their hearts. I'm not going to drown them. I'm not going to punish them with grape. I'm not going to like make their baby sick. Like, I'm not going to do any of that, presumably. And then they'll do whatever they want. And then eventually my big plan will come in to the picture, right? Whether it's heaven or wherever. But that will just happen with them making whatever random decisions in chaotic order they want to, like, at some point when I feel like it. Like a thief in the night at a time when no one knows, right?
No, that's not what I think.
Okay. Fix it.
So I believe we are like children. We are created, and just like a child, we are guided. What we do with our free will is ultimately up to us. We are literally God's children. He created us, He put us on this earth. And once we go back with our consciousness, our energy, or whatever you believe in, is when, you know, like we either come back or not, or I really don't know. I've never died before. But some kids come out listening to your advice, some kids don't. And
But
whether
no,
they
I,
harm
I
each
I
other or
get that.
not, it's like you can't really control that unless
Well, you
you're
can
like,
if you're God.
right,
I mean, if
but we are
you
like
can.
we're like his children. He gave us free will. So why would he create something to completely control?
Well, I mean, at some point we could talk about the times when he completely controls people in the book. I presume that I guess that part is a lie.
What? What do you mean?
He does harden someone's heart. He drowns a bunch of people. He makes somebody's baby sick. He guides these paths. He puts people, like you said, he puts people in other people's paths. Not always to teach them a lesson. Usually it's to teach other people lessons, especially if it's a woman. It's a man's lesson. Woman's just cannon fodder. So are, we're going to ignore those parts, right? Like those don't happen.
I like the fact that he drowned people and all of that.
Yeah, all of that. Is that like a lie of the men who wrote the books?
I'm not sure if it's a lie or not. Like you're talking about like the Noah's flood and him hardening, I don't know. I think it's that Egyptian's heart or something, to where he wouldn't release the slaves. Like,
Yeah, I mean that's the worst example
yeah,
of free
those
will
are
I've ever
Bible
heard, right?
stories, and I feel like that is history. That is before Christ died for our sins. And yeah, like I said, it may or may not have happened. Maybe he had to take like more control back then or whatever. I don't know. I don't really know how I feel about all those stories, but with what I believe Jesus died for our sins, and we like renewed, and we're here now. Like,
I mean,
does
it
that make
sounds
sense?
like you're saying, yeah, it makes sense. It sounds like you're saying, well, too bad for them. They got drowned. They were just wrong place, wrong time.
And how do we know we're not them?
Well,
I don't know what happened like 2,000 years ago. I mean, reincarnation is a possibility. Like, I really don't know. I know that energy cannot just die off, and we are energy. And there is a God. Like, I don't know. Like, it makes sense what you're saying, but also it's like, yeah, I, like I said, the Bible is man-made, and I cannot be so hung up like on what happened 2,000 years ago or however many thousands of years ago. Like, my journey is with my
but isn't the
relationship with
Bible
God. It's
isn't the Bible how
history.
you know what? But isn't it how you know what Jesus said and did?
Right, but like the stories that you're speaking of is not Jesus. It is a God that was being described by men that are man-made books,
Right,
if
but
that
this
makes
is a
sense.
God that it does. But I that's what I think. I 1,000% agree with you. I think a bunch of dudes wrote that to make them feel powerful.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
also
but
religion
you
is controlling.
but
And
I don't believe in a God that wants you to know him and reveals himself to you and then chooses through the book that reveals him like the actual true him. Like
Mhm.
Jesus exists and
Right.
is God.
No.
Oh, okay. But Jesus is a divine is sacrificing himself for our sins and is of a divine delivery or something like that, right? Jesus is real special. And the story about Jesus is written in a book by men with zero influence on if that story is accurate or not.
Right. So it's our job as our beings to pray or meditate or whatever to get close to God. And for me, I'm being called out to learn about Jesus and
Well,
the
when the book
reset
says,
and the how
when
he
the
died
book
for
says
our sins.
when the book says that he died for our sins, you believe that. But then
Right.
when the book says that this is how you get to know me, and it doesn't say it's just like prayer, it's like you have to gather together. There's a Paul, all of that. You go, the only part I believe is that the Messiah died for our sins. I assume you don't even believe that that's the Messiah.
I don't.
Well, he claims to be the Messiah of a
Uh-huh.
religion, of Jews, of a bunch of people who you're saying, the thing I know about these people, their Torah, their Tanakh, their writings about Abraham and their Exodus and the journey and Daniel and the lineage of Jesus and the prophecies presumably about Jesus. We're going to skip over that, but when Jesus comes and says, I am the person that these people were saying was going to come.
Mm-hmm. And they didn't
Is
believe him and they crucified him for it.
Yeah, but you don't believe him. You don't believe that what they were looking for is accurate. You believe that men wrote that and had no clue what was happening with no help from God. When they prophesy about the Messiah, you think that these guys are just writing shit.
Not 100%.
How do you know which percent is accurately from God and which percent is not? Is it just that it doesn't feel good? And when God punishes with rape, that's not from God. But then when they're prophesying and seeing the future, that is from God.
Yeah, I guess you could call it my feeling or my belief. It's just there are some things that I question about the Bible, and I'm still learning about them. And I am open to different theories about it and thoughts and opinions of it. But I feel like there is something there. Like, I don't know, I feel it. Just like how
Get
we,
that?
yeah,
Is the something that's there limited to a good guy who preaches peace, who's self-sacrificing, and who gives his life for people? Is it limited to that?
no, it's not
What else
limited.
is what else is there? No, but I don't mean limiting. I mean, like, is there more to the Bible than a Gandhi figure, a self-sacrificing figure that preaches peace, like good vibes?
I don't know.
If there isn't, I'm not saying there is or isn't, but if
Mhm.
you come to the conclusion that there's somewhere else, and is it enough for you to say, definitely Jesus, like 40% Bible, definitely Jesus, if all you've got is a Gandhi figure who preaches peace?
So, with my belief, it's God communicating with me as best as He can. Like reaching out for that relationship as best as I can understand it.
Mhm.
If that makes sense. And
I
so
don't
if
know.
my best description of him at the moment is through Jesus. I don't believe Jesus is God, but I believe he spoke with God, and then compelled to learn about how he spoke with God or whatever. And then maybe later on, like it's Gandhi or something else, or just simply meditating, then that is my personal relationship with God. Because at the end of the day, Jesus would be another human being that I do not worship. It's God that I want a relationship with. But I do believe that he spoke to Jesus, and Jesus did sacrifice himself for our sins.
Why do you believe that?
I just do. Like, out of everything that has been thrown my way, I just do. Jesus is not God. He
No,
is
right,
the
but
Son
but he
of
is
God.
of some divine. You don't think he's just a guy?
No, he's not like any other regular guy. I don't
Okay,
believe
well,
that. But he is human, and he was a man, if that makes sense.
sorry, I gotta go soon. So he's not just a regular guy. He's of some divine order. So like Muhammad, all those other people are just regular guys, right?
Uh, hmm, I can't roll them off.
Okay. What process would you go through to rule them out? How would you rule them out if you were trying to?
I guess how they impacted humanity, and like their teachings, their ways. Was it for was it to better us as humans, not just for their specific religion, but like in general? Because Christians are not the only humans in the world. There's different kinds of religions. And it's none of the religions do that. Well, that I know of so far. But
Including Jesus's religions, right? Including the ones who
yeah.
like specifically study what he said. They are falling short of the
Yeah,
simple
because
task of having a positive effect on
another thing that doesn't seem right with me with Christianity is the fact that they're like, oh, my people, like the chosen ones, like just my people. And it's like, why not all people?
I agree. What let me leave you with this. You said you hadn't read too much of it,
Mm-hmm.
25%, right?
Around there, I think.
Cool.
Maybe less. I don't know.
If you take some time and just do the gospel and look at where Jesus is quoted, I'm sure at some points you're going to say, well, this is men writing about Jesus, and Jesus didn't say that.
Yeah, because I feel a lot about the stories.
Well, but
And
what do you
it's
feel about the stories? Did they happen? Or is it like the good vibe stories did happen and the bad ones didn't?
right, because there's a lot of stories in the Bible that just explain like things. They don't really talk about like Jesus. Of course, there's Jesus stories, but there's like stories about other stuff, you know?
Yeah, but skip that stuff. Like just go to Jesus and what he said, like
Right.
his quotes, right? And if you look at him like a John Smith, if you go, this Muhammad guy, this is just a guy, and he's saying, I didn't come to preach peace. I didn't come to bring peace. I came to separate father from mother. I came to bring a sword, right? And separate families. You can't, if your family says don't follow Jesus, abandon them. Leave your families for me, right? He comes and he says, don't pursue money. You can't follow me if you want success for yourself, if you want to feel you want to have a comfortable life, you need to have an uncomfortable life and be poor, right? Having money makes it really hard for you to follow me, right? He says, I only came for these people. I didn't come for everyone. I came for only the Jews. He says that.
Yeah.
So he's saying the opposite of who you're looking for. At
Hmm.
those points when he says those things, are you ruling him out, or are you ruling out the Bible? Are you saying that this is bad vibes scripture?
I hadn't thought about that. Maybe a little bit of both. Because yes, the Bible would be man-made, but I don't really actually know if he said that or they described him as that, because at the end of the day, he was sacrificed. He was hated on, and there are certain things that we don't 100% know whether it's real or not. Nothing is 100% guaranteed.
Yeah, no, I
So
get that, but
it goes back to like not worshiping Jesus himself, but just his way of connecting to God is
yeah,
what
but
I am compelled to learn.
other people have claimed that connection to God. They've also been martyred, right? There's other martyrs in the
Yeah.
name of presumably lots and lots of gods. How do we know Jesus is special? What makes this guy special? When he's also quoted with the bad stuff. Like there's bad quotes and there's good quotes, just like everybody
Yeah.
else.
I guess right now for my journey would be learning how he got close to God, and then eventually learning about other people who claim to be close to God, other like messiahs, maybe Buddhism or whatever. But as of right now with my journey, I'm learning about Jesus and how he would speak with God and how he is claimed to be like the son of God. But also, like, aren't we all God's children? And I would be God's daughter. So I am trying to, like, my goal would be to achieve that same relationship that Jesus had with God, but with myself, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but I'm curious about your process for doing this, and I'm going to leave
I'm
you with
winging
this.
it.
Yeah, I get that, and winging it can be fun and get you to some fun places, but we could agree winging it can get you into some deep dark holes and some bad places, right?
Yeah, and
So
that would be my lessons learned.
yeah, but why do you got to get there? Like,
I don't
okay,
know.
so yeah, but what if I presented to you uh Barney the Purple God, right? And Barney the Purple God is really good, and you only learn the good things about Barney the Purple God because I tell you, hey, you're gonna feel really good when you really get to know Barney, and then you listen to me and all that stuff. But somewhere towards the tail end of you're really invested in this Barney the Purple God. It, you've only you're really invested because you've only looked for and at the good stuff about him. But then somewhere in there, you go, hey, I don't really understand this thing about Barney the Purple God. For some reason, he's telling me not to talk to my parents, right?
Right.
And I go, well, what you got to understand is that Barney the Purple God brought you to this really good place, and he's responsible for bringing you to this really good place. And not talking to your parents is going to be a lesson that you need to learn.
Okay, so I get that. But with me, it would be like if I'm learning the good things about Barney the Purple God, and I would want to learn the good stuff about him, because just like any other mentor or teacher or whatever, we all have our opinions about everyone and everything. And it's like, I don't want to pick up on their bad habits, but nobody's perfect. And like I said, Jesus was human at the end of the day. He was a man. He was not God. And so if I was following Barney the Purple God, quote unquote, yeah, I wouldn't pick up on their bad behavior. And then maybe I would just intake whatever good teachings they brought and disassociate with whatever bad things that I disagree with.
Yeah,
That would be,
so I get
yeah,
that.
yeah, because I
So you
mean,
don't so you don't commit. You're not committing. You're not going to commit to some weird Christian cult, right?
no,
Because you'll see that coming. I just
yeah,
wonder if you wouldn't be more protected from, like, maybe this is God's lesson to you in protecting yourself, uh, from some skepticism going in. Like, what am I getting into here? What did Jesus really say? Why do I like this guy? And instead of saying, well, let me find the things I like about this guy, just like you would if you met a guy or a partner, right? Let me look for the good things in this partner and ignore the bad ones. What about, like, opening yourself to both and saying the bad ones are not just bad vibe scriptures. The bad ones are a whole part, like literally a verse away from the thing I like about the guy. That's presumably the same person writing about the guy. The thing that I accept about him is like verses away, written by the same person. Maybe,
right.
probably not.
So with that, it's like perception. And follow me, hold on, because I have ADHD and I'm trying to describe it as best as I can. Um, what would I consider bad and what would I consider good is what you're asking.
We kind of already got past that, because when I got there by asking you, how would you skeptically look at Muhammad or John Smith? Like, why haven't you accepted them? And now you're skeptical because you're saying, well, it's their effect on society and the things they say, right? Their intention
Yeah,
towards society.
towards humanity, not just a society. Like,
Yeah, in general, their
yeah.
effect on humanity in general ways, but I'm not going to make you do my ways. I'm going to say, let's go with that and look at Jesus's effect on society and humanity in general. Jesus comes, a book is written about Jesus, and God leaves the free will to that book for the men to write the book, right or wrong. Things are a little confusing about why, where, and what to do after Jesus. And then religions spring forward into humanity and control and harm people left and right. They get them to drink Kool-Aid. It wasn't Kool-Aid, but it doesn't matter. They get them to drink Kool-Aid. They get them to, do all kinds of horrific things in dark rooms. They get them to burn women in Massachusetts, right?
Yeah.
Religions spring forward in the name of Jesus and do all kinds of horrors, all presumably because the words that are attributed to Jesus are a little bit confusing and so, like, blurry that people can kind of invent their own religions with this blueprint that Jesus leaves by being kind of either loose with his words or loose with the recording of his divine nature, right? He didn't write we don't have any of his first person writings. Like, he didn't write something down. He didn't bother to, like, this is my message to you.
Right. It's always other people
Mhm.
writing about him.
And yet he could have come at a time that the recording was in undeniable. Could he not have come after cell phones and presented his own perfect word specifically, correctly, the way that he intended?
I mean, yeah, maybe. But with everything going on, would we actually believe someone like that?
Yeah.
Or will we
I
just
mean,
call call the mental health crisis line and be like, hey, this guy needs help. He has a God complex. And,
I mean, I would assume it would be way more effective to come at a time of cell phones where, I guess in Jerusalem, a white figure descends from the sky and thousands of cell phones are capturing this thing. And then that bright white figure speaks and says, I'm Jesus. I'm here to sacrifice myself for all of your sins. It's going to absolve this thing. One before me and after me. Don't worry about the Middle Ages. No worries. We got that. That was lesson. I'm here. And if you really need proof, no one here is sick anymore. Look at that guy's arm. Middle Ages. Really need arm grow back. But all done first person recorded and not 50 years later. On
yeah.
Sanskrit scrolls.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. That would be crazy. Also, people would debate whether it's AI or not. And just, it would be crazy, I think, right now to come at a time like this.
It seems crazy to come at a time like he did. And I'm wondering which one you think is crazier.
I think, yeah, I think it would be crazier now to start a whole new religion. And who's to say he's going to call himself Jesus, or who's to say he's going to be masculine? God is God.
Totally.
Yeah. So
you have to sacrifice. Somebody has to sacrifice themselves for some reason.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that.
We're kind of deep in the weeds here. I'm gonna leave you all to it. Being truthful and honest, which is why the conversation has gone on for so long. So I think that's really cool. But
ultimately, what I believe is my God has wants better for humanity. And I believe anything other than that is just not, why wouldn't other humans want what's best for other humans? And the way we're heading, and I don't know why other humans will want other human beings to suffer. That's what I don't understand.
Getting the I don't know. Yeah. You keep getting the I don't know part and adding a whole bunch. I wonder why you add past I don't know to any of these questions.
Because it's a genuine I don't know.
No, I didn't have a problem with that part. I like the I don't knows. I wonder why you add anything else to those answers.
Yeah, because we're all humans. We're all a human race. Why wouldn't we want to evolve to something better other than extinction? Why would we want to doom ourselves like that?
Yeah, I don't know, Pink. But you've given a lot of answers that start with I don't know, and then you give more to it, an explanation, a reason, an understanding. And I just wonder if that's something you've noticed. But I really do appreciate the honesty with which you've answered these questions, and that is why it's gone on so long.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you answering. I don't know if Morgan or Jimmy have any more questions for you. No, Jimmy hasn't even asked one yet, so good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Thrayle. Good morning, Pink, Morgan, and Joe. Good to see you all.
I was just going to say I do not have any questions, so Jimmy, by all means.
First, I want to ask, the heat has come on in here, and it's a little loud. Is it distracting?
We actually can't hear it.
Great. Noise cancellation in effect. Excellent. I do have questions, but Pink, you've been here for such a long time, and it must be a little exhausting.
Yeah, I was going to say I have other things to do now. But it was a nice conversation. And this is very interesting.
I appreciate you, Pink. Thank you so much for answering questions. And who knows, maybe another time you'll come back and we'll have more questions for you. But I
Okay.
appreciate you.
All right. Bye, guys.
Take care. We can get some W's in the chat for Pink, though, even though we didn't necessarily hear a whole lot of questioning of her beliefs. She is on a journey and is questioning, which is why she is where she is. And I think the honesty really made a big difference in contrast to some of our previous guests.
I was kind of stream of conscious questioning, but I sometimes prefer not to come up so I can hear people like Jim and Jimmy and Morgan ask questions.
Oh,
You ask
your
good questions.
questions were great, Joe. Really good.
Oh, shit, Joe. We always love having you up here, friend.
I like when I get to have a little bit of my Miami bro come out and be like, what if I let this guy beat up that guy, you know?
Right.
What if this dude stole your car?
I really
Hi.
liked. Oh, hi, Nikita. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
39.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I'm a Christian.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Probably.
To be true and literal as written.
I don't subscribe to the canonization of the scriptures, but I'm glad that we have them.
Interesting. You don't subscribe to the canonization. So are there some scriptures that are left out and some that shouldn't be in there?
I believe that that's apparent, of course. Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Bible was only canonized under a very strict reason. Like the books were chosen for purposes. They didn't really encompass everything God said. They were just mainly focused on the Lord Jesus Christ and testimony of that. So something about that. But then it somehow got coined as infallible. I'm not quite sure how that happened.
So
Probably because the one Revelation book and one of the Old Testaments say not to add or take away. But that's interesting because that would also be why I wouldn't subscribe to the canonization of the Bible.
Interesting. So,
Revelation says right in it, do not add or take away to the book, to this book of prophecy, and yet we canonize it.
Stop. Do that the next time I start asking a question. So if you do it again, we're done. Nikita, do you actually believe any of the stories to be true?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, do you believe
I believe they're still happening over and over again in different
creation?
names.
Okay, cool. Anybody else got any questions? Because I'm done.
Nope.
I'll try. Which stories should stay?
No, I'm not saying that anyone should go. I'm just saying that why stop there? Written for the testimony of Jesus Christ would fill the whole earth if they were written down. So I'm pretty sure there's a few more out there.
So you think there should be books in the Bible that aren't in the Bible?
I'm just saying the canonization of the Bible was a hindrance to our beliefs.
Are the beliefs based on those books that we have?
The belief that God is in all and of all, leading, speaking, working within its own creation. The
Is this
fact
a
that a
belief?
book is not my God.
But is this a belief based on your personal experience, or is it based on scripture?
I'm living, I'm breathing, I'm existing, I experience. So why wouldn't it be? You really think
Holy
that a
fuck.
person would
Do
base
you
their whole
actually
life off
answer
of a book?
questions, or do you just kind of speak people?
I answer questions as I feel, as I wish.
Nikita, do you believe that the stories that are in the scripture are true, all of them?
I think I feel like I've answered these questions already. I said
Yeah,
yes,
you
they're
just kind
true.
of say them. Okay, so you believe in the 6-day creation that happened as written.
Yes.
You believe Adam and Eve in a garden, that story is true, as written.
I believe it's parable. The words that are spoken are parable according to what actually happened.
They're parable. What do you mean by that?
Yeah. I believe it's spiritual that happened, but it's written in words so we can understand earthly.
It's spiritual that it happened, but it's written in words so we can understand that it's earthly.
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
Well, if you pay attention to it, you can tell that Eden is clearly something that is in the spirit, not necessarily.
So
It's
when he
not about
plants the
something.
garden in the east, that's not real anymore. All of that's just spiritual.
What it means
When it
to
says he
plant.
planted a garden in the east after he made the man
Yeah,
out
what
of
it
dirt.
means to plant something in the east is it's spiritual understanding to something that we know. We have representation here physically, of course, but it's
Getting
spiritual
ridiculous.
understanding.
What about the
To
three
be
rivers?
to have
There's
a
a
garden,
place?
you're one with God in your mind, body, and soul.
My friend, have a conversation.
I'm sorry, my laughter was
I don't
drowning
think.
you
I
out,
mean,
Morgan.
it's normal for people to laugh at things they don't understand.
It's not
Very normal.
Do you understand how to have a conversation?
She doesn't, no.
I find it
She's
very.
condescending, she's arrogant, and
I
she's
find
making shit up
conversations
on
to
the
be very
spot, and she's
restricting
talking
and
over people.
usually
She
Still.
absolutely has no respect. This is absolutely ridiculous, and I think you're lying for attention, Nikita. I don't think you believe the things you're saying you believe, but you might. Who knows? I just don't want to
I'm
platform
good.
it anymore.
No, that's not. How do you not see that as disrespectful? How do you not? What the fuck? What the fuck, people?
These are the people who are always late to parties because you say, party starts at 7, you're in charge of bringing the cookies. And they're like, I got it. That means there's a spiritual meaning to that. And I will be there at 9 and I'll bring whatever the fuck I want.
Oh God.
I'm just
I just
trying to
don't.
deal with,
Go ahead.
being far from God because I'm in the West.
Stop.
That's perspective, Jimmy. There are people west of you that you are to the east of.
Is that why we can't get to Eden? Because it doesn't matter how far east we go, we're always still to the west?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, if it's in the east.
Yeah.
I gotta ask. I'm sorry, not ask. I've gotta speak past you guys because I missed the list. I had to dig it up, but I definitely gotta thank Shell, Forget Me Not, also Heretical Apothecary, Morgan Le Fay, and I'm sure there's someone else, and I'm missing it. But thank you all so much for helping with the previous goal. I really appreciate all of you. If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're actually capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. If you're capable of having polite conversation and allowing another person to finish their sentence or question, and then respond to it in a coherent manner, that would be wonderful. If you could do any of that without being condescending, ideal. But, you know, if you can even answer the questions posed to you, you might get farther than the previous guest. I feel like I would have been interested to explore that belief more had it not been presented so condescendingly.
And that was my, because I had no questions because I knew I wasn't gonna get like a genuine response, because every single time it was just arrogant condescension. And I just don't want to talk to people like that. I'm good.
It's a style of avoidance, I think. I mean,
Really.
questions are not attacks, they're just questions.
And that is the thing. Like, these questions definitely touch on sensitive topics, but we're not asking them of you to belittle you or your belief. We just want to know why.
I really enjoy thinking like someone else. Like I go, okay, you got here, this is how you got here. And if I thought that way too, then this is what I would have to like still believe, right? This is how we got here.
I agree, Joe. And I think some of that's necessary just in order to find the right question to ask.
It's essential.
But I couldn't I couldn't piece together. It was just sort of completely open, but constantly avoiding. And yeah, maybe preaching.
I get the canonization of the Bible being a corrupted like being problematic, especially if you want to distance yourself from the Catholic, tradition. But it presents a whole nother problem, like you were thinking about, Jimmy. Like how do we know? And then to me, it's always like, okay, well, then God's like willy-nilly letting us do whatever we want because he let these people canonize it, claim his church. He's just letting whatever happen.
Right. I mean, my recollection is that I asked, is it either based on personal experience or scripture? And the answer I heard was no. And there wasn't anywhere to go.
Oh, we have Digital Alki joining us.
Hi.
Good morning, Digital Alki. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Good morning. I'm 33.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah. Yes, I do. I believe in Jesus.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Not fully, no.
And why not?
I don't know. I didn't feel like it.
Do you believe that it is the divine word of God, that it is entirely true as written?
Yeah.
But it's not important enough to read.
Well, I just, it can be a little bit lazy sometimes.
I see. Do you believe the six-day creation is true, as written in Genesis 1?
Yes, yes. Although sometimes I can be a little bit not confused. Just sometimes I need to study a little bit more. Because of some people will say, "Oh, I think there might be contradictions within the six-day creation story."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You've watched this live long enough. You know kind of what contradiction I might bring up here.
Yeah, we can say that I've watched a little bit.
A little bit. So then you're familiar, at least in passing, then with the contradiction between Genesis 1 and 2, the order of creation given.
Yeah. Let me pull it up again, I guess, if you want me to.
Mm-hmm. I'm curious, as I often am with people who believe this story to be literal, which order is the correct order? Is it the one from Genesis 1 or the one from Genesis 2?
So let me open Genesis 2 because I have one open.
Sure.
And what's
which
like
translation
the main difference? What's the main difference in the 6 days between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2?
Genesis 1 describes 6 days of creation, starting with light, right? And then firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, and then humans, man and woman, right?
Okay.
And then Genesis 2 says before there were plants, because Lord God had not yet made it rain and there was no man to till the ground, he makes mist come up from the ground, then he makes a man, and then he makes plants, and then he makes animals, then he makes a woman. So which order was correct?
Is it like verse 5 where it says that no shrub had yet appeared on the earth and no plant, because he had not sent rain on the earth and no one to work the ground? Is that like, is this the main issue at hand, I guess?
Not the main issue at hand. It presents the first part of the order and how it's different.
And did you try
before there were plants?
Like, it made sense? Because I do listen, but sometimes I don't register.
People answer things all the time. Whether that makes sense or not isn't up to me. The question is for you.
I'm legit. Okay, I'm legit. Because I didn't check it out, and it's hard for me to kind of think and then listen and process everything at the same time. So I can't really give you a logical answer unless I really read and like really read it. So I'd like to know like what has somebody answered to that, or we can move on to another question.
So the question for you is, which one is true? And you're asking, what have people answered?
Well, in my opinion, there isn't a contradiction. There has to be an explanation. There has to be something that, we don't that we haven't understand and explained properly. That's my
That's my ultimate answer.
So
My ultimate
there's no
answer is
way.
basically, sorry?
Is there no way that these could be different stories, that these could be two different myths from an ancient people who didn't actually know the answers?
No, not for me.
Why?
For me, it's impossible.
Why is that impossible?
Because it's impossible that that there's a mistake, that God makes a mistake. For me.
So for
Why
you,
does that mean? Sorry.
go ahead, Philly. Ready with a question.
Why does that mean God made a mistake if it's the compilation of two contradictory stories?
Well, isn't a contradiction something bad?
Why?
Like it would mean why? I don't know. Isn't a contradiction like meaning that it doesn't work? It's not true. Is it like that's a contradiction though?
As a former Christian pastor, I always believed that these were stories written at a time to give a truth, but that didn't mean that they were scientifically accurate stories. Could you look at them
Right,
that
but
way?
then no, because that would equal a mistake.
Why is that a mistake?
If you're saying that science, or I don't know if I'm understanding what you said properly, but if you're saying that science proves otherwise and it proves contradictory to what's written in the text, then I mean, for the most part, logically, we'd assume that it's incorrect and then there's an error. And in my opinion, there is no errors. There is nothing incorrect. And it's simply our understanding that lacks.
So if it is an error, what does that mean for the scripture?
It doesn't exist in my mind. So, like, if I mean, if a text other than the Bible has an error, then it means that that there's something wrong, right? Something not working, not computing. But to me, it's impossible. It's not possible. So in this version that you made for me here, it doesn't exist. So I can't answer you. I won't answer you.
What do you mean it doesn't exist?
It doesn't, like, it's not possible for there to be errors. That's what I'm saying.
Why is that not possible?
Because it's the word of God.
How do you know it's the word of God?
Because that's what he said.
What if he's a liar?
He's not.
How do you know?
Because that's what faith is also.
So you just have faith that he's not a liar?
Yeah. You got to choose to believe in something.
Has anybody ever lied to you?
Oh, of course, all the time.
Does God lie in the Bible?
I don't believe so, no. You're referring to a specific instance.
There are a few.
You still have
Which
Genesis open, right? You're looking at 2, right?
Sorry, you Genesis 1 and 2, you
still
mean?
have, I said no. I said you still have Genesis 2, right? You're looking at it.
What part? 2:17. Right. How do you interpret that as a lie?
Can you read it out for us so we know what your translation says?
But you must not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, for when you eat from it, you will certainly die.
When they eat of it, do they die?
Yes.
When?
Instantly.
Instantly. They eat of the fruit and they are just no more Adam and Eve. The story's over there.
No, I think the issue is your understanding of death is incorrect.
Can you use TikTok safe language,
my understanding of death is incorrect.
Yeah, be
Sure.
careful of the TikTok words.
My understanding of
I don't-
instantly that's the problem here.
So it's
well, what's the word?
Are you sure that my understanding of are you sure that my understanding of unalignment is incorrect?
Yes, I'm sure that your understanding of the D is incorrect because it is not in the grave. This is a misconception by the human limited mind.
Maybe you're talking about.
So,
talking about the second D, I think.
The correct,
Gonna get the D like 900 years later.
It's not when you go to sleep. That's just a quick little powwow. It's when you wake up from that and you see the big man, and then that one, that big D, that's the one you got to worry about. That's the real one.
Digital, what are you even talking about? What the fuck are you even talking about? The
Okay.
question was, do
Verse
they unalive
17.
when they eat of
Verse
the fruit?
17.
You said they do. Where do they? Yeah, so can you tell me which verse they unalive?
That
Can you tell
very
me
same
when they're
verse. As
unalive?
soon as they ate of the fruit,
Verse. Can you tell me which verse that was?
17.
I'd like to know which verse it was.
I suppose
17 isn't when they eat of the fruit.
Whichever the one. No, that's just the one. Yeah, that's the one you want.
So it's in the next chapter.
The one where. Yeah, the one where they eat up there. I don't know.
So when they eat of the fruit, can you tell me I'd love the verse where it says they spiritually deed.
Well, it's common sense. I mean, it doesn't need to be written. They eat of the fruit. This is a natural consequence of their actions.
Common sense.
Digital, can I ask you a question? So let's say you've got a car and I want to buy it, and now I'm stuck in the Miami situation with Joe. But you've got a car and I want to buy it, and I say the moment that when you present the car to me, I will pay you. And then you give me the car and I say, well, I mean spiritually pay you. Is that a lie? Meaning I don't really pay you any money, but spiritually I do. Am I lying?
You can't afford that. You don't have enough spiritual power for
that. Or let's just say I don't pay you.
So
right.
But I say your reward
so
is
become
coming.
A thief.
Yeah, I lie, right?
So you're a thief.
No bounds.
Yeah, God. So you're essentially saying that the format of God's payment is not good enough for you.
I'm saying that there is a contract established, and God breaks the contract. Right? That's
He did
a
not
lie.
break the contract. For one day for you is 1,000 days for him.
It doesn't really matter because Adam lives 900 years.
Why would that not
1,000
matter?
days is a lot more than 900.
1,000 years. Sorry, 1,000 years, I think. But why would that not matter? The concept of time is irrelevant for God. So you're trying to fit.
So you're saying the concept of time is irrelevant for God. Then why would He say when you eat of it? Why would He use a time fit?
It's an action. For an action, you get a reaction. The reaction is what they got. They ate of the fruit. They got the reaction.
Well,
yes.
They got the reaction when?
When they ate of the fruit. And
where
they
also
no.
Can you tell me where that's written? You've shifted
what?
the goalpost now,
believe...
so it's not when they eat of it. Now it's when they actually die 900 years later, and that's within the day.
I believe God would have probably forgiven them, but the woman blamed, I think, the serpent. The man blamed the woman and God, and the serpent, well, he was just.
When did the man blame God?
When did the man? But when he went to God, and he's like, "You gave me this woman. It's your fault."
Is that?
Sorry?
He says you gave me this woman, it's your fault.
Basically, yeah. He's like, you made the woman. That's pretty much blaming God right there. So
It's a
God's like,
lesson in
wow.
male accountability that just permeates through the rest of the book completely. Like men take accountability for everything the rest of the way the whole time.
What? Men take accountability. No, they don't. Are you crazy? Did you even read the Bible? Hello? What's going on?
We're deciding if you're worth it continuing to question because you answer condescendingly and dishonestly.
No, I'm. What do you mean dishonestly? Wait, I disagree with the dishonestly part.
Can you question your beliefs, Digital?
Yeah, of course. I do that every day. I've been doing that for 33 years now. I have like hundreds of texts just me questioning myself.
But what you've just said is that if there's a contradiction in the story, then there can't be a contradiction in the story. So where in that is there room for questioning?
That's just the anchor. The questioning, it can still be questioned. It's just that the understanding is that if there's something that is lacking, it simply means that I am the one who is not understanding. I am the one at fault.
Digital, what does it mean to question your beliefs?
The best term that I can use for that is an audit.
If you come into an audit with the conclusion already primed, is it a true audit?
Can you assume the books are
Sure it
balanced
is.
before you start?
I'm not exactly sure, like, what year, I don't really know what, I feel like I don't know what you're questioning me.
What's
I
the
don't know what you're
purpose of
getting
an
at.
audit?
What you're asking me, what's the purpose of an audit?
Yeah, you said that the best way to describe
Evaluating
it is
data
an audit.
points, cross-referencing, cross-checking, testing multiple points.
To what end? To what goal?
To what goal? To find an error.
Okay.
To find a line.
If you enter into the audit assuming that there is no error to be found, is that going to be a fair audit?
I mean, if you want me to answer, like, I do assume that there's errors to be found all the time. That's my nature. That's who I am. That's
In the
what I am.
Bible? In the Bible?
Sure.
You assume that there are errors to be found in the Bible?
Before, yeah, but not anymore.
So you don't question your beliefs anymore?
No, I don't question the Word of God as being truth or a lie anymore.
Why not? What changed?
Faith.
That sounds, like, honestly, that's terrifying to me.
Sure.
What is
Life
the
is
value
terrifying.
of faith? What is the value of faith if it shuts down your ability to question whether something is true or not?
But faith is simply like, I can't understand and explain to you everything about God. That would be insane to even think otherwise.
Oh, I'm not
how can you
asking you
expect?
to. Digital, I'm not asking. I don't expect that.
Okay, but essentially that's what would happen. If you can't understand everything about God, then when you look at God, you're not going to be able to explain everything with your logical mind.
I I don't understand how that's an answer to the question. Are you able to reword my question? What did you
Do you mind repeating it? I'm sorry.
So you were talking about how faith has stopped your ability to question whether the Bible is true or not.
No, not necessarily. It's just that I've stopped questioning it. I've stopped asking myself if it's true or not because I've gotten enough data points. I've gotten enough proof that it is. In other words, there's nothing else on this earth that has proven me that it's worth me putting my faith into. Literally nothing on this earth.
I hear you saying this is the best thing for you to put your faith into. But what about when new data points are presented? Is it not worth considering?
Oh, sure. But to me, the new data points that will be presented are simply going to reinforce what I already believe in.
So is that truly evaluating the data points on their merit? Or is that coming with a foregone conclusion?
No, they're simply they're complementing. They're simply complementing the already established truth.
I don't
They're
think
still
that
fun. Yeah.
I don't think that digital is able to question their beliefs around the Bible, Thrayle.
No, he's not.
I'm hearing confirmation.
Why? What do you mean?
You literally said everything that you've literally said is indicating that you are unwilling, if not incapable of questioning your beliefs around the Bible being the Word of God. You said that faith.
It's just that. No,
it's okay.
You're basically
If that's what
no. You're trying to corner me to basically say, is there a slither of doubt that God and everything is a lie? That's what you're trying to corner me into.
That's not what
I have not asked you that.
No, you didn't ask me that, but this is the plan. I can.
You know the topic. You've said you can't question your beliefs. Why did you request that?
I never said I can't question my beliefs. I said I'm not going to question if God and the Bible is a lie or not. That's what I'm not going to question.
Okay, so
because it's not.
Okay. This feels like gaslighting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, whatever.
So it's not that you can't question your beliefs. He left.
I really wanted him to audit my 2025 taxes.
I actually appreciated that answer. Of all the answers he gave, I didn't mind the audit, if that's the way he sees.
If there's an error in my books, then the problem is with the auditor, not my books.
Yeah, I think that it was a fantastic analogy that guest just made, but I think in examining the analogy, there was probably some cognitive dissonance there. I've been there.
Not if it's my taxes. If it's my taxes, we're going to assume I'm not a liar and that I made no mistakes.
And if there is a mistake, no, there isn't. And honestly, I had like this moment of terror with that. The faith answer. It feels, yeah.
It's dogmatic. He
Like an
chose it
ice
to.
cold grip.
Mm-hmm.
Tiny Science in the comments. I don't make mistakes.
No mid-sakes for him.
No mistakes.
Sometimes I can't get past the I haven't read the Bible part. I believe it, but I don't think I need to read it all.
Yeah.
By the way, the plan is not to get people to have a sliver of doubt that they didn't have already. The plan is for you to come with a sliver of doubt. People who are not having a sliver of doubt are rejected. So, you kind of have to have a little sliver of doubt, like an opening.
All you have to do is be willing to examine what you believe so that you're not being led around by something that's incoherent.
Mm-hmm.
There's some sanity to this. You just don't want your actions to be, guided by something incomprehensible or incoherent. And so it's better to look at it.
That's better said. Do you think that you could be fully convinced of something, but have the opening that it's not true and not call that doubt?
I think we're saying the same thing. I guess I don't know that some people may not admit to doubt, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
I don't know. I think it's possible to be fully convinced of something. We want to be up and free today, walking around. And Dad's tired arm. I think it's possible to be fully convinced of something. Like, I do believe this is true. I think it's possible that it's not, but I'm still fully convinced. So that's why I think you said it better, because I wouldn't call that doubt necessarily.
Epistemic humility. It's epistemic humility.
Humility, that's a good word.
Mm-hmm.
If you have even a little humility in what it is you claim to know or believe to be true, then I don't think that necessarily means it's doubt. I think doubt is a very useful tool, but I don't think that it's necessarily the thing that we're looking for in these conversations.
Is doubt more active than epistemic humility? Epistemic humility is a stance, an attitude, perhaps.
I keep remembering the band name Guided by Voices. And I think maybe just some examination of what those voices are saying is worthwhile.
I was thinking about cake, not the food.
Sheep go to heaven, goats go to hell. That
Perhaps. I think, yeah, that cake. Is doubt the fuel? Is doubt the motivating, is doubt the motivator of skepticism?
Doubt could be the product.
Yeah, Jimmy, I agree. For years, as a faithful Christian, I said that Christianity makes life make the most is true. But if something else came along that was more coherent as a whole, I would be open to that. There wasn't doubt, but there was humility, I think.
Do you relate to that if not here then where um thing? Because the last guest said it, and then I think you just kind of said it. Like if in in the absence of something better than this has to be the best, and I need one.
Yeah, I think that was me.
That was me too. We but we proved that we were the right ones because the best had to be in line with what we were, like with our teaching. So like this is the best one because we have the best understanding and no one else got it right and we got it so right, which is totally circular.
I don't. I I was open to learning and changing and growing. I wasn't dedicated to only one Christian perspective. And I believed that all truth was God's truth. So even if there was truth that came from another religious text, that's okay, because all truth ultimately belongs to God.
That's got to be a kind of a better way to keep people in Jesus, right? Because our way, like what I was taught was everyone is so wrong and corrupt. This is the only one. And then that only leaves one house of cards. You know, I don't have other houses. I don't have other things to go.
That's why you deconstructed so early and I'm so late.
I mean, I know people who did later too, and there's like a guilt. There's a not a guilt, but there's like a FOMO involved with that. You know,
What's the FOMO?
not FOMO on my part, but FOMO. You know, like I could have spent that time doing something else another way.
I've spent a long time considering the reasons why I deconstructed in the way and at the time that I did. And one of the things that I think kept me in the faith as long as I was is that there was room for me to change my understanding within the confines of what it meant to be Christian. And it sounds like that was not given to you.
Philly, the trap of if it's true, it's God. I guess I call it a trap because it seems like there's no way out of it. How did you find your way out of that?
Because my understanding was the God of the Bible. I don't know if I've gotten myself out of the, as you call it, trap of if it's true, it's God's. Because when I started questioning the the God of the Bible. Ooh, my brain is having a hard time with this one. There's something here. There's something here because my brain doesn't want to go there. That's interesting.
I hear that.
That's really interesting.
Your brain doesn't want to go there now. I definitely want to dig in.
I know, right? I know. I know.
Thrayle's merciless.
I need to take my ADHD medicine if I'm going to have a decent conversation.
And if you want to have a decent conversation and you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you think you can question that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not interested in burgling your god, although there is always room in the shed for one more. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Jimmy, do you mind repeating your question, if you recall it still?
Sure. Yeah. When you had said that if it's true, then it's God. That's how you fold other religions into the belief system that you have. I called that a trap because there's no way out of it. And I asked, how did you find your way out?
I don't think that I folded other religions into my belief, at least the way I would understand that to mean. Like if somebody said, love is good. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's true. Well, if a scripture, if a religious text that is outside of Christianity says love is good, then I would say, yeah, people can have accurate principle, a wrong overall conclusion, or other parts wrong, but that part right. So because I believed God to be real, anything that comported with reality, it made sense that it belonged to, that it was from this all good God. That doesn't answer the question you asked. That was that a sidestep, or was that just trying to
No, it might be a step. It might be a step.
clarify? Yeah.
And then there may be a step in which then that takes you back to scripture to examine what.
Yes, because that was one of the breaking points for me, was that I believed that the scripture was the Holy Bible, the 66 books, was the truthful word of God when seen through the appropriate contexts. I know that's yeah, looking at it as acknowledging that there are different genres, and the God of my understanding was a God who was love. God is love. Is like the verse that I basically lived by. And when I saw that the actions of God did not align with the claim that God is love, I started questioning whether the God that I had come to know, which one of the sources from which I gained this understanding of God was the Bible. When I saw that the Bible was unreliable in that, I started questioning more. And I've flirted with the possibility of there being an all good God, not one who is omnipotent, given the reality that we live in, but an all good God who is not accurately represented by the Bible. And while that doesn't seem convincing to me, I certainly am agnostic to the possibility. And it is because of that agnosticism that I don't know that I can say that I'm out of the so-called trap that you say.
I really appreciate that answer.
I appreciated the question. I mean, and the answer, but it was a good question.
It was exciting to have something to question again. I appreciate that, Jimmy.
Do you ever worry you'll run out of pieces?
Mm-hmm.
Now that everything's taken apart, and you question all those pieces.
It's not all taken apart, that's for sure.
What do you think feels like the biggest piece left? Biggest piece left.
So there's someone who has been a spiritual leader in my life who says that belief is more about the actions that you take than the proclamations that you make. Ooh, that.
Hey, I'm still working on the poem.
Let me repeat that for you. You can just type that into your AI and have that little rhyme in there. Belief is about the actions you take more than the proclamations you make. Those are not the exact words, but that's the sentiment that I have often received from this individual who I have considered a spiritual leader in my life. And if I come at your question through that lens, the areas that I continue to behave in ways that I want to examine and deconstruct and pull apart. If that indicates the beliefs that I want to deconstruct, it's things around perfectionism, shame, the idea of sin, the idea of being inherently wrong because I'm human, and the areas of the patriarchal mindset that's ingrained in the Christian culture that I grew up in, the misogyny, the internalized misogyny, and connected to that is potentially a third piece. It's either 2B or it's 3. if one is shame, perfectionism, sin, and 2 is patriarchy, misogyny, then it's either 2B or 3. I don't know which. I don't know how to categorize it. Would be mindset around relationships and romance and purity culture stuff. That was a long-winded answer.
It sounds like there's some big pieces still stuck together.
Absolutely. That's why I say that it has not all been pieced apart yet.
I'm definitely gonna have some questions in those areas then. But first, we've got Jack. Hey, Jack, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 41. I'm
Is it
41.
41?
Yeah.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I just wanted to make a comment, an interesting comment about Christianity.
So you weren't interested in questioning your own beliefs?
I've done that a billion times already.
Awesome. Well, Jack, if you want to make an interesting comment about Christianity, you can do that in the comment section. That's usually what that's for. So, you don't have a belief now, or?
I guess I've got past where you're at. I've had that doubt a billion times, and I've already arrived. You're still searching.
That doubt. Are you trying to use Philly's journey to identify with and say what you... Why don't you just answer what you believe, Jack, instead of trying to compare notes?
I believe that you're the definition of dumbness because you don't listen.
Dumbness.
You're the
Is it a
definition of
word?
yeah.
Jack, would you like to just start over?
I don't think Jack wants to.
He's got 2 ears, 1 mouth. Now you should use your ears twice as much as your mouth.
Huh.
I think Jack can use the keyboard since he can't really be heard well enough to be understood. I like Renee's standard. His accent's not cute enough.
I know, right? Renee.
If he were Scottish, he might have gotten away with more.
Mm-hmm. Oh, with Renee? Absolutely.
Is it wrong for me to say that that sounded vaguely demonic? There was something about that.
He sounds like he's in a wicker basket. I thought so too.
Hopefully one not in the shape of a man.
Why can't I hear the lute?
I don't know.
It's very quiet.
It is very quiet, but it is there.
Hey, is that the Starbucks chick to the right of the skull?
It's a mermaid.
No. So, JD, can I get
If you look
your
at the
age for
Starbucks chick from the back,
TOS?
it's I was gonna say 19, then I was gonna
So we're just gonna, because you're just kind of like running at the mouth there. I heard a 19. That's awesome. You actually did answer.
but, okay,
Do you
it's
have a
it's
belief
actually
in a
29.
God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Absolutely, I have a belief in the creationism. This guy, I can't even see him. Hey, is that the Starbucks chick? Tell me not, bro. If you look at that,
Believes in the creationism.
I believe in the creationist.
That sounded like he was winding himself there, Tavium, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not even gonna dignify that one.
Wild.
If you, yeah, no, I don't even know what I just experienced.
And we pretend that didn't happen and just.
What happened? Nothing happened.
What happened? I don't know
I
what
didn't
you
see
right, Morgan? I think we're on the same page. Good morning, Tab.
Like by mistake. But regardless, hi everyone.
Well, you're here now.
Seriously though, is that the Starbucks chicks?
The Starbucks mermaid has a bifurcated tail, so no.
I don't know what he
She
was
does.
talking about.
I was actually thinking about the same thing. She doesn't technically have a tail. She has 2 tail legs.
Mm-hmm.
She's not a mermaid so much as a.
Oh, he's talking about the
squid.
logo.
Yeah.
I thought he was talking about a literal barista or something.
No, he's talking about the mermaid in the background.
And he's actually remembering the classic logo, which has changed, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I was curious about what creationism means. Is he talking about creation of the universe in 6 days or something else?
Oh, I don't know. He.
No to your beliefs.
I don't know if he was actually serious or not.
Thank you, Goddess.
I think he just wanted to say something.
Mm-hmm. The previous guest with the water feature is requesting again.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Okay, dude. Close your camera and come on up.
I don't know. I don't know if I want to hear the background noise again. Is he still going? Is it was it a
That would be
piece
impressive.
of furniture?
I choose to believe that the faucet was on for shaving.
I think he was shaving.
And
Why
he
would you
was
request?
messing with his face a lot too, so that's plausible.
Shaving is very intimate.
I
My
didn't
guy.
say
You shouldn't be
possible, I said
open-minded.
plausible.
Who did we just lose?
Joe. We ran Joe off.
No.
Uproar.
This is what they do, folks.
This is what they do.
Scared.
Joe's a
He's
runner.
afraid of me. He ran away from me. He was scared of me. Like terrify you all.
Scared of your strong convictions.
I'm glad Joe came up though. He had a really great line of questioning on the guest that was here when he came up.
He did. I'm glad he did come up when he did.
My favorite Joe quip this morning was the one about how that's the only time in the Bible that a man doesn't take an accountability. I literally lost my words after that.
That thought I was actually thinking of shaving my beard today. That dude was shaving his face. Interesting.
You're thinking of shaving your beard.
Yeah, it's grown a lot. I look like a terrorist now. Scratch that. I look like a sheikh. I don't want to look like a sheikh.
I mean, I'm gonna refrain from asking questions that.
You can ask. It's okay.
Well, I mean, no, I know better.
Protect the live.
I was thinking the same. Yeah, it's a Discord conversation, I guess.
Wouldn't a terrorist shave their beard in order to not look like a terrorist?
Yeah.
Their convictions are too strong to do that kind of thing.
Is that one of the words? Am I saying that?
It's two things. First off, they're too stupid to do it. Second off, they're too entrenched in the cultish behavior to do it.
We now know a topic to bring up that Thrayle will not question.
Well, it's okay. The question I was gonna ask, Tavium, I'll ask it. It's terrible.
Go ahead.
Are you saying that you fit in?
Thrayle, how
Oh my god, how dare you!
Oh.
Oh my god. How do you want me to answer that? Oh my god. Well, yeah, since I'm bald and I have a big beard, yes, I kind of fit in. I can infiltrate them if you want. Get a Batcolyte branch there.
I just meant in your country.
Yes,
you fit in.
Yes,
that's not how it came across at all.
It's when I open my mouth. When I get, yeah, that's the reason I always get kicked out. But I fit in. I'm not gonna say the word. Yeah, physically I fit in.
In your country, isn't that important?
I'm a guy. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
I had to make the joke, Philly. I'm sorry.
Oh. Things can be icky and true at the same time.
Think about shaving it back to the way it was when I graduated. You guys saw the picture.
I did.
Looked very nice.
A Tavium picture?
There has been a picture, yeah.
You saw it. You reacted.
Yes,
Is
I
that Tavium in his better half?
Yes, I did say that. That's exactly what I said, Tav.
Yeah, I know.
But nobody knows what we're talking about now. Because they're not in the Discord. But if you
Can they
want to join the
join?
Discord,
They can join.
can.
Oh.
There's a link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio, and that first link takes you to the Discord. And then when you get there, you read the rules because it looks really like lonely otherwise. But if you read those rules, then you find out that you're not alone. It's pretty cool how it
Also,
works.
don't be weirded out. And also, don't be weirded out if you're greeted with a lot of beards. That's usually what happens there.
Greeted with those rules, then you
greeted with a lot of.
Oh, my power died, and I've kind of been drifting in and out of sleep since then, and I have been, for the last, I don't know, hour and a half or whatever, I've been like drifting in and out of sleep, and when I drift out of sleep, I'm listening to like all these wonderful people that I love asking each other really good questions or giggling about something or answering the questions in a really meaningful way. And it's a really nice like thing.
Can we have your age for TikTok purposes?
Sorry, go ahead, Jimmy.
I'm just messing around.
I was about to say the people. I thought you were about to go with the people I love, those great people in Tav. But yeah,
Tav is one of those people.
I'm kidding. I love you too.
That's all I had.
Yeah, I think some of the best questions of this live have been posed between questioners.
And then, Philly, earlier when you said that, like, Jimmy asked you a question that, like, gave you something to question, I felt a similar way earlier when Thrayle was asking me some questions. And it wasn't necessarily as, maybe not, I don't know, meaningful is not the right word, as profound, maybe, of, like, a question or an answer. It was kind of posed as like a fun question, but it really made me think and question some things. And I think there's more still there. And it was really fun to like really question, like have something to think about and question.
Are you talking about when Thrayle asked me, do I fit in?
No. No, but that was funny. No, he asked me what was my wooiest I've been, and I think I'm still working out what the wooiest thing, or what my wooiest is, and so sometimes I'm still really wooey. It's short-lived, and I keep it to myself because it's short-lived, but I think the better answer to that is like the wooiest thing, or the wooiest place I ever get to is the place where I have the least amount of understanding about a thing. Because the less I understand it, the more like possibilities there could be.
And aren't the possibilities just delightful?
They're so much fun. Or scary. Or even if they are scary, it's still fun.
They're whimsical.
Mm-hmm. And I love a good whimsy.
Everybody needs a little whimsy.
I suppose without whimsy, I wouldn't have very much to question.
You're so contemptuous towards the whimsy.
And yet you put the mermaid in the background. I think you put up with it.
I feel like this is a situation where like Thrayle has ended up at like a little girl's party and like they've put makeup all over him and has like the crown and the necklace and the earrings and he's like, yes, this is so great. Whimsy.
Can you imagine lipstick on those skeletal teeth?
Absolutely.
That's literally how it's to be honest.
All right, but I get to choose the shape.
Yes. I want to choose
best shade.
You guys got to remember he was in a rock band and he was a goth, so he probably did use some lipstick.
Some.
Eyeliner probably more likely.
I had a preferred brand.
Of course you did.
Of course.
Did you have a makeup box?
I did.
I'll say, what was the brand and why was it the one from Hot Topic?
I preferred stage makeup.
You still have a makeup box.
I think we're ready for what the fuck screen. We're just about ready for it. The what the fuck screen.
Also, Tyler just walked in and he said, top of the morning to you, or bottom of the yesterday, I guess. And that made me giggle too.
Bottom of the yesterday.
It's not really wrong.
It informs me only about the shape of Tyler's visualizations of days. And how a morning is the bottom of yesterday.
I feel like it looks like a conveyor belt wheel, you know? Like a does that make sense?
No. Less than bottom of the yesterday.
Fair.
I think it just informs me that Tyler probably hasn't slept yet.
No, he is not. Also, Philly, do you see that who's in the comments?
Oh shit, no.
I was talking about Ursula.
Oh, because Ursula's a mermaid. No. Ursula's not a mermaid. Ursula is
the sea witch.
The sea witch. Ursula and I are mutuals and have been for a while. Ursula is a villain.
You know, they say Morgan Le Fay is a villain too, but it's just about perspective.
This is gonna sound very stupid, but you mean to tell me that Morgan Le Fay is a fictional character and not actually your real name?
Well, I can't confirm or deny whether or not it's my real name. However,
she's a character from the King Arthur myths.
Arthur was a tyrant.
Oh, the TV show.
Oh,
the Merlin stuff.
Ow.
I'm rage baiting. I'm rage baiting.
Tab, you're such a troll. Rage baiting troll. From under the bridge.
I never rage baited anyone.
Never gaslit
My
either.
ass. Not once.
That's
So
not
do
a
you
real
prefer
thing.
like a match or like a lighter?
But if this lighter conversation is not what you came here for, and you came for the deep, hard-hitting questions, and you have a god, gods, or higher power that you are willing to question, please request up. We're not looking to steal your god, burgle your god, or to make fun of you. We just want to know if you can critically question your beliefs.
Right, we can make fun of each other. We don't need to make fun of you.
I know, there's enough to make fun of already on this panel.
There's like so much here. There's like skipped skeletons.
Tav's beard.
Tav's beard.
I just want to say, Kat, you are so good. You woke up out of a dead sleep to come and just spread love to the community here.
Well, I just thought, I was thinking it, and I was like, I want to tell them. So I did, because I thought it would be nice to hear, and it was nice to say.
I'm really glad you did.
Me too.
We do have a request. Hello,
Go,
Ursula.
the evil ocean witch.
Ursula.
Oh.
Hello. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
42.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Really? Whoever, I think it was Peg the Patriarchy, just helped me with the last of that in the comments earlier this morning.
Oh, I see.
I do have another question. It would be what's after, what's next?
What's next?
That's a really good question.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a belief in afterlife?
I don't anymore. Like, I think the closest thing that I could have to a belief is just gravity and how it basically holds or pushes the universe apart, kind of thing.
So you're like, from the ground up, rebuilding this.
Next in all this. And yeah, and coming to the realization that I don't think there is an afterlife.
What is pulling your attention?
I don't know. Really just gravity.
Do you believe that gravity works forward or backward in time?
I've never thought about it that way.
What does that mean?
Yeah, that's a new one for me.
I mean, we could think of gravity. You could think of gravity as being a repulsive force that works backward in time.
Would you say that does?
Isn't that what we're doing here?
Yes, I'm kidding.
I don't know. That's It's an interesting thought.
And no, I'm not. I'm not on the green stuff. If anybody's wondering, I've seen that pop up in the comments.
Jimmy's question seemed more motivated that way than your response.
I wish.
I enjoyed the question though, but I'm curious, Ursula. What is it you're deconstructing from? Yeah, that's a heavy one. Sorry, I was just saying that's a heavy one. Heavy on the indoctrination.
Yeah, it totally is.
So, how long ago would you say that you began deconstructing that belief?
It was in, I guess, the silence of 2020. I started. I think I seen a Facebook post on Abraham and killing his, sorry, unaliving his son, and I thought, and the way they questioned it, I thought that was interesting, and I started thinking about it more deeply, and then I was like, this is just horrific.
So it was the Abraham and Isaac story, where we take some of the mountain.
It was part of it. That was like one of the things that really stuck out to me, but then there was like Adam and Eve and questioning the whole creation story, and why would God do that? Why would he create the scenario to fix the scenario later on, a couple thousand years later or whatever? Why couldn't he do it right away?
That's a great question.
And all, I started seeing all the horrors, the things that started popping up, and all the things that, as when I was in the religion, I kind of just either ignored or didn't question because it was just uncomfortable to think about.
So you've, over the last several years, kind of questioned and worked your way out of this belief.
Definitely, I definitely like grieved, like the afterlife. I grieved what I thought was a personal relationship with Jesus, and a lot of like all that stuff. Like I felt sad, like literally grieved it. And then I also thought about how everybody that I knew growing up in this wasn't necessarily gonna accept me as I am now.
What was it to break apart? Was it the relationship with Jesus, or was it the comfort of afterlife, or something else?
To be honest, I didn't think I was gonna go to heaven. Like, as a little girl, and I mean little, I was like repenting in my head to God for stuff that I hadn't even done. Like, just a thought I was repentant for. But sorry, what was your question?
What was the hardest piece to deconstruct? Was it the relationship with Jesus, the idea of afterlife, or something else?
I think it was the relationship with Jesus, because I thought I had something. Like, I also realize now, looking back, that I just wasted, how much is that, like 30, 35 years of my life thinking that I had a relationship with absolutely nobody, and that just sounds absolutely crazy to me.
Do you feel that there was anything gained?
potentially gained in the sense that if it wasn't God, then it was just me, and maybe I'm more powerful than I think I am to get me through the situations that I thought I was going through.
Is that in any way empowering?
Definitely. It's definitely empowering to know that there was no deity and it was me the whole time.
Do you have any, well, actually, what would you say? No, I think I was on the right track before. Sorry, do you have any remaining pieces that haven't been?
Around purity culture, potentially, like how I was raised to think about myself and my modesty and like and other things that would be in the bedroom kind of stuff.
Do you feel like that is, do you feel like what remains is entirely from the faith, or are there other sources?
I think society to some degree, but a lot of it was from the faith.
Do you feel like there is still some kind of judgment awaiting your misbehavior?
No. If it's any judgment, it's my own judgment. And I think that's where I need help in terms of probably needing to talk to a psychiatrist or a counselor to working through the after effects of purity culture.
Wow, you nailed it right on the head. I don't know how to follow up on that. I swear I was going to.
So Thrayle has this Discord in his bio. His Discord server.
You broke up a
Hold
little there, Cat. Yeah.
Wi-Fi is catting the cat.
But I think Cat is eagerly telling you should join the Discord.
What exactly is Discord? I know I sound like ancient saying that, but like, what is it?
It's
It's
an
like
app.
a modern Skype.
Yeah, this is the best. I don't know what Skype is, so probably that's the best comparison there is.
Oh God, good God. Place that we are all at when we're not here, basically, is what it is. But I know that there are probably several people who have or are working on processing through like these things, this especially thing that you are processing through right now, and have some resources as far as like thing or a direction or something, or just an ear. Where there's an ear there too usually. So
I think what I'm most concerned about is that I don't want to pass any of the things that I was that got into my head like that along to my kids, especially my daughter.
So relatable.
That's so important.
Sometimes I
This
feel like
purity culture is really
I feel like the purity culture ekes through sometimes when I'm talking to her or my kids, and yeah, it's very concerning when I hear it and feel it coming out of.
better to think of it as impurity culture.
So I want to protect her the most in terms of what society and what purity culture does to people.
If you were to, let me just, if you were to fully abandon the idea that children are born with something wrong with them and impart that to your kids, they're not born with something wrong with them. Does that fix a lot of the problems with purity culture?
I have definitely deconstructed from feeling like I was born sinful, and I see my children not. I don't see my children like that, like or like anything like that. If that's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, I think that is it. It's your belief in them that they're not born sinful. You know, they
I
will know
believe they're
that.
not. They're born innocent, is how I see them. Nothing to do with sinful or past generations being passed along down the line, like the Bible talks about.
Well, kids pick up on everything, so I think, you know, so long as your mind is right there.
Go ahead, Kat.
This may be a I could hear myself lagging in your. Oh, come on. Okay. We're there. But how do you think one goes about deconstructing shame?
With that.
No, I think it's probably one of the harder things to deconstruct. Right. And I've been sitting here while we're talking about this, trying to think about like what an effective way or some effective things might be to help deconstruct shame. I'm not sure. That's why I asked. Kindness is good. That's a good job, Trip.
What is shame?
Ooh, that's good.
She's on the wrong side of the hot seat.
I'm not. No.
It's a great question.
Just saying.
What?
I'm trying. No, it is. It's a great question. I'm thinking about what shame feels like.
Shame feels small.
I think that you're right. I think that it is like enough of it will swallow you, though, which is like kind of counterintuitive and interesting, right? How do you make yourself feel big? Humiliating, unworthy. These are good descriptors.
I think the one thing that helps anybody feel big is their ego, but I don't think that's the best.
Uh, Jim, I was gonna say Jim knows about that, but
What do you mean? What?
um, is the ego necessary though? So I deconstructed growing up in a like environment that was all lies and deceit and like shady hiding things and all that by doing the like very extreme inverse. Like that's an extreme, and so then I did the very extreme inverse and became like almost too honest, right? And so that's the only way I can think of to like, because I can't do anything like just, you know, a moderate amount. I have to do it to an extreme. This is a personality flaw, but that is clearly not the best way, right? We just decided on that. So how do we do that without?
Ego is there it's there to protect your sense of self, to be honest. And I don't think there's anything inherently wrong unless you let it go off leash, which a lot of people do.
What is the self?
Oh, that's a good one too.
I'm borrowing questions from Jim now.
I love that question.
It's a good one.
I think the self is who you are from moment to moment.
So if we let that, yeah, it is a good answer. So by what we've been saying, if we let that go unchecked, it could lead to instead of shame is pride. So like too much pride, right? So if we don't check the self, the ever-changing like thing that we present ourselves as and that we are, it leads to too much pride.
Healthy dose of pride is good too. You could be proud that you graduated high school, or you could be proud that you, I don't know, finished boot camp, whatever, you know, stuff like that.
Right. So how do you bring pride? How do you take the purity culture and change it from being shameful to being prideful?
Maybe in my case, wear something a little risque out in public, or something that will make people be like, I don't know about
Something
you.
that, well, and I don't know if it even necessarily has to be, I think that thought is part of the purity culture, right? Maybe just something that you would have thought was improper to wear. Actually, this is a really good idea. Like, when I started dressing exactly how I wanted to dress, it changed a lot of things for me. I think that's a really good idea. And I didn't have the baggage of the purity culture. It's just like, you know, my own like insecurities or confidence issues. But I think I really like that. That's a really good idea.
A bit yesterday because I wore a like a crop top type thing that had pentacles all over it, and I'm like, I'm going to be judged so harshly for wearing this. Like, I'm sure every single Christian at Costco is going to be looking at me.
Did you feel the stares or just notice anybody looking at you?
Maybe slightly, but I tried to basically like ignore people more than I normally do.
Did it feel empowering to do this?
To a degree, yeah. Yep.
Was it scary? Glad you did it.
That I did it. I just don't know if I'm going to actually ever run into somebody and then they're going to say something. That I feel like that's going to be a different situation altogether, but that didn't happen yesterday.
It's a good thing, because like if you did this thing that was scary and that you wouldn't be easier to do that thing or something similar the next time, right? And if it just continues to be the case that nothing bad happens, it will start to melt away.
That's the belief about that, yeah.
That was a really good idea. That was a really